Good. Excuse me, bloody hell. What a time to choke. Morning, Squire.
Hello.
How are you, mate?
All the better for seeing you, Alan, and looking forward to this wonderful event.
You're all heart, mate. Listen, thank you very much. We've got 9 people in already. Woof.
Oh.
God. Yeah, we got here eventually. Thank you very much for everybody that's joined so far. It's going to be a long day. As I was talking to Craig last night, and I says it's going to be a bit like multicoloured swap shop, or as I like to think it, where more Tiz was, mate. I think.
Yeah, I want to know where the cage is and the Phantom Flang Flinger.
You're definitely more Sally James. I'm a bit.
All right.
Or could you? Do you want to be Spit the dog? How's that?
I've got the boobs. Would be Sally James.
It's mental when you think that somebody actually made a living out of just going like that.
Yeah,
but then here again, Rod Hull, he made a career out of just having his arms stuffed up.
Yeah, was it Pod Carol G's? Wasn't it?
It was.
Indeed. It Spit the dog.
It was indeed. Anyway, listen. Well, as I said, it's live. Things are going to go wrong. Dale and I are going to have to go for pisses at times. We've got a little holding screen with sheep in it. We've got I'll quickly just run over what we've got to do. Hopefully, I've been made. Oh, by the way, Dale, I found the that software, and it's great. It gives me options, so I've now got. Hopefully, you can hear it a lot louder.
Yeah. I mean, I thought, oh, that sounds better than it was a little bit last night. Yeah.
I thought to bring me luck when I was speaking to the epic John Merrow, I had this hat and I had this shirt on, so I thought I'll put this on tonight. This morning. This will bring us some luck. So yeah, I can just let you see it. Hang on a tick. Excuse me. Let's just share the screen. Full screen like so. Right, there we go. There is I was going to say agenda. That agenda is like a bloody work meeting. It's not a work meeting. Right, yeah. At 8:15 this morning, we have got the wonderful Nick Sherman, aka Arlasoft, Mr. C64 extraordinaire. Honestly, the ability of that man to code a game from nothing is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I was in awe when you went through his catalogue. I remember in one stream you said, look, I'm just going to show you this guy's stuff, and there was all little puzzle games and everything. But you couldn't just, you couldn't just not go wow, over it. It's like,
I know, mental. So we've got Nick. He's dropping in at 8:15 this morning. Hopefully, like I says, this has been. I'm the Bob Geldof of retro gaming. I know. I mean, I was going. Bob actually messaged me last night. Says, "Listen, mate, good fucking luck for tomorrow, mate. I know exactly what it's like when I did fucking Live Aid." And I said, "I know, Bob. Thanks. I appreciate the help, mate. I do apologise to Irish people. That was a bloody awful impersonation. But yeah, it's a logistics. It's you think when you do one of these things, it's just going to be yourself and me talking, blah, blah, but there is so much to do. I mean, everybody that I've got, it's hopefully going to come along this morning or today throughout the day. You've got to communicate with them. Some are through LinkedIn, some are through Messenger, some are through whatever, some are through email, and you're just thinking, I hope they get it. So, like I said, it's a live thing. Things will go wrong. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Things are going to go wrong. If for whatever reason the thank you, Itchaban Dipper, Bob Geldof of Retro Gaming. I was going to say, if for some reason my broadband went down, then obviously I'm screwed. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't think that's going to happen. Somebody phone Richard Branson, tell him to make sure that this address broadband is Rocket. Well, he's not involved in the broadband side of things now, is he?
No, I think he sold an awful lot of his stuff. I'll tell you what, Clacks and Cows just come up with the comment I was just about to say. I said, Alan, are you going to do that famous line? We just want your fucking money.
I just want your fucking money. Just, yeah. Oh, listen, no, that's cringeworthy. Sorry. Right, anyway, so if the stream does go down, then I will come back on a laptop or something if my laptop went, if my computer went. In the same way, Craig is going to be. So I keep jumping between Craig and Dale. Boy, what do you prefer for the stream, Dale or Craig?
Honestly, it doesn't matter. Well, whichever comes, I mean,
right, we'll
my
call
screen
you Dale.
name's Dale. My screen name's Dale Boy, but people know it's Craig. It's not.
Yeah. Well, we'll call people that know it's Craig. There might be people. Hopefully, there's going to be people watching that don't know us, because that would be good. I'll call you Dale for the sake of it. Excuse me. You're going to be dipping in and out as and when, which is absolutely fine. So where are we? Right. So we've got Nick coming on at 8:15. We've got Andy Walker from Taskset 9:15. We have got, now this is wrong because we swapped Richard Leinfellner. Wanted to swap Richard Leinfellner from Arlasoft, where he'll be in at he'll be in at 10 o'clock. Shaun Southern will be in at 10:45. Ted Dabney lads will be in at 11:30. Mike Tucker 12:15. SID Show Special featuring Ponder and Delboy. They'll be in at 1 o'clock. Gary Penn is 2:30. Kevin Toms 4 o'clock. Hopefully Kevin doesn't sleep in because I think he's in New Zealand actually, somewhere like that. I think so. Hopefully he did confirm. Everybody confirmed in the last couple of days that they'll be joining it. So fingers crossed. But like I says, people have got real lives. This is just a bit of fun. If people can't make it, I'll play a game. I'll play China Miner or something. Who's that?
No.
Yeah. So Kevin will be along at 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock, we've got Mr. Martyn Brown of Team 17 Sofware. Then at 17:30, I should keep jumping between the 12 and 24 o'clock. At 5:30, we've got the Zzap challenge with myself and Paul E Moz. Paul is obviously, he writes for Zzap magazine. 6:15, we've got Bill Harbison, ex-Ocean Coder. 7 o'clock, we've got John Hare. He doesn't need any introductions. And hopefully at 8 o'clock, we will have Jeff Yak, Hairy Beast, Minter, and his sidekick Giles. So that's the what do you call it? It's not an agenda. What would you call it? Lineup,
I would have said, yeah.
Lineup. Right, before Nick comes in, 5 minutes. As we know, this is a bit of fun, and it's that was all this was going to be. People were saying to me, "Oh, why don't you do another live stream, another 12-hour live stream?" And I thought, yeah, okay. But when you do something like this, you think it's nice to be able to do something else and do something nice with it. And we've picked a couple of charities that we're going to raise money for. The two charities. I didn't bring it up. In fact, let me see. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll not bother bringing it up. I don't know how to because I'm a bit stupid. The first charity is called Spark. It's in my my hometown of Livingston. It's a group. It's a charity that was set up quite a number of years ago, and it is a drop-in centre for people. Anybody can drop in, but it primarily focuses on combating isolation. As we know, in today's world, with especially since COVID, pre-COVID, people have become a lot more isolated, and it's affected everybody. It's affected you and I. People don't want to go out the same, and I think because people were stopped from going out, now that they can go out, they're too frightened to go out. So this place is just it's a place where somebody can go along, they can be safe, they can socialize, they can have a cup of tea. They've got like a pool table, they play games, etc. So anyway, it's a fantastic charity. Half the money that we raised today is going to go to that, and the second half is going to a charity which my girlfriend actually helped set up a number of years ago, and they help women, and I think it's not just women. I think it's primarily women, but I think like kids in that as well. People who've been in abusive relationships, abusive marriages, whatever it is, you know, they've come through the trauma of trying to move on in life, and the money that we get will go towards helping them, getting counsellors, etc., etc. So it's two fantastic charities. So this would be the point where I show a video of starving children, but we don't have that. Well, me, I'm not exactly starving. You know, please do not feel obliged to give. I say this is all about having fun with some friends. If you've got a spare 50 pence, a quid, a fiver, and you want to give it, all the money is. I deliberately didn't go down the GoFundMe route because they take a percentage of it. And, you know, it's all very well saying, you know, Dale, you want to give £10, but what I'll do is I'll give you £11.50 and pay the £1.50 fee. But that 11, if you want to give £11.50, then that £11.50 should come to the charity. It shouldn't, £1.50 shouldn't go to GoFundMe. So that's why I've done what I did the last time. We've got PayPal. If you want to make a donation, you can pay via PayPal, or you can, and it's my personal PayPal account. You know where I live, so you know. Once the money, you can either pay via PayPal, or if you want, you can pay directly. I've created a bank account, which is, I've called it Al's Charity Bank Account. It's been set up purely for the money for this purpose. And so what we've done very cleverly, we've got, drum roll, there we go. You can donate via PayPal to https at paypal.me. I can't even read that. /Mamemeister, or alternatively, please send an email to mamemeister12hour@gmail, and I will provide other ways to donate. Well, I'll give you my bank account details. So anyway, without much further ado, I can see a certain Mr. Sherman. I don't even know if Nick can hear us. Nick, are you there? He can. I can see him, but he can't. He can't see me. Well, he can see me, but he can't. So we're going to bring in Nick right now, as if through the wonders of technology. Hello. How are you, mate?
Morning.
Well, you got the jacket on this morning. It's a bit cold, isn't
it?
Yeah,
it's a bit cold. I'm in the conservatory. Yeah.
How are you, mate? Anyway, you good?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Yeah, you too.
Right, we have got. Right, we're not in any mad rush for this. We've got Andy Walker from Taskset. He's coming on at 9:15, so we've got an hour. We've got an hour before he comes in. But Dale and I have got a couple of things we need to do after we've had after we let you get away. So you can explain what you're going to do, Nick, or do you want me just to talk through what the plan of action is?
Yeah, you can talk through if you want.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Nick, as you know, is Arlasoft. Nick and Nick's been part of the team for, I don't know, 4 years, something like that, 4 or 5 years.
3 or 4 years, yeah.
He stumbled on my channel, God knows why. He was obviously typing shit Scotsman playing games, fat old bloke playing games, and he found me. But Nick's been a part of the community for a long time, and he's also got a hidden talent. He can code Commodore 64 games like no one else can, and I mean that. We're going to be getting joined by some really clever coders. But I mean, I'm right in thinking, Nick, that you were kind of late to the party. When did you kind of start? When did you decide to start coding in the Commodore 64?
Yeah, it was probably about 4 years ago. I was watching a stream by a guy called Shaun 50k. He was making a Commodore 64 game on Twitch, sort of bi-weekly episodes. And after a couple of episodes of that, I thought, this doesn't look as hard as I thought it would be. There's this sort of mysticism around machine code and assembly programming, and I'm a programmer anyway, but I never thought I'd be able to program Commodore 64 games. So his stream sort of gave me that push to try it myself, and started off with sort of an easy game, comparatively, sort of Donkey Kong Jr. Game & Watch was my first game, and sort of progressed from there and ended up with sort of Galaxian, that sort of thing.
Was Gallagher actually pronounced Galaga, but anyway, I'll let you off. That's for another video, Galaga. What? Yeah, well, you've done a nice and nasty podcast with me. I think you were obviously going to code the games that you liked. That was the case, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, I looked at the sort of list of on Wikipedia. There's a list of golden age of arcade video games, and I looked down the list and thought, right, which of these are either not on the Commodore 64 or they are, but the port was badly received. And I've been working my way through that really, and I've just obviously finished another one that you're going to play in a minute. But yeah, I think I'm almost to the point where either I've done it or someone else has done it to as good as the Commodore can do it. So there's not many more to go. Of all the famous ones anyway, there's a few sort of more obscure ones that I could do. But
yeah, and I mean the thing is, where I was like, holy shit! I mean, I think some of the guys had made me aware of. You seen this new Gallagher clone for the Commodore 64? I don't know. Arlasoft, Nick Sherman, didn't really know who you were, and then obviously through time, it's you did that. That's great. We were having a conversation. I think it was probably one of the Sunday streams about a certain game by Exidy. Is it Exidy? Berserk? I think it is Exidy. Sure, it is Exidy. Yeah,
Stern. Is it Stern?
Stern. Yeah, sorry, you're right, Stern. I'm quite partial to a bit of what you call it, Berserk, and we were talking about, we're talking about conversions, and somebody said, "Oh, the Berserk Redux and the Commodore 64 is brilliant." And I says, "No, I beg to differ." I said, I don't know many games, but I do know a Berserk. I'm fairly handy at it. I can get 20,000, which is no mean feat. I've not done that for a while. But Berserk Redux, it's been inspired by Berserk, but it's not Berserk. The mazes are different. The enemies, the way they run and that, it's all completely different. I say, so no, it's not. The thing is, I had that conversation 2 years earlier with a friend, Steve Snake, who'd done a lot of coding for games, and then about, I don't know, a month later, Steve goes, "Oh, I sent you an email," and it was a tap file, and it was called Horus and the Robots, and he'd only gone and written Berserk for the Spectrum, and the only difference was, instead of the little man, it was the Horus character. Now that I've said Horus, somebody's going to get upset that I've used their IP, and this is going to come into shitstorm. But anyway, I'll get Funky Spectrum in the case. So anyway, yeah, Steve wrote this game, and I was like, wow, and it's a fantastic good version. So we were having a chat, including Nick, and we said, I didn't ask you to write. I didn't ask you to write Berserk. Did you say, or did I think I just said, if you could write a better version of Berserk, then I'll eat my hat. It was something like that.
Yeah.
And then you only bloody went and done it. About a week later, he sent me a sort of a beta. And I'm like, shit, I better get the salt and pepper ready. And then how long did it take you to write that? I mean, it was...
Yeah, 3 or 4 weeks probably in the end to get it polished. Yeah, obviously you'd said that the best version was on the Spectrum, and we really couldn't have that. It's like, there's no reason why the best version shouldn't be on the Commodore.
Yeah, and
so
I mean, you knocked it out of the park. I mean, you could. I've done a kind of. I don't do reviews, but I've done a kind of look at it, and I've had it running side by side, and it's just it's a phenomenal conversion. It's even got speech. I mean, the speech is a bit scratchy, but then it's one load. So anyway, we're not going off topic. Get back to where we're at. So as part of this, what can we do? Good evening, good morning, Neil. That's a blast for the past. I hope you're doing well, mate. What I was going to say, Nick said, I'll code a game for this thing, and we kind of racked our brain, and the game that you decided to make is Burger Time. There's a couple of versions that I'm aware of. I mean, there's Mr. Wimpy by Ocean Software. It would be an alright version if it wasn't for that infernal first screen, which is just ridiculous. Run back and forwards. It's a masterclass in frustration. There's that. There's I can't believe I'm going to say this. There's a version by Interceptor software. Yeah, and it's actually not shite. I think it's called Burger Time. Funnily enough, back in the 80s, people could bring out a Pac-Man and call it Pac-Man or whatever. So there's a Burger Time. There is a Burger Time by Interceptor software. It's not bad, but it's not perfect. So Nick has been coding this for what? When did you start Burger Time?
Yeah, it's probably another 3 or 4 weeks, I think. This one.
3-4 weeks. I'm going to when I've got Jeff Minter on, I'm going to say, so Sheep in Space, how long did it take you, Jeff? Oh, probably about 2 years. 2 years? What the hell? Nick can code a game in 6 weeks. I can get your finger out, son. Jesus.
They did have to wait half an hour for their game to assemble, so there is a bit of an advantage nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree. Like I know what I'm talking about. I think now, but I'm thinking that the reason we're now seeing games that probably weren't thought possible is because of there's coding routines that are available, and there's so much more information about the system now.
Yeah, you've got sort of 40 years of accumulated knowledge that you can just go on the internet and find. You know, they didn't have that; they just had the manual and had to work it out for themselves. If they wanted a graphics editor, they had to make it themselves. You know, we've got CarPad and SpritePad and Goat Tracker for sound.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've got assemblers that take milliseconds, and it's up in Vice in, you know, within a second. I can make a code change and it's there. Whereas they, you know, for a big program, it might take 15 minutes to assemble, and then if it didn't work, then you've got to try again.
But to take nothing away, it still requires raw talent. I'll bet you can do it a lot quicker. Still requires raw talent to actually do this. So listen, and this is going to be something I'm going to be saying a lot today. We're going to have to get a move on because time is just going to run away with us. We've got other things that we need to do before Andy Walker comes on. So what I'm going to do now, Nick has very kindly sent me, it's almost the finished version, but you'll hear it in a second why it's not the 100% finished version. I'm going to play it. Nick, there's a high score table in this in Burger Time, and what you've suggested, Nick, is there's 5 scores, names, each is 3 initials. If 5 people want to get their name in the game, it's a £10 donation to charity. Does that?
Yep, sounds good to me. Yep.
So listen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start playing. Just another thing we've completely forgot about. Apart from me playing Burger Time, Nick is going to, and it was all down to him, nothing to do with me. He offered to try and code a game starting kind of now and finishing hopefully about 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock tonight, whatever time it is. What game is it you're going to attempt to code?
I've been back and forth on this. At the moment, I've changed my mind at the last minute. I'm going to try and do an original game based around your predilection for power washing, sort of mixed with sort of a hover bother type game.
Brilliant.
So I'm just going to see where that goes. It might not end up in anything. If it doesn't, I've got a backup plan to do a port of a very simple puzzle game that's homebrew for the Atari Jaguar. That's a good game, but that'll only take a couple of hours.
As anyone that watches my channel will know, I love a bit of Power Wash Simulator. So we're going to get a version for the C64. Bear in mind, he's got 12 hours and he's got a family, and you're going to be running, making dinner and what have you. So that's going to be good fun. What we're going to do is we're going to drop in. Nick's going to message me from time to time, every couple of hours, whatever, and you can share the screen and say, "This is you're going to give us a wee update." Think of Zzap magazine, Diary of Paradroid. It's going to be like that, but it's going to be in real time. And Nick's only got 12 hours as opposed to 6 months like Andrew bloody Braybook. So, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Burger Time. Dale, could you I'm not going to talk when I'm playing this. Well, a wee bit. Could you coordinate getting the 5? If people want their initials, it's going to be a £10 donation if they can.
I'll look at the chat, and anybody that puts anything, I'll just write a quick note down.
So I'm going to get this game loaded.
You won't get past level 1, so I'll look at the names. It's all right.
I'll be kind since it's a charity stream, right?
That's good because I've only tested level 1.
Here we go.
That's good. Crash and burn. Just before we start, Nick, am I right in thinking once you get the names, we'll give it 10 minutes. If I don't get any names, then that's fine. Just go with the default ones. It's nobody should feel pressured. Nobody should feel pressured into paying for money. But if somebody wants their name in it, it's a £10 donation to the charity. You're going to go away for a couple of hours. And no, you don't really have to. You don't have to come back and show. You don't have to come back and show it. No, once we've got if anyone wants any names put in, you're going to go away, add the names, and then you'll let me know once the game is available to download. And what we'll do is we'll put a wee link to the Arlasoft website where people can download the game. Am I right in thinking it's completely free? But again, if you would consider making a little donation to the PayPal thing or my bank details down below, it's all going to go towards these good causes.
Yeah, it'll be free on itch.io with an option to donate directly on there. But obviously, if you're watching the stream, you might as well donate directly to Al. Well, that's really just for people who come to the game in a couple of weeks' time, maybe, and they might want to contribute, and I'll forward you the money, anything that comes in.
Awesome, that's great. So if you want your name in this, this game has never been that for me and Nick. We're the only two people that have seen this game. I think it's going to get a lot of hype because it's from what I've seen. It's like a fantastic version. If you want to have your initials coded into the game, there's only 5 names. Then £10 to the charity. Put your comments down below. So I'm going to start playing this. Right. Right, there we go. One vice. You see that all right? Yeah, hopefully you can. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just thinking this might not. There we go. I've got a first couple. Brilliant. Guys, can you let Nick know what 3 initials you want, please? Like I said, I'm going to move this. Thanks, Neil. You're epic. Thank you very much.
Right, I've got that down. I've got the initials. I've got that he's paid, and Neil M. Brian C says he'd like to. And I've got his initials as well.
Right, hopefully this is going to work. I love this bit. I love what you've done here.
Yeah.
Right. Hopefully you're going to get the sound. I do share audio. Bear in mind, I've only played this once, so you can just keep your bloody comments to yourself. But I mean, I've not compared this to the arcade one, but I'm right in thinking that this looks, apart from the bit at the bottom that says port by Arlasoft, you're extremely you're true to the arcade sort of title screen. Is that right?
The layout, yeah.
Yeah, as far as possible, yeah.
Even the little bit that says Pepper, the font you've used. So see the high score. Is that the initials that are built in?
Yeah, that's the ones from the arcade. So we'll just swap those out.
Now, see, we could have done this properly and said 50 quid gets you in first place. And second, we'll not do that. But I think we should do it in order. So I think Neil was first in, Brian was second. So yeah, you can put these things in there. So so we've got 2 guys have taken up the offer. So if you want to get your initials on the high score, let Dale know. Right, let's get this going. You hear that? Okay.
Oh yeah.
You hear that? Yeah.
Yep.
I love the googly eyes on the sausages. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Little green bits.
Honestly, mate, if you'd been around in the ocean days, you'd have been the obnoxious teen coder. I mean, the fact that you can put out a game like this, I'll just write my own burger time. I mean, that is mental. Oops, come here. Oh, you get. Oh shit, he comes alive, doesn't he? He does.
Look at that. Take that.
Look at the skills. Look at the skills of this man.
You got cheat mode on.
I mean, this is the first. If this is the first time it's been sort of bug tested, I can't see. I've not noticed anything yet that's not right. Seeing the original Nick, see when the wee guys fall to the bottom, do they then get back up again and just start running?
Yeah.
They do, right.
Yeah, because most of the burger times, even on the consoles, if the burger dropped, the screen froze. So this is really good. That's the early conversions, Al. They just froze when the burger dropped.
Yeah, Ian's saying he's wanting a fried egg sarnie now because of this. I'm smashing this, am I not? Oh shit! I'm out of pepper, folks. I'm out of pepper, damn it. Ah, bollocks.
Yeah. That'll teach you to be cocky, won't it?
But that's. How we doing? Have we got anyone else? Any other takers?
No, not yet.
Oh.
We might have had a couple of people just join that might not know about it, Alan, so if you want to talk about it again.
Yeah, if, excuse me, this is, again, Nick has just literally finished coding. It's going to be available for download shortly. There are 5 high score places on the table, which I'm going to get one off in a minute, because I'm just mad. Right, here we go. Is it going to crash? Awesome. I mean, honestly, Nick, oh,
we've got another one. We got another one. Brilliant.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you very much, Adam. That is awesome. The look in this game, just even the you've got the wee kind of burgers at the side. I'm going to make excuses here because I'm too busy looking at the screen there. You've just absolutely smashed this. That's mental. There we go. This is only going to be temporarily, but
but it's like Bounty Bob.
Does it do that in the arcade one?
Mm.
I wouldn't know. I've never seen it do that before. That's brilliant. There you go, folks. Burger time by Arlasoft. That is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Right, I think we've got time for one more game. So yeah, we've got 3 takers so far, I think, is it?
Yeah, 3.
Great. See, I'll be like that. I'll be like that. That first album. It was all about the first album, and the second album was crap.
Oh, Alan, Claxon has said that he's already donated £10, but would have liked. But can he have that £10 as having the high score name? Because he did it before he did it before the.
Of course,
before Nick
absolutely. Anyone that's donated. In fact, hang on a second, Brian. I'm not going to embarrass him, but Brian gave me a ridiculous donation. So, you know, that's who his name's in anyway. He was very, very generous. So no, that's not a problem.
So we have a fourth then. Claxon is the fourth one.
Yeah. So we've got Brian, we've got Adam, we've got, I can't even remember but we've got Neil as well, and we've just got one more.
Yeah, one more, folks. That's it.
There's a comment above Claxon, Cows. Is that did they give £10?
Yeah, he didn't say whether he paid 10 though. It says chipped in a while ago, but
Okay.
ADT would be nice. Eric Young, can you just confirm you paid more than a tenner or dead on a tenner, and I'll put your name down and you will be the fifth.
There we go. Yeah, Adam's saying that the sound is authentic.
We've got our fifth, Alan.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, folks. So, Nick is going to thank you very much, Paul. Did you get a note of Paul as well, Dale? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, smashing. So no more. They're all gone. The 5 spaces are gone.
Well, actually, because of Paul, you've got 6.
Well, we need to go with the first. Unfortunately, we need to go with it. I take it, Nick. It's you can't insert a 5th one, a 6th one, no. Is that...
I could do, but it would take about an hour or so.
Right. Listen, don't. No, sorry, folks. It's got to be. Obviously, it's very limited. The first 5. If we could just go with the first 5. Apologies to whoever came in just a tiny wee bit late, but the first 5 were the ones, obviously, you know.
Yeah, that's where I'm saying, Alan. Eric put 20 a while ago, but Paul only just paid the tenner. So which one is
Nick,
the first one?
Would it really be a complete bollock to add a 6?
I'll have a look. I'll see how long it will take. If it's really quick.
Okay, but I'll write both down. All right.
So who was the last one then? Who was the last person to kind of get in?
Technically, Paul Cook came and said I've paid my tenner, but Eric Jones said I'd already paid. Can I have my name down?
Right.
So he paid it. Aero paid way back. You see what I mean?
Right. Listen, folks. What we'll do is Nick will attempt to put the 6th name in. If we can get it in, then fantastic. If not, please appreciate. Obviously, we are limited, but I thank you every single person for doing that. So listen, Nick, I'm going to let you go, and that's just an incredible conversion. What do you think, Dale?
Brilliant. I mean, obviously, I was looking at the chat as well. But how smooth and lovely that was. I mean, my God.
So, Nick, I'm going to let you get away, mate. You've got a game to code. What to do is just come into the stream, put a wee comment at the bottom saying, right, we've got a wee update, and you can share your screen.
Okay.
Go. So thanks, and Nick, we'll let you go, mate.
Oh, I'll just let you know, Nick, absolutely fantastic. And Aero has been very kindly turned around and said, look, if there is a problem with it, he will be okay to bow out. So if you do only get 5, we have still got the 5, and Aero will back out of it. But just so no pressure, really.
Okay.
Brilliant. Thanks, everybody.
Figure it out. All right. Cheers, then.
You're all great. Catch you later, Nick. Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
There we go. That was Nick. That is awesome. That was Bloody awesome. Right, wait a wee minute. What I should. No, well, we're going to do. I was going to try and figure out, Dale, how to do live updates of what we've raised. I don't know how easy or difficult that's going to be. I've got a. Excuse me. If anyone wants my bank details, excuse me. If anyone wants my bank details, I send an email to the email down below, whatever it is. I've got a browser open with that email inbox. Bam. Right, hang on. All right, that's me that's testing it. Right, that's fine. So if you send an email, I'll pick it up. We'll be able to do it. Right, we've got 45 minutes before Andy Walker is going to be joining us. And for shits and giggles and a wee bit money as well, we're going to have an auction. We're going to attempt to have an auction. It's, you know, we can't. Yeah, you can have my PIN number, Brian, not a problem. We've got, Dale has very kindly bought something off Amazon and sent it to me for this auction. I've found some tat that I'm going to give away. We don't want it to be stupidly. We don't want people, paying over the odds. Whatever. It's just about, if we get 10, 50, what we would like to do. I mean, I know what Dale's paid for the thing that he's bought. It would be nice if we can get at least the value of what it is. We're not going to say the value, but rather than getting something that costs 15 quid and paying a fiver for it, it would, the money's going to charity. Let's do what we can. So, you can monitor the bids. So first up, this is obviously the best thing that Dale's bought. You can talk through it, Dale, because you're the man. Oh, wait a minute, my camera.
Anybody?
My camera rotated. That's backwards. This is not a counterfeit copy. It does actually read Creed properly.
Yeah, so that there is a steel book, so it's actually made of like metal. It's a metal casing. It's got both Creed and Creed 2 in the same case. So basically, you've got a good start if you want to have the whole Creed collection, because there's only another one, Creed 3, that's just come out just recently. Steel books are then generally more pristine than a normal casing. Lovely glossy, and the picture quality on that film is wonderful. 4K, I believe it's Dolby Atmos as well. Sound on that one. Just a very, very good film. Creed 2 is very enjoyable.
Well, I'm going to open the bid in at 15 quid, mate.
Oh, right. Cheers.
Don't feel bad. You can bid against me, folks. So who wants that box set?
So to be quite honest, there's 2 4K films in there.
That's not the problem. Obviously, there is a delay. So if you want that, I should just keep it held up again. If you want this delightful box set, I've bidded 15 quid. Anybody wants to give us a bit more, then please put it down below. Cheers, Jambon. See you later, buddy. Right, well, I suppose I could just talk through the rest of them, Dale, you think, yeah?
Why not? I mean, I've written down at the moment Creed 1 and 2. I can then write the others down, and I'll just start writing the names to the right of it, as they come up.
So, yeah, for that Creed double box set, I've put a bid in 15 quid. If you want to bid more, then please do so. Every penny is going to the charities, guys, as you know, which is great. Right, next up, I've just got a pile of games here. I'm just going to put them as one entire thing.
Yeah.
Now I do apologise. I'll get the bad ones out the road. Let's see.
The filler. The filler.
We have FIFA Street Soccer. Now these are all on the PlayStation 2, apart from one. PlayStation 2, FIFA Street. There you go. Next one, FIFA Streets. You get 2 copies. 2 copies of that. There we go.
Way.
2 copies of FIFA Street. I've got a Lord of the Rings again, PlayStation 2, Lord of the Rings. Now I don't know if they're boxed incomplete. I think they probably are. Yeah, the instructions and all that are in there. So you've got that. FIFA 2007, Jesus. Peter Jackson, King Kong. That was always a really, I don't know, was it a bad game?
No, well, I got that on the Xbox because it came out at the same time as their HD player, so they brought the game and the film out on.
Yeah.
So I thought I thought that was a good game. That was.
Well, anyway, you've got that.
Smackdown.
Deary me. Right, the better games. There are 4 better games. We've got Tenchu, which I did play the original on the. I did play the original on the PlayStation. It's actually not bad.
Rock
game.
hard, that one, isn't it? I believe that's pretty hard.
Yeah. So come on, do we hear a bid for all these games? Bear in mind, I've got to pay the postage, so please at least make it.
Yeah.
Nothing
at the moment, but
yeah, but whatever anyone bids, that if it's £10, £10 goes to charity, and I will be covering the postage, obviously.
Yeah.
We've got Pro Evolution Soccer, which is actually, in my opinion, apart from a certain Amiga football game, this is the best new console football. Forget FIFA. The Pro Evolution series was fantastic. So that's a great game. Just gotta make sure the disc is in there. But there's no instructions with that one, but the disc's there. And this probably makes it all worthwhile. Wipeout Fusion.
Oh, well, Wipeout. Yeah.
Yeah, on the PlayStation 2. Again, there's no instructions, but that there. So come on.
In fact, I'm not sure whether those tracks are including in the anniversary edition. You know, because that would have been a separate disc in itself. So
yeah. And lastly, these are all PlayStation 2. The last one, I'll just fling this in at the same time, is Pro Evolution Soccer 5 on the original Xbox. Again, that's actually quite a good one. So come on, folks, you've got all that. You've got all these games. Come on, give me £10. Somebody give me an offer for that.
Come on, you know it makes sense.
And like I says, Creed, I've buried £15 for that. Let me somebody outbid me. I'll be delighted to get this, but I would rather somebody paid a bit more so that we get more for charity. That is brand new. They all bought that specifically for this.
That's still sealed, yeah. That's sealed.
Yeah, it's never been opened. Brand new. It's, as you say, it's 4K. It's the latest edition. Let me see. You got £15 for that. And the last one, well, there's 2 things to go. Choo Choo Rocket and the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
Box incomplete. Now, I do have 2 copies of this. I've noticed that box is cracked. I will, if somebody buys this, bids for it, I'll put it in the uncracked box. It is all there.
Yep.
Bloody hell. You've got the Choo Choo Rocket disc, and this game, I think, actually came. Yeah, it came
that
with,
had a book.
Called Dream Key.
That's right. Yeah, it did.
Was that sort of like a kind of online thing or something? Or?
No, yes, I think it was the way that you could connect online. Yeah.
Never ever used it. I mean, that's brand new. The wee manual.
I was going to say the booklet was they were quite thick in those Dreamcasts.
Buy it just so you can get a little. When you're sitting in the bog, you can sit and read the instructions. You don't get that nowadays.
Good God.
So, yeah, you've got all these games. I don't know, about 10 games. You've got this. That's a separate bid. Come on, let's get some money, folks. Got this. We've got the.
We want your money. Come on.
Yeah. Right. And the last one, I do apologise about the colour, and it's a DS Lite. It's pink. This Dell actually sold it to me. This was Dell's pink.
Yeah, it's the Barbie edition.
Now I can, in fact, there you go. There's a Barbie edition. There's a perfect purchase for your favourite niece. Now
get a sticker on it and put it on the back.
There's a caveat with this. There is no charger because I've got one of these and I've only got one charger, but you can get a charger for £2. Just don't leave it on when you go on your holidays, because it'll set the house on fire. But this has not been charged, but
there you go.
it's never been
Got
charged in like 5 years.
NASA technology in there. Look at that.
Yeah, these are actually great. The DS lights are fantastic. So come on, somebody give me a £5, somebody give me £10 for this. You're not giving it to me, you're giving it to charities.
That's a bargain. Come on, a DS Lite.
So,
wow.
Yeah, there we go. DS Lite. And the last thing, now I've not seen him yet. I've not seen Steve. Steve asked me, he said to me he would buy a signed Mamemeister baseball cap. And I went, you're having a laugh.
Yeah.
No, I would. So, I have gone and I've paid £20 for 5 baseball caps. So I've paid that money out. So when somebody I've got 5 of these. I don't know, £10 each. £10. If you want me to sign it, I'll get a proper marker that doesn't come off. I will sign my name, Mamemeister, on it, so you can get yourself a bespoke Mamemeister baseball cap. £10 each. I've got 5 of these. Please buy them, folks, because I spent £20 on buying them, and then they're going to sit and do nothing. So if we can get 5 people to buy these, that'll be £50, which will go to charity.
Yeah, we've this is a bad one. We've not put a price cap on those. Oh my god!
Sorry, we've just lost Del there. Oh, you're back again. Dear me, this I can tell this is going to be a long day, mate.
Oh god, yeah. I mean,
right, come on, this auction is dying a death. I've had nothing apart from me buying. I'll gladly keep that Creed box set for £50, but somebody buy it, please. Especially the baseball caps, because I spent £20, which is gone. So I want people to buy these so that we can get the money into charity.
Yeah, that's what it's for. Charity. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, those are some quality items in there. That DS Lite, the cap, Creed, all of those top items.
I don't know how much these go for. Like I said, this is in perfect.
I'm not sure, because I mean, obviously I've got my own, but the DS Lite was obviously the better version, I think, because it had I think the backlight was in those, wasn't it?
What's that?
The DS Lite was the better version, actually, of the DS, because I mean, the first DS was a terrible design.
Yeah, it was. I think this had a higher screen, higher resolution screen.
I think the screen had a backlight in terms of. I can't show you, man. Somewhere in this drawer. I might get it out later on. But it was a silver thing. It was like a chunky thing, like anything.
Yeah, they were quite thick, quite heavy as well, I think.
Yeah.
So let me just I'm just going to.
Are we gonna extend the auction to a little bit later on? Because I mean, I must admit, we've only got 17 at the moment watching.
Yeah, I think. What we'll do is, could you open up a Word document or something and just type the things in, and then later on, in between people coming on, we can show it on the screen. So we've got Dreamcast Choo Choo Rocket.
I've written them all down, Alan. So
you've got that already.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it into Notepad now. So
on and Mark.
So I'll get all that in.
Yeah, and there's, I don't know. I wouldn't bother writing down the names of the games.
Oh, I just put various console games.
They're all PlayStation 2. One apart from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 PlayStation 2 games. And 1 Xbox game. Come on, somebody give me. It's probably going to cost me £10 to post these things. So somebody give me £10 for charity. I still use. It's interesting. I still use Notepad. And I still use Paint for stuff.
Yeah, they're removing WordPad from Windows in about 2 months' time.
Why would you do that?
Microsoft are doing that because they said that they're trying to push the 365 package to everybody, and it's been given away free for as many years as they can remember, and they've decided that it's outlived its time now. So they're basically removing WordPad from Windows when you install it. Basically there'll be no WordPad there.
Yeah, it's a bit pants. Right, just give me one little second. I'm logging into my.
Very interesting what he was saying about coding, Nick. Did you know that Wizard of War, the good version on the Commodore 64, was actually compiled on a Commodore PET? The 64 had only just been made. They only knew about the chipset. They coded it on a totally different machine.
Is that right?
Yeah, a machine.
Right.
A machine 5 years its junior.
Right, there we go. Nick has, there you go. You can see that there. Burger Time is now available to download. So I'm going to, yeah, he's adding a sixth name, he'd be right faff. So apologies, guys, for anyone that's kind of lost out on that. Hopefully, you understand. We were limited to 5, and it was the first kind of 5 to come up. So thanks for all the money that you guys have donated. I'm not checking. Obviously, we're taking people. Somebody said they're going to donate. They're going to donate. You know what I mean? So that's absolutely fine. So thanks for everyone that supported that, and also massive thanks to Nick. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up. I'm going to put a link as to where you can download the game.
Yes, I'm an admin, so I can actually post the web link, but I haven't got it myself. So,
Right. Right, hopefully that's all work. So go to that address again. Nick has very kindly said that any donations, please consider if you're going to get the game. Nick coded the game for this event. If you're going to download the game, please consider donating a quid, 50 pence, whatever, to the charity. All the money raised is going to go to the charity. If you can't afford anything, absolutely not a problem. The game is there to download for free. If you want to be super awesome, you can make a wee donation. So that is great. So we're just, I'll leave that up for the next 5 minutes or so. We've got, let's have a look. We've got, obviously, hopefully, we're going to have. Right, okay. The lovely Claxon Cow and Paul Cook are saying we should toss a coin to decide. Is there some screen? I'll tell you what. Let's have a look. Let's just for a laugh. Let's see if there's like an online coin cost. Online coin.
yeah, let me go back a page. Yeah, so it was Claxon that said he was happy to bow, but he was the 4th one.
Yeah. Right. Right. Listen, we've got Nick's already coded it, so we'll go with whatever Nick's coded, guys.
Okay.
Which is fine. So thanks for that, Nick. That is brilliant. So that game is available. You can see there. arlagames.itch.io/burger time. In fact, let me just have a wee look just now. We'll go there as we speak. Right, and let's just present the screen. There we go, folks.
Yay.
I'll just make it full screen for a second so you can actually read it. So go to this site, folks, and you can see you can grab the game, and yeah, brilliant. I think it's absolutely awesome. There we are. Right, lovely. Right, let's. We should have Mr. Walker. Right, hang on. Stream agenda. Right, so we've got Andy Walker from Taskset. He is due to join us in about 15 minutes' time. So there is no. These guys are going to be on for what half an hour, and it is going to be. We're going to really have to be quite strict with a half an hour because other people are going to come in. So if you've got any questions that you want us to ask the guys on your behalf, please put them down below. Yeah, I'll just share that again. There we go. So yeah, we've got Andy Walker, 9:15. Then it's Richard Leinfellner, Shaun Southern, Ted Dabney, Mike Tucker, SID Show, Gary Penn, Kevin Toms, Martyn Brown, Zzap Challenge, Bill, John Hare, Jeff Minter, and Giles. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, we have. Let me just pop that up there just now for anyone that's just joined. We've got a number of items that we're auctioning. These are items that belong to myself and Dale. Dale specifically bought a box set, a charity. It's a Creed 1 and 2, the brand new box set. It's a steel box set. I'm currently winning at £15. If you want to outbid me, then please bid more than 15. There's what did I say? 9 PlayStation 2 games plus an Xbox game. Somebody give me a fiver, a tenner, whatever. There's Choo Rocket for the Dreamcast. There's a DS Lite Pink, and there are 5 baseball caps, which I bought with my own money. I'm desperate. I'm desperate to get rid of these because if I don't, I would have been better just donating the 20 quid to charity. So hopefully people will buy these things. So if you want any of these, just put your bid in, folks. And
yeah, I'll keep popping that up every now and again. Unfortunately, the chat doesn't allow me to space it very well, but I'll try and get it in a little bit of a better format than that. But it doesn't. It's
What could you the link that's a link to the game, Claxon. The link to the game. Well, oh wait a minute. I'm sure it said.
Arlasoft couldn't actually put the link in because he's not an admin, but you can, Alan. You can put it in the chat.
Could I actually link directly then?
You can actually just go to the website and just copy that whole link that's there at the top into the chat, but nobody else other than you and I can. So,
well, the link to the website is the one there at arlagames.itch.io.
yeah.
And if you go to the very bottom, yeah, if you go to the very, very bottom, I'll just share the screen again. Well, you can see that, yeah. There it's there. Download.
Yeah, but people wanted it in the chat. That was all. So they can just
the
quickly
chat.
Yes.
Right. Wait a minute. Hang on.
Once it's off of your screen, you can't remember it. So
right, hang on. Let me just copy.
Once you put it in the chat, I'll copy it into my notepad as well, so I can bring it up every couple of, every 15, 20 minutes or so.
Right, there you go, folks. That's the link down there. Arlasoft, arlagames.itch.io/burger time.
And I've copied that as well into my notepad for later on. I'll put burger time.
And you can go down to the bottom here, download there, and it says, now what Nick has said, you can obviously name your own price. If you don't want to pay anything, which is absolutely fine, you can just go straight to download. If you want to make a donation, you can do so through this, and Nick will then, he is then going to give me all the money that's raised in the back of this game, Nick will give me. So if you make a donation for the game, it's the charity that's getting. It's not me, it's not Nick, it's the charities that are getting it, guys. But like it says, don't feel obliged, because I know only too well, like us all, we know how hard things are at the moment with money. It's just ridiculous. But you can afford 50 pence, superb. So without putting you on the spot there, is there any... Nah, we shouldn't say that. I was going to say, is there any one particular guest that you're looking forward to? Nah, probably not. I mean, we've got an awesome bunch of people. We really have. If anyone, by the way, I can see in my screen when somebody clicks to join the stream, I can see. So as soon as a guest is in and we're finished, we'll get them on. You know, if we can get them on for 35, 40 minutes, brilliant. But we will have to be quite kind of strict with the time, because obviously time is of the essence. There, so just that's what we've got coming up. Brilliant. So we will from time to time have to have toilet breaks. Dale, you can just put your hand up, and okay, off you go.
There's also the odd occasion where we might have a special guest called my mum. She probably will be coming through.
Not a problem. We should have factored Adele's mum into the stream.
Yeah. Every time you see the door open and you see my mum come through, we'll play the Wonder Woman theme or something.
I'm gonna just while we're waiting on waiting on Andy to turn up. Hang on a second. Where the hell was it? When I was making a little intro last night. There was a tune. I don't know why I wanted to have it. I thought, I want to have it. And but by the way, I wanted to say one thing, guys. I do monetize my channel. I make probably not even £8 a month. It's nothing. These videos are not being monetized 100%. I'm not making anything out of this. I just want to get that out there. These streams are not being monetized at all. So I was going to use a tune, and what I did was I uploaded it to YouTube last night just to see if it would come up like copyright or whatever. And it did say there was a copyright, but it wouldn't affect it. Anyway, listen, we have got some YouTube royalty. We have Mr. Andy Walker.
Hey, morning, folks. How you doing?
I'm not bad, mate. Were you up early this morning, Andy?
Oh gosh, yeah. Just been out with the dogs on the beach. Got wet through. Thank you very much. Back.
Nice. What part of the world are you in, Andy?
I'm down on the east coast of Yorkshire at Bridlington.
I know Bridlington very well.
So we've got a link to Seaside Special already, have we? Look at that.
You definitely have. Yeah. Listen, how you doing?
I'm absolutely fine, Andy. Yeah, just like us all, struggling in the financial crisis that exists at the moment.
Oh God, yeah, Sofware is broken, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, it's awful. It really is. But you know, I've got a job. I can afford to put a roof over my head. I can afford to pay bills just about when my daughter's not having 1 hour showers and whatever. No, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine, mate. Thanks for asking. I like you've gone for the apparel that I've got as well. That's what all the cool kids wear, Andy.
I just said as long as it's radio only, because I'm famous for having a face for radio. So, but you're taking your time on a Sunday morning to raise money for others. So I have already taken my hat off to you. Brilliant.
No, bless you, Andy. No, this is purely a hobby for me. It's a bit of fun, but I'm a great believer. I mean, without trying to big myself up, I've done I used to do a lot of hardcore kind of long distance running, and I thought, well, that's worth a few quid because you're out there running, whatever. Sitting on my arse for 12 hours albeit I've got to sit and talk to this guy for 12 hours. This is easy. This is easy peasy. And when you've got guys like yourself coming in, this is a pleasure. I would do this for absolutely free. But if anybody, if we can help two wonderful charities, I'll just quickly explain the charities again. One of them is a local community centre in my hometown of Livingston. It's an open place. It's for people, adults, children who are vulnerable, who are maybe feeling alone, whatever. They can go along, they can get a cup of coffee, they can have a chat, they can watch TV, they can play pool, they can play video games. It's just a lovely drop-in centre. They do a fantastic job. They really, really do. And the second one is a charity through Stirling. It's for women who've been subject to mental and physical abusive relationships, and it helps get them counselling and help. They have craft centre, they have craft sort of lessons and what have you. So two absolutely brilliant causes. So thanks for saying that, Andy. But anyway, listen, we're not here to talk about that. We want to talk about you. Andy's been on my channel before, probably a couple of years ago with a great chat. Now, and I'm not just saying this, and Dale will back this up, and as will everybody in the chat. One of my favourite games, if I was to list my top 5 favourite video games, and I'm talking about arcade, current generation, Super Pipeline. I'm split between Super Pipeline and Super Pipeline 2. I would probably go for the second one, just because this is a really, really, I can't think of any other game that does this. When I do play, I don't play many old games because, let's be honest, a lot of the old games, it's nostalgia. You go, oh, I loved playing that game. And you look at it now, you went, really? You play it for 2 minutes and that's it. But I do play Super Pipeline. They're my go-to games. I love them.
He plays it a lot.
Yeah. The second one, in fact, I actually have a question. I got a question that was asked to ask you. The little comic interludes.
Oh, yeah.
Just every time you see the 3 guys walking, and then the blonde girl with the big walks off, and they turn and look, and then they run the other way. It's comic genius.
It's because you don't have to do it, do you? It's just, there you go, have that. And that wasn't me. That was the boys. That was mainly Mark with some Paul Hodgson built in as well. All the graphics, Andy, of course, but they didn't tell me they were doing it. It was one of those snigger behind your hand. Look at this, what we've got coming. And because we talked about an interlude or a different way of presenting, and that was the limit of my involvement in that. They presented that when it was done. It wasn't, does this look okay or anything else? I just fell off my chair. It's brilliant. And I hadn't seen it before. I mean, anywhere else. It wasn't an idea liberated from anywhere. It was just the sort of atmosphere there was at that time in the wee development room on the first floor above a bookshop. It was a giggle. It was only about 100 yards from where I lived, and I sometimes had to drive because I was late. And it was just, I know I've got a vested interest in it, but I just had a brilliant time. It was fantastic. Rock up there, and there's a load of people generating and creating stuff. How can that be bad? It was just fun. Lovely comments, though. Thank you very much. It is mine too. Nobody else can see it, but I'm pointing there at the original artwork.
I can see it, yeah.
For Pipeline 2. So I'm in what's laughingly known as an office. And it's Pride of Place on the wall. That's the artwork that's Pride of Place. So yeah, that was mine too.
Whose idea was it for? I mean, when we met the first time, Andy, one of the comments that I made was the games that Taskset made. They could have been in an arcade cabinet. They were very much put your credit in, go. You didn't have to learn that. They were fast paced. The music, and this is a thing. I'm not a fan of music in games, especially arcade games, because a big part of the arcade game experience is you've got the visual alerts. Oh, this thing's going to come and kill me. I need to move. Or you'll have like some noise of like the spaceship coming on the screen, whatever. So music to me spoils that. But I mean, I'm not gonna do it. I mean, that Claxon is saying they're just mentioning the game has got the music playing in my head right now. The music, I mean, it's a lot of it's like the famous. Dale will probably know what the tunes are. They're famous bits of famous music. But I think the second one had more original. Was it original stuff? I think.
Pipeline is mainly reimagined and rearranged. Paul, of course, was our music and also theory of music. He understood what was funny, and we spent a long time on this is the not so interesting bit, underneath the surface, getting the interrupt driven system that ran the music. We first experimented with it back on Cosmic Convoy, I think it was. The first thing that we did for the 64. And just to get some, to have the confidence to hand over control really effectively to the vertical blank interrupt. That's what drove it all. And that also gave us a great metronome. And from there, that was like somebody had given Paul a magic lollipop. He was just on it straight away. Like, oh, look what we can do with this, and look what I can do with that, and get some extra going, and get a bass line going on here as well. And what about drums? What we're going to do? It just worked, and it opened up the 64 for us, and that's it was just a joy. What a lovely machine, and it still is.
And I think it just the game really found its place in the Commodore 64. I did do a sort of a comparison video with the Spectrum and Amstrad, and I'm sorry, but you want to play Pipeline or Pipeline 2, you need to play the C64. And the music, as I say, the music literally lasts maybe 10 seconds, and it constantly loops, and it doesn't get on your nerves. It helps gel that whole experience. And as I say that, and I promise you, Andy, I'm not saying this because you're talking to me just now. It's the Pipeline 2 are in my top 5. If you ask me tomorrow, my top 5 would change, but they're the best video games ever. They're awesome. I think, did you say that did you look into the possibility of bringing these games to like the arcade? Was that something that you ever considered?
Sorry, did I think about buying what? Sorry,
did you ever consider like looking to bring Pipeline or Super Pipeline 2 onto the arcade, actually get into an arcade cabinet? And
yeah. Pipeline began in the arcade. I used to write for the arcade as well when it was AW Electronics. Tony Gibson and I began Pipeline work on the end of some other arcade stuff, notably the Pit, which did well for us, did well in America as well. But that was, it was the grounding, I think, that we brought from there to the home market. We did release into arcades, and it did make it back across the Atlantic, but it taught us how there mustn't be any bugs in it. It taught us how we need high score tables, and most of all, I think, it taught us that when we're writing in assembler only, universally, things happen crisply. And you know what Windows does to you now. If you move something, if you move your control and it doesn't happen, if you press the fire button and it doesn't fire until a quarter of a second later, you've just trashed that whole game. You'll never touch it again. And it's that human interface to computing that I think the arcade years taught us. And when we brought that to, again, Commodore 64 based on 6502 instruction set, we were off and running, because that was our first ever was custom hardware based on Tangerine, believe it or not. And we built a lot of other custom boards around it and launched it into the arcade world. It was just ridiculous. We had no right to do such a thing, start to take on these people. It was just so arrogant. I can't believe it. Or naive, maybe. But again, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
Have you got time for a little diversion off that?
We have it, Nate. We've got you. As you probably know, Andy, we've got quite a chock-a-block kind of lineup. We've got a certain Mr. Richard Leinfellner. You know Richard?
Right. Yeah.
Richard can talk. He's joining us at 10 o'clock. I mean, you're welcome to stay in for that bit when Richard's in, but he'll be coming in. So it is going to literally be right. We've ran out of time, folks. But yeah, no, you're on until quarter to 10. So we've got another 20 minutes. Just before you go on, Andy, you alluded to a game, The Pit, which I've heard of. I've never played it. So that's an arcade game that you guys actually wrote?
What, The Pit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Again, it came about as an error. We were writing a game with a single pass assembler on a Tangerine piece of custom hardware, and it was a bit like Defender, because I still think Defender is my all-time favorite arcade game. It just awesome. I'm too old to play it now because I can get it wipes the floor with me. Am I right?
Doesn't it stop me playing it, Andy?
Yeah, somebody ought to tell Alan. Yeah.
I tell you, when you can't do it, it's so frustrating, but it remains my number one game. We were writing a game similar to that on a horizontal, on a landscape aspect screen, but it was all bitmapped, and we had this spaceship with a bit of a tail fin on the back of it, really classic shape. But when it went from left to right, it was fine. And when it went from right to left, it failed to rub out the last pixels in the tail. So it left this trail going across the screen. And when you went back the other way, it rubbed them out. So you were sort of digging tunnels through the screen. Said, there's a game in that. Put it in the ideas bag and carry on with this game. So when it came to trying to make money out of this and actually selling the game, we went to a little show down at the Cunard Hotel. It's Novotel now, West London, and set up. We'd built everything. We'd got all of the games to run, and with our memory boards, which we'd designed, and a soundboard that we'd designed, and a backplane and all bits. You could hot swap the memory board, so you could hot swap the games in and out, which sort of made it the first video game jukebox. You could just do it all, and the player could choose from 3 or 4 that were currently installed. So we had the Defender Looky Likey, then we had the Pit, and another one called Hunter, which was a vertical view above, bombing type game. But the Pit was the one that everybody was interested in when we showed it. And it just was. It was, it got your heart going, and it was fun. And I hadn't seen anything like it, ever. So when we actually contacted people who had agents and things in the States, and it all got really corporate, they said, yeah, let's do that, but let's just do the Pit on its own. Forget all the rest. Forget all your invention of video jukebox. My idea sort of thing. And I didn't like that. But obviously, that's the way they wanted to present it. They trialed it in Miami, and it went down a storm. And yeah, we lived on export royalties for quite a while. It was just very good for us. But that whole experience, the Pit was licensed back into UK to run on converted Galaxian boards, because there was thousands and thousands of them. And that was by Xylec. And working for Xylec at the time was Chris Stamper. And that's where I first came across the Stamper brothers. They were working for a guy called Norman Parker down at Xylec. And they said, we're just going to rewrite it to run on this game. Sorry, to run on this hardware altogether. And they did. And it was great. And they sold a load of them. And that's brilliant too, because we lived on those royalties for a while as well. So what a great time for the arcades, just just nicely before the crash. But I still come back to it. When it's a good game, doesn't matter what the theme is or the music or the colours. If it's a good game, it's a good game. I don't think there's a formula for it, because otherwise everybody would be very rich.
Mm.
You just know when it's right and it's crisp and it works, and it doesn't crash when you're at level 5 or something.
Yeah.
Well, I can promise you, it's Super Pipeline 1 or 2 doesn't crash, and I have got beyond level 2. Yeah. Brilliant. Mark, 20th Century Gaming, Andy's asking a wee question. How did obviously Gyropod was on the soft aid? How did you come to get involved with the soft aid?
Well, again, we wanted to help. It was a time of large aid programs. They were on the TV. They were all sorts, but the games industry, I thought, was prime for this.
Mm.
I can't remember the guy who contacted me first.
Was it not a guy from? Was it not somebody from Elite? Prompted it. I do remember there was somebody maybe. There was somebody who was.
Yeah.
I remember in Zzap magazine it said that this guy had thought, well, let's do something, and he reached out to various people. I can't remember. But if anybody knows who actually instigated the soft aid tape,
yeah, that'd be good. I'd like to know, but I've slept since then. I can't remember. I'm just old. But we wanted to put in something that were real games. I didn't write it for it, especially, but we said that's a game that I would like more people to have a look at. And so we put those on. We could have sold some more maybe, but not worth worrying about. The project was good, and the project needed to succeed. I can't remember how many they sold, but it was a really good number. And I seem to think one of the movers and shakers was part of a director of a duplicate house. So they were able to distribute because they understood business and distribution and things. And I never did, I'm afraid. I wish I was better at business. Yeah, wasn't terribly interested in the business side, but just writing and giggling seemed to be a lot more fun. So we did that. Was there anything else on that? That question's disappeared now. I can't see it.
Oh, sorry, no, that was it was just how were the games chosen? I mean, presumably it must have been the first 10 companies, because there were 10 games on that compilation.
Yeah.
The thing is, there was a few strange choices, shall we say. There was one called Star Trader, which was like a kind of cheapo Elite. It didn't have like the graphics, but I spent hours playing that game. I also found the wonderful Beam Rider, which was
yeah.
I loaded it up and I thought, really? I thought this looks absolutely garbage. You know, this little yellow triangle moving back and forwards, and these little squares coming down the screen. And to this day, when I play it, it's just exactly what you said, Andy. A good game is a good game. Forget the graphics. Back in the day, we had to imagine. We would have to fill in the blanks, etc. And of course, we can't forget a certain Interceptor software game, China Miner. Are you aware of China Miner?
Right. yeah, absolutely. But there was lots going on in the industry at the time, wasn't it? It was a brilliant time to be in it, because we weren't called a studio, but if we were a studio, we'd be minute compared with the rest. But we could still get a foot in the door. So we could just have ideas and make them into reality and duplicate it and sell it, and think, wow, you can do that as a little industry in a little corner of the UK. And there aren't many creative industries that you can do that in.
Yeah.
So I really think we had the best of the time. Best of times, no question.
I mean, I think it's fair to say, Andy, Taskset didn't put out, they didn't have a massive catalogue of games, and very sadly, you seem to disappear as quickly as you appeared. I mean, you're one of the early games, and then was your last game? I mean, I remember, it's funny how people will say to me, "Oh, would you have your tea yesterday?" I can't remember. I can still remember going into Glasgow with my dad, and I went into John Menzies and I bought CAD-CAM Warrior.
Oh, right.
It was CAD-CAM Warrior not in a bigger box? Was it not in a cardboard? Was it not like similar to like the Ultimate Play the Game boxes? And
That's right.
And it was, I mean, it boasted something like, I don't know, 3,000 screens. And it was interesting because if you hadn't written the game, Jeff Minter would have. You walked across the top, and then you could go through you were walking across a circuit board, killing all the resistors and all that, and then you could go through a hole, and then you'd be underneath. And great game. Again, it was very much, I suppose you could almost say, kind of inspired by like Robotron type thing, but it used thank you very much, Adam. That's appreciated, mate. That will go to charity. It was you used bas relief graphics before Andrew Braybrook. What inspired that? What inspired that look then, Andy? Who came up with that?
Yeah, that look again. We spent quite a bit of time on the really backroom stuff, the utilities and the graphics and the generators that Andy Rickson could then create the most amazing little characters out of. But as well as that, we wanted to try and automate the background generation. We wondered if it could do it. If we could make the whole of the background be a formula or an algorithm, just to see if it could be done. And CAD-CAM Warrior was the result of that. Wanted it to be as fast and frenetic as Robotron. You're absolutely right. That was the theory behind it. I don't think we ever made it fast enough. We didn't make it difficult enough. But the theory that we could have many thousands of screens without storing them was a first for us. We wanted it to be algorithm generated, and it did. It did it quite quickly. There was a theory that we could let it loose and see if it could learn what tripped people up and generate more of those.
So the game, so you never played it. So each game is different then, is that correct?
Well, that was we couldn't do that in the end.
See, right.
Because it meant that you could never progress. It was wildly too good at it, and we couldn't find a reasonable way of turning it down. And when it was being evil, it was just impossible. You just couldn't do anything. So, yeah, early attempt at a feedback loop. Nowadays they'd call it AI, but it wasn't really.
And if I remember rightly, it was one of the first games that I can. As we all know, the Commodore 64 had blocky graphics, and it was like was it too high and one wide, whatever it was. So it did look. Some of the Ultimate games looked really ugly. They were, but CAD-CAM Warrior was the first game that I can recall that had and this might be my memory playing tricks, but if I remember it now, if we had time, I would be showing you it, but we don't have time, sadly. It had the graphics. They did not have like a black kind of background outline, so they looked super sharp. And like companies like Ocean Sofware, they had things like Target Renegade, and they had the graphics, and it took away that blocky look. And I'm sure CAD-CAM Warrior, I mean, but Super Pipeline 2 is mega blocky. That doesn't matter because it's a great game. But CAD-CAM Warrior had really refined looking graphics, if I remember rightly.
Some of that is your memory, but we'll certainly take it because I'll say the graphics generation and the graphics development kit, it looked like it was just a hell of loads and weeks we're talking about to generate the graphics tablet that Andy Rickson used to generate our graphics. We didn't buy anything in. Everything, including the utilities and the sound utilities as well, were all in-house because we thought it would make our life easier. And this won't take beyond Tuesday, but in fact took 3 weeks. It was always wildly optimistic about what we could do and how brilliant it would be. But hey, that was fine, wasn't it? That was fine. CAD/CAM, I thought, lacked some depth, and it lacked some reason for being there as a game. It was just, there's a lot of it. And it's again, its marketing was different, wasn't it? The way it was marketed, the business side of it, which again, I just didn't enjoy. And it just, well, you know what happened with Taskset. We just ran out of market. The large organization, the Smiths and Boots, really mass marketed games. And if you weren't in those, you weren't anywhere. So yeah, the margins were squeezed. They would only give you a small percentage, almost as an upfront royalty is what it turned into. So all we wanted to do was to write, and we found we had to try and do marketing and promotion and stuff, and that wasn't us. And the result of that was a poor business plan. So when the royalties ran out, we just went to the wall, which was incredibly sad.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean,
I was going to say.
Sorry, go, Craig.
I was just going to say, did you have a game in development just, that was midway through the coding process when Taskset finally went under, that you then carried on to another company and wrote, like on the Virgin or something? Or
Yeah. Gosh, I wish I could remember what it was, but I think it was Melbourne House. Gave us a chance to write some more beyond Taskset. We did some contract programming as well, including adverts, which we actually did for shop windows for some national chains. So we tried an adventure into multimedia, but it wasn't fun. It was just earning the bread. That's all.
Yeah.
Paul Hodgson and I wrote some stuff under the Melbourne House logos as well. And also Sofware projects. We did a number of contracts for them, but it was not at all the same. We knew we needed to be somewhere else doing different things. I think most of us have continued doing software. I continued writing in assembler up until just a few years ago, when I laughingly retired. But yeah, always enjoyed making stuff work and not using an operating system.
Yeah. I mean, I was intrigued that you said earlier on that you had some what you called batshit crazy ideas that we wrote down on a sheet of paper and stuff. And I just wondered, was there one that sticks out that you went, oh, I wish we'd have developed that and put that into a game because that was really good and we never actually did that?
Yeah, there was one called Chevy Shuttle, and it was half Chevy Camaro and half Space Shuttle. And it had the most amazing flamed jet engines. Oh, hang on, my dog's just come in. Wet. Nice. So, that was one that was also driving the Chevy through a maze at the same time. And that, again, it required an awful lot of graphic manipulation quite fast. The ideas bag was fantastic. There was tons in there that we never actually got to do. I wish I could remember some more. I bet Paul and Mark can. The amount of graphics that Andy Rickson ended up throwing away. Look at this.
That book would be quite valuable now then with all those ideas. And, if you could ever find it, it's like, oh yeah,
if only. But no, maybe they were like either works of art or little music bits, maybe a little mock opera or something that we never finished. It's just in the bin. That's it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say thank you as well for one game that I don't know why I really played it a lot, but it was great. Poster Paster was it, because it had the most infuriating control system that I could ever have for putting a poster up.
Yeah,
but I still playing it to death. And I just wondered if you could design that game now, do you think you'd design a different method of putting those posters up?
Yeah,
It was really awkward. It was really awkward getting the right corner and getting the ladder just right.
Yeah, and getting the top corner slapped on. That's the bit. Press fire and hope that it will. And oh god,
it would be a perfect Wii game. You could get the Wii controller and you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Perfect marketing tool as well. Just think of that amount of posters you could have had with WH Smith and Boots.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Andy, do you think? I mean, Taskset games, and I think that's fantastic. Like a lot of companies as well back in the day, they were quintessentially British. The games really couldn't have existed elsewhere. Mega British. Do you think that was part of the reason why the company ultimately failed? Because if you put if you go to some marketing person for WH Smith and say, here's a game here, it's a conversion of Space Harrier.
Skip, I've lost you. I'm sorry.
Game where don't worry, we can still hear you, Andy. It'll kick back in again. Can you still hear us, Andy?
Oh, he might have dropped.
I think Andy's disappeared. We'll just wait for him to come back in. Hopefully that's going to happen.
Can you still hear me? Okay, because we
can still hear you, Andy. Do you want to come out? Yeah, if you leave it and then come back in, that's probably the best thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll need to be having another cup of tea break in a second, mate.
Yeah, I haven't had one yet. I just quickly got a can from the fridge and I thought I need a cup of coffee, actually. I have to get one. And my mother's already been in once. So
I didn't see her.
Yeah, because you can't see because of the Mamemeister symbol in the top right-hand corner. She would have come through that door, you see. I thought, oh, that's quite good.
Right, we'll just wait on Andy hopefully joining us again.
Yeah.
I'm just conscious that technically we should be bidding Andy farewell, but I'm wondering what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Andy when he comes back. Hopefully he'll come back in if he wants to stay and have a chat to Richard, because I think they seem to know each other.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that know each other in the industry, but you just don't know quite exactly which ones, do you? It's like, so that'd be good. But poster.
Yeah, I'll ask. Yeah, there's Lewis being cheeky, technical difficulties on a Mamemeister stream. Yeah, to be fair, Lewis, it's not my. This one isn't down on me. We're good. So anyway, listen, folks. Yeah, you can see. I don't want to sound like Bob Geldof, but yeah, it's a bit of fun, but it's also for some good causes. So if you would like to make a wee donation for this, it would be really appreciated. I have to say, a bit disappointed in the auction, mate. It's died a death.
Yes, well, I've put it up a couple of times, the bid so far, and written down what the items are. Like I said, I'm not happy that the format is like.
Hang on, there's Andy back again.
Ah, great.
Hi, Andy.
I think. Yeah, got you. Sorry.
That's okay. No, I don't worry about it. Listen,
Andy, we're talking about communications in the 21st century here. Goodness me.
I'm getting a bit of kicking, Andy, because any live stream that I do, I mean, I've had some real calamities. Like, I've been talking for half an hour and then people look at the chat and it's like, we can't hear you. I'm like, oh, bollocks, I need to switch the microphone on. So people are saying technical difficulties on a Mamemeister stream. Never. But it's firmly Andy's fault this time, not mine. Can you still hear us, Andy? Yeah?
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you're kind of moving about again. That's
buffering, isn't it?
Not a great. Andy, can you still hear us? Okay.
I'm only getting every other word. Sorry, Alan.
Right. Yeah, I think it must be at your end, Andy. Because
I'm getting every other word, but it's okay.
I'm just thinking, Andy. Technically, your time is up as of 10:15. But do you want to stay in the stream for when Richard comes in?
I ain't got it.
No. can kind of hear you, Andy, but you're great. I can see you all right. Is that better now? I can see. Yeah, that looks a bit better.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Oh yeah,
Right.
you're moving well now. Oh.
You're positively HD now. Well, your 4K resolution. Andy, Richard Leinfellner is going to be joining us at 10 o'clock. Do you want to stay in the stream for that? You're more than welcome to.
Hey, I will if I can. Yeah.
I mean, do you know Richard? Have you met Richard before?
No, never. No. Never met.
Right. Well, listen. I think that would be something that would be good fun. So you're not going anywhere. I mean, Richard is due to join. Let's have a quick look at 10 o'clock. He's due to come in at 10 o'clock. Right. I'm just thinking, guys, why don't we take a 5-minute break? I'm going to go and get a cup of tea, and we'll come back.
Yeah.
Right, I'll see you in 5 minutes, guys.
Perfect stuff. Cheers.
See you shortly. Right, folks, are we fed in water? Ready for round 2?
Yeah, you can't get rid of me that easy. Yeah.
Excellent. I've got my Cocoa Pops tea, so just apologise now about the crunching. I'll need to move my keyboard so I can get my Cocoa Pops. So, right, before I forget, because I'll be short if I don't ask this, Andy. I've got a question from. In fact, I'll paste it. Let's see. Copy. Paste. Right, there we go. That's
brilliant, Steve.
Yep, and there's a part 2, sort of.
Good question. Yeah, I ran out of good business sense. That's what it was. I think we should have developed Foreman Fred character much more. Some of the other people developed Mario, for instance.
Yeah.
And look where that took him. And we had a lot of fun with Foreman Fred and his workmen. I think we should have done a lot more with it, looking back. But when you've spent a few months generating, living every minute with Foreman Fred during Pipeline 2, you're definitely ready for a change. You probably fed some stuff into the ideas bag in the way, and you're just itching to get on with it. So why can't we just do this instead? Why can't we do that? And some wacky ideas that should never have seen the light of day, but I'm sure there were lots. I wish I could remember some of the names. I know that Paul and Mark and Andy will know, and will be probably shouting at the moment. But that's why we would have got round to it if we'd have survived longer as a working business. And unfortunately, you need money and marketing and contracts and all sorts of things. The whole of the industry changed massively, didn't it? It went from small to very, very big. And if you weren't a studio with 20 people and a $2 million budget, and then you had a lot of difficulty breaking in. So
there was a program, I don't know if you were part of it, Andy, or a film, we'd call it Bedrooms to Billions.
Oh, yeah. Remember it.
Which was really good. It kind of charts how the industry grew from a cottage industry to what it was. And I think it was Mel Croucher of Automata Software. He said that, it was a group of people, it was like the guys like yourself that got involved in the industry. You were gamers, you were video gamers, you were geeks, you liked to program, you probably built your own computers, and then you were writing all these. But I'm going to bring in good evening, good morning, Richard.
Hi there, how you doing?
I'm good. Listen, Richard, do you know Andy? Have you met Andy, Taskset Software?
Oh, God, it's quite possible.
Yesterday.
It could well be. I've met quite a few people. I just can't remember everything.
I know your stuff from Palace. It was Palace Software, wasn't it?
That's it, Palace Software.
Yeah. Splendid stuff too.
Right, Andy, you probably broke a few joysticks playing Richard's Eddie Cauldron.
Yes.
That was working.
Probably throwing it to the screen. Probably. It's like, God damn it! It's like so hard.
But what was I going to say? We were just talking, Richard, about how well, Taskset software, obviously they had a good number of hits, but then ultimately the industry grew. It grew from bedroom coders to groups of mates coding games, and suddenly it became corporate. And what Mel Croucher of Automata said was the accountants and salesmen moved in, and things changed. And unfortunately, there was going to be casualties of war, and Taskset software was obviously one of these companies. Andy, you just couldn't compete. You couldn't compete with these big companies like Ocean Software and what have you.
Yeah, they had a better business model than we had. And that's what it boiled down to in the end. We all just wanted to write, and we weren't really very interested in, double book entry or whatever it's called, doesn't it? Or write a word processor. I don't think I could do that. So, talking about the way the industry changed, a lot happened in that crossover from arcade to home as well. Have you ever come across a guy called Dr. Alan Meads? He's a senior lecturer down at Canterbury Uni. And he's done a lot of work on the transition of the industry around that time. But his angle is, look at what happened in little UK versus the rest of the world's multimedia developments. I think he won't mind me paraphrasing it in saying it seemed to be the same way as British humour. It doesn't work in every other part of the world, and some people will never get it. But when you do get it, it's a really good comedy show. It's a really good game. It's a really good creative sport. And a lot of UK individuals went on to be very creative movers and shakers within the US industries, and the Canadians especially. So
I think you make a really good point there. You know, and I think there are I mean, a lot of the senior talent in most of the large developers, wherever they are British. You know, or at least they start in British companies. I think one of the challenges for, and you mentioned human stuff like that. I mean, human doesn't translate at all. You know, I mean, I can say this because I'm actually Austrian. You know, in Austria, the height of comedy is somebody sleeping in a banana skin. You know, there's no irony, there's no satire. You know, it just doesn't work. The satire doesn't work in America. I get all of that, but I think on top of all of this, there's the biggest problem we have in the UK is, and just in Europe in general, is when you're competing with the US and now China, is that you essentially have, in the US, you have one homogeneous market of 360 million people that all speak English.
Yeah.
Right, and they all have followed the same life. They all know American football. They all know basic basketball. They know there's just, the market is so much bigger, and you can address it all by just putting out stuff that's almost written in English. You know, and it's just one of the realities of life. When we want to address that sort of market, we have to localize, and then of course you end up with all of these. It's no longer homogenized. You know, stuff that works here doesn't work in France, or stuff that works here doesn't work in Germany, and vice versa. So I think largely comes down to it. You know, it's the human and everything else, but it's just the fact that it's quite a small pond worldwide in terms of addressable audience. And I think that's what you find. That's why British programs in the US are on public service networks. They're not mainstream.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
And I think that's so. I think some of this stuff, yeah, it's cultural, but I think the other stuff is just we just don't have. We like to think of whichever way you think about Europe, but it's one way you think of it as one entity, but it's not. It's like it's not. But America really is one entity on the whole. It's one entity. You know, when you look at their culture and everything else, especially stuff that matters for video games. So
yeah, that's the bit of federalization, isn't it? They're still under that same umbrella.
And the reality is, when you do a startup, I mean, I've just done a startup in the non-game sector. When you do this, if I did the same startup in America, I would have raised 10 or 20 times the amount of money because the addressable market is so much bigger. So some of these things, unfortunately, are to do with just the fact it's a small pond.
Yeah, and it is so.
We're the size of California in terms of population. It's
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, yeah.
So imagine having Californian only software company. Same challenges. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. But would that mean there'll also be little places within California where they've got their own humor, where they will?
They are. I mean, if you segment America down, there's sort of humor that's humor in New York. The attitude in New York are very different to attitude. I used to go to the West Coast a lot. They're totally different. But there is still the same baseline. If you think about the baseline, there's a lot of, whether you like it or not. I mean, a lot of people grew up with sports. A lot of people grew up going through school and the high school system, being competitive. And sport is so much in everyone's mindset that it just, it's kind of a common talking point, which I don't think it is in the. I mean, football is popular, but it's, it's still segmented. So I think you could, but ultimately, it's the addressable market. If you've got such a large market, it's a lot, and it's a large market you can reach literally within 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours maximum, coast to coast.
Yeah, it could be, but I think there's a lot of crossover between, say, German-Austrian mindsets and UK. I think that works well. They
are, but I have to say that it's in Austria. So being Austria, I'm in Austria myself. I mean, I haven't lived in Austria for well, God knows most of my life, but the attitude is very different. It's less. It's a lot more about kind of patterns and there's a very strict method. For example, in Austria, to run a company, you have to have a certificate that you have to pass a test. You can't just go say 25 quid to company's house and say, "Hey, I'm now a company director." Forget that. There's literally a test to become a company director. So that's you have to be recertified every few years, and there's a lot of bureaucracy that basically would stop the kind of startup which I did. I just couldn't be bothered. When I was 20, when I was 18, I thought I'd just make some games. It was relatively easy. It would have been quite hard. I mean, like, try getting financing for anything that's not bricks and mortar on the continent.
Right. Yeah, for a potential.
For an idea. No, unless you got 10 years of revenue projection, unless you know what your customer's name is going to be in 5 years' time, you forget it.
That does sound a lot like my pitch to Spielertech and Gauselmann.
Yeah. So I apologize for my race, but
no. Because Spielertech had they were so good for me.
Yeah. Cool.
Just to kind of bring it back to games, guys. Obviously, you guys, Palace Software and Taskset Software, they were out kind of at the same time. Did either of these companies manage to kind of penetrate outside the UK? Did they break America at all, or was that something that was never going to happen?
We licensed most of our stuff. I mean, first of all, one of our biggest successes was literally localizing. We localized Cauldron into German, which my sister did, because her German is better than my German. And it literally was about 20 or 30 words. And we went to see Quelle, which was at that point one of the largest department stores in Germany. They literally were the department store. And we went to see the head buyer at Quelle, and we said, "Would you like our game?" And he was going, "Oh," and I said, "It's in German." And he went, "We'll take it." Right? And it was staggering. It was a staggering success, literally for the sake of localizing maybe 100 words. We gave it its own box, its own title. And as far as Quelle were concerned, it was a German product. And it made all the difference in the world. And we saw a lot. We did the same with Barbarian as well. I mean, Barbarian even had fewer words. I think it had about 6 words or something. We still localized into German. And other than fact, we got banned in Germany because it had squirting blood in it. We sold a lot because it was in German. So and having worked for Electronic Arts, their biggest success was localizing all their games into European languages. That's how they made their first billion in Europe, is localization. When nobody else, none of the American companies did it. So
Wow.
localization made a huge difference.
Wow, we should have thought of that. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
What about yourself? Sorry, Richard.
So I was going to say, the interesting thing is, do you know what? The impact was disproportional considering the effort. It's one of those things where, it was just such a big impact. The German magazines loved it because for a start, I spoke German, so I did all the interviews in German. So they had Germans, interviewing an Austrian, and there was a nice spin for them. So it really worked. I mean, we also did a French version, stuff like that. So, it did make a difference in the early days. And we licensed the US, we couldn't get the models. We licensed our software. For example, Untitled Rad became Rad Warrior, and we licensed it to Broderbund of all people. So we
did it change the name? Did it not change the name?
Yeah, they changed the name. They changed the name. They changed the cover art. We had to localize into American, which means changing the S to Zs. But again, it did okay. But we couldn't handle that. It's a totally different market. It's all about those days. It's all about distribution. It's all about getting cassettes on shelves or discs on shelves. And unless you had that, and to your point earlier, that's what Ocean did really well. Ocean had those. He got to the point where the individual buyers, like for example Boots and everybody else, they couldn't handle the number of games, so they wanted to go to one company that would just tell them what to buy. They would tell them what to stock. And that's what kind of made those companies work, to the point where we could no longer talk to the person at Quelle eventually, or the person at Boots who used to sell our games, or the person at W.H. Smith and Woolworths. We no longer talk to them. They only want to talk to Ocean. So then it became about us selling to Ocean, or us getting Ocean to list us. And of course, that became difficult because they had their own deals.
Yeah. The market was definitely changing fast at that time, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, one thing that before you came in, Richard, Andy was mentioning that. I'm sorry, pardon me, too many Cocoa Pops here. That in fact, Taskset's games were very quintessentially British. Like putting posters up on billboards, picking up rubbish and radiation off the beach, and obviously working on a pipeline. Whereas Palace Sofware, it was, Qualdron could have been anywhere, Barbarian, that's kind of the Street Fighter type thing. Do you think, Andy, that the type of game that Taskset put out, that wouldn't have worked in the American market? Do you think they wouldn't have got it?
I'm not sure they would, although a lot of the same thinking went into the arcade times, like the Pit, and that sold extremely well in the US. It was just a lot of fun dealing with that, because they understood. I guess there's maybe not so much humor in the Pit as there is in Pipeline and Poster Paster. That's Seaside Special. I think they were quintessentially British, but the Pit was more translatable. I mean, literally as well, because they did rewrite it from our very strange custom hardware. So they literally did translate the Pit.
But your later game, Ghetto Blaster, would have done well over there. Ghetto Blasters were all over the States, weren't they? I mean, that would have...
Yeah, and again, Gibbo's first game with Taskset was Jammin', which was building roofs, and that was very, very transferable, I would have thought. Again, I think if we'd been smarter, and if I'd understood business better, we could have reached out with the product we already had, rather than trying to reinvent all the time. Because that's what we just wrote.
Could I ask, Andy, was there some manufactured substances used when Jammin' was written?
You might think that. I couldn't possibly comment.
The thing is, Jammin', I don't know, Richard, are you aware of Jammin'? It was kind of like
the name rings a bell, but I can't place it, to be honest. but I said my memory isn't what it used to be.
Yeah, what was interesting? It was kind of like a Ludo board. You know, you all
Think
remember
of it,
Ludo. You've got to move your counters around. It was like that, but there were different
Think of
colours
it-
and they moved round, and you
Col-
could only move from like one colour onto the same colour, and you were trying to collect instruments, and then you would take it to this central location. And what was quite unique was the music. When it started off, you would hear like a drum, and you would get a drum beat, and then when you picked up the saxophone and you take it back, you would get the saxophone. So it kind of built the tune up. So it was quite kind of ahead of its time. It was almost
that sounds very ahead of its time.
It was kind of like a kind of Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
Back in whenever it is. I don't know if Andy's still here. He's going a bit pixelated. He's Bridlington, obviously. Listen, if anyone's tuning in from Virgin, can you have a look at the Wi-Fi in Bridlington, because it's pants. Get your act together. I don't know. Well, Andy will rejoin. Oh, we've lost him. That's the second time. So, I obviously, Richard, I was hoping to get Dan Malone on today, but Dan, I think he's across in France at the moment. But we will get you guys back on. So, just to kind of start from scratch again, Richard, when did you decide to actually start a software company? You didn't start Palace, did you?
Yeah, I did. Well, actually, I did. I was working in London. My school friend wanted me to look after his Saturday job for him while he went away on holiday, and he knew I was going to university, so I was quite safe giving it to me because he knew I'd have to leave again in September and give him his whole job back. So I started working at the Video Palace in Kensington, opposite Barker's. What used to be, I don't know if Barker's is still there. And we sold video games, we sold computers, we sold video recorder satellite dishes. And it was a spin-off. It was a company that was formed by ex-Virgin people after they left Virgin. So the one thing they couldn't do is basically sell music. They could do everything else. So they did everything other than make music. And I was working in the shop, and we sold lots of computers and games. And in fact, Jeff Minter's mum used to pop in and with boxes of games for us to sell.
Jeff Minter?
Yeah, Jeff Minter's mum. She was his business manager, right? She used to just pop in. And I suddenly realised that we're selling lots of games. So one day I said to my damn boss, Pete Stone, I said, "You will sell lots of games. You should make some games. We've got access to movie licenses. Why don't we do some games?" And he asked me if I could program, and I said no. Well, I kind of could, but I said I can teach myself, And so I bought a book. Cost 50 quid from Foils, and it took about 6 weeks to deliver. About 6 hours to programming, and started programming with 64. And we started Palace Software. Unbeknownst to me at the time, actually, Pete was quite glad I asked him, because he was at Virgin as the retail manager, and he went to Palace, and he wants to be in he desperately wanted to be in publishing, but he's still managing retail for them, and this was his way out of retail. So he was quite pleased when I said, let's start a publishing business and developer. So we started Palace Software together. It was just basically me and him. And then we were joined by Matthew Timms and Luis Landis, all from Palace. And we basically started Palace Software. And the first game we did a deal with Sam Raimi to the Evil Dead. So we did
Andrew do.
Yeah. So quite funny, because actually my cousin went to a Comic-Con, and Sam Raimi was signing autographs, and he got his photograph signed. And he said, "Oh, my cousin did the Evil Dead game on the Commodore 64." He says, "Yeah, I've got it on my shelf." So I thought that's nice. So, there you go.
So let me get this right.
We literally started it from scratch. We took the office above the Scala Cinema, which was also where Palace stored all of its archive videotapes. So we're basically the old videotape store for Palace. So when we got raided by the Obscene Propagation Squad because that Evil Dead got banned, we had to hide our computers because we didn't want those to be confiscated, because we're working on the Evil Dead game. So it's all good fun.
Yeah, you broke your ankle, didn't you, delivering the actual code?
Wrist.
Oh, was it your wrist? Wasn't it? You were scootering or something?
No, I was riding my motorbike. I was riding my motorbike.
I know it was something like this.
Yeah, I was riding my motorbike on the way from delivering the master tapes to the replicators.
Yeah.
And I got knocked off by a white van. So we basically used that for marketing as well. The Curse of the Evil Dead, and that was a really successful marketing campaign.
Because that was central around the time where they were raiding your shop, weren't they? Thinking that you had copies of the film and.
Yeah, they were raiding.
Sort of stuff,
Eventually, there was all it didn't pass the test for being obscene publications. They had to give it all back. But of course, let's just say that the police wouldn't know game from a whatever, So we're just why they're going to confiscate and break our computers. So we just pretend that we're doing something else. We pretend we're doing office work. So but that was But I mean, and on the Evil Dead, we the thing about this stuff is you really got to, in a small company, you've got to milk all the publicity you can. So when we got banned for stuff, we used to milk getting banned. We used to go, oh, get it before it gets banned. We did that for Bavarian in Germany. We knew we were going to get banned, so we did a big spread saying buy it before it's banned, and then it got banned. And then we had the version ready with green blood, so we got unbanned again. So we did publicity around that, and it was just, you have to kind of milk the publicity machine, really. A small company have to do it.
I get the feeling you quite enjoyed the whole being the bad boys of Sofware.
Yeah, do you know what? Bad boys. It's slightly naughty boys nowadays. It's like it is kind of fun, and it was. I mean, at that point, there's no internet, of course. So basically being viral meant that you got mentioned in the newspaper, the tabloids. And I think at one point we actually made the front page on one of.
Oh, Richard's gone.
Internet blackout round England, I think.
I think so. I don't know if Andy's still with us or not.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, sorry, Richard. You kind of blacked out for the last 30 seconds there.
Yeah. So as a small company, you have to really use everything you can. And before the internet, there was no way of contacting consumers.
No.
To try and get on TV, etc.
I just think it's mental. I mean, when people talk about the cottage industry, the fact that you were working in a video shop, and you said to your boss, "Why don't we make games?" And he goes, "Can you program?" You went, "No." And you went and bought a book, and then you started programming. That's just ridiculous.
And a star is born. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Kind of. Yeah. So it was. I sort of. It was an interesting time, and it was nice to get a backing. It was nice to get a backing from the bosses, and and I mean, it was. And also the camaraderie in the office was great. It was just a very innocent time, to be honest. It was. We literally used to go in, then go to the pub at lunchtime. We'd plan what we're going to do in the afternoon. And then we go to the pub at night. We all socialized together as work together. So it was a really close knit community.
Excuse me. So how did you actually? I mean, so you worked for what was it called? The video shop Palace something.
The Video Palace. It's called the Video Palace.
Was that tied into obviously like the Evil Dead was that made by Palace, was it again? I think
it was. There was Palace Group, and Palace Group was basically the Video Palace, Palace Video, and then Palace Movies, Palace Films.
The company that you worked for was part of the group.
Palace Group, yeah. It was Palace Group.
Released the film.
There was a guy. There was Nick Powell, Pete Stone, Chris Crabe left Virgin when they thought Virgin was going out of business. And they started Palace, and their exit deal meant they couldn't do anything to do with music because that was all Branson's. So they went into video. So that kind of they tried to do what Branson did for music for video. So they got a lot of distribution rights for US. They started by getting distribution rights for US video for US. So essentially they were the US gold of videos. They used to bring US content over to the UK and get a UK publishing rights for videos.
What films did they bring across?
Evil Dead. There was a classic called Taxi zum Klo, which is apparently a gay classic. That was one of our highest renting videos, and which literally means taxi to the toilet, for obvious reasons. There was a bunch of other stuff. Absolute Beginners was a movie they made. They did Mona Lisa as a movie, but unfortunately, this came too late to save Palace. I mean, they also did Company of Wolves. So they made a bunch of movies. They brought it stuff, a bunch of things over, like La Vie of a Rose and stuff like that. They brought French films over. There's like a whole bunch of videos, and then they started making movies.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they made a couple of naff movies, and then they made 2 or 3 cracking movies, and it was too late to save the company. I mean, that's when it kind of went out of business. But Mona Lisa, they did Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa did amazing business, but it was too late to save Palace, really.
What was that? What was that game that was set in the toilet? What was it called?
It wasn't a game. Sorry, that would be no. It was a movie. You asked me about videos. One of the highest renting videos was a video called Taxi zum Klo, which is a German movie. It's a German movie about the cottaging, basically. So
yeah.
But it was a that would have been one that Mary Whitehouse would have been very interested in, quite frankly. So
I'm just a bit gobsmacked that given the you like to court controversy, you didn't think about releasing that for the Spectrum. That would have been £1 million pound seller.
I was going to say the glory hole scene might have been a bit much for that, but
back then, yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, so no. We tried to make, we really wanted to, the other thing was to change this. To be honest, the Evil Dead rights didn't cost us anything. I think Sam just thought it was a cool idea of doing a game, and then of course the companies got wise to this, so the movie rights became, so the game rights for movies became quite expensive, and that's why companies like THQ they spend all the money on the license and then spend no money making the game, right? So you ended up, you remember all of those movie licenses with terrible movie licenses. That's because that's the movie companies became aware of this, of the value of their IP, and they started charging a fortune. So we kind of gave up on that model, to be honest. The only movie one we did was Evil Dead, and after that, Barbarian was basically a pastiche of Conan. That was inspired by Conan and Red Sonja. And of course, we couldn't afford the rights, so we just did a lookalike. And a lot of British companies did the same thing. They kind of did lookalikes of movies or lookalikes of other games. So what do we call clones these days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about Evil Dead, though, because Sam Raimi was totally cash-strapped with that. I mean, he was paying his backers back for quite some time. So, yeah.
They made a lot of money in the end because
he did, but it was just
the money it's all private raised.
It was just one of those things where it took off, but there was so much controversy. It's just, I just know that I mean, I've watched several documentaries and heard him talk about Evil Dead so much, and he said that was a time where the backers he had to try and get as much money from them. He mortgaged his house, all sorts of stuff.
I think he borrowed money off the guy who ran his local convenience store.
Yeah. It's absolutely interesting
it was
story.
Totally nuts, yeah.
Sorry, guys, can I just interject for 2 seconds? I just want to share this. This is my friend Dean. He's you can see there. He's currently in hospital getting an open heart triple bypass surgery.
Didn't get better. I like your profile picture, by the way.
Yeah, listen, we're sending lots of love your way, mate. Listen, Dean, I hope things go well for you. I'm sure they will. We're sending all the love we can across, mate. You take care. Thanks for dropping in, buddy. I hope because you're joining this stream, it doesn't interfere with that bloody thing that goes beep, beep, whatever.
Yeah,
it's hard monitor thing. Yeah.
The machine that goes ping.
Pong. Anyway, take care, Dean. Thanks, buddy. I mean, so obviously with Sam Raimi, Dale is he's the video buff. I'm not. So was Sam Raimi quite a big name in movie terms before?
No, he was pretty much unknown. I mean,
he was nothing.
What was quite interesting is when the film came out, they made a big deal of Sam Raimi's Evil Dead, and nobody really heard of him before. But the film itself did spectacular business. I mean, it literally flew off the shelves. It was incredibly successful. So they did make a lot of money out of this. So I'm sure their backers all got paid back. Because they filmed it really well. It was one of our best rentals and best sales at Palace.
The thing is, and Dale's the same. As a kid, teenager growing up in the sort of like the early 1980s in the UK, we were around when the first videotape thing came. I can always remember my mum and dad rented a video recorder and we were watching the Grand National race. And my dad thought, let's record it. And we recorded it. And then we played it backwards and we were watching it and we just thought this was the best thing ever. So, of course, on the back of video machines becoming, most people rented them because they couldn't afford them. There was a local video shop opened up, and it was brilliant. They were always dark, and you were always walking about, and you're looking up, and obviously you looked at the top shelf. Yeah, you had the top shelf stuff, but then you had things like Quadrophenia and Dawn of the Dead, Evil Dead, and this because something like the Evil Dead we'd never seen before. You would never get a film like that on TV.
And you probably wouldn't have had it in the cinema if it wasn't for it wouldn't have been in the cinema necessarily if it wasn't for the video success. You know, I mean, if you think about it, you're going back to a time when you had 2 TV channels that were only on for 12 hours a day. You know, that's the realities. There was no internet. There was literally, you had TV, you know, for 12 hours. Maybe, in fact, BBC Two wasn't even 12 hours. It's probably like 8 hours. You know, so this
was the time of the test card signal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Basically, you know.
So you know, so there was a ton of spare time you could fill, quite frankly. You know, and there's only so many repeats you can watch. You know, they didn't even do repeats because because the tapes were so expensive. You know, the actual physical tapes. They were recording over them. So a lot of shows that got lost.
Even repeats require royalties, and there's a charter that basically said you could only repeat 10% of your own product, I think, over a certain period of years. So
you know, there was the video rental market was doing really well. Of course, the other thing was at the same time we had piracy. You know, piracy. People used to just do back-to-back copies of videotapes. They used to be able. They used to sell these two video recorders. But the only reason for having one of those is to copy tapes. There's no other reason to have one.
Yeah, the macro protection scheme. Yeah.
So you know, you ended up with it was a massive industry, but I don't know, you know, it you know, then of course it turned to DVD rentals, and now of course it's all online streaming.
Yeah.
Just I've had a message from Andy. Sadly, Bridlington's internet has crashed. So he'll not be able to come back in again. He said he might try and pop in later on. So if you're still watching, well, he's not going to be watching this because the internet's going. But when it does come back and he watches this on replay, you're more than welcome to jump in, Andy. I don't know if there's do you have any questions from anyone watching? Or any sort of, you know, mysteries of the 80s I can solve for you or something if I can remember?
I got a request at the end, but I'm keeping everything with Alan at the moment.
I'm going to. There's an elephant in the room, Richard, just behind me. This cauldron, making it more difficult because the tape knew when it cut off tobacco. I've been looking in. There's various forums, and people have talked about the interview that you and I have had over. Yeah. We've had a couple meeting, and people were talking about it, and some people were saying that couldn't happen. And that. We proved that this wasn't the case. Can you hand in heart say, was that a thing, or were you just bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, we put it. It was certainly the first release of the game. Of course, we had to take it out when we went to compilation because on compilation doesn't work because in compilation you are part of a tape, you know.
Middle of the tape.
But for the first release of the game, it was definitely there. You know what it had. The piece of code was basically at first it would do is he would make things harder, and then he would start poking random values into RAM. So basically, ultimately, it would crash. So it was there. I mean, certainly in the first release. I don't know if at some point it was taken out, but we did have it there for the first release.
So the very, very first version did have that built in, and
yeah.
it just
we had to go. We got the proofs. We got whatever. We got the sample tapes from the replicator. And then we knew how long the tape was. So and then I put this in, and of course when there was any doubt about how long the tape's going to be, we had to take it out because it only worked if the tape stopped.
Yeah.
So if it's compilations, if it's a compilation, it wouldn't have worked because compilations you are at any part of the tape.
Did your code have headers to show you which versions they were? Because it's interesting because I do know.
What is it before Git?
No. I do know that there's a guy in America, and he was talking about Bruce Lee and the infamous crash that occurs when a sprite is appearing at a certain section of the screen. It causes it to just totally crash out. And he says, I can tell you that this happens more on version 2.0 than it does on 1.9. And he said, and you can tell this because when you open a compiler, it will tell you what version it is. It's also on some labels. But I didn't know whether your version numbers
our stuff. No, we basically, it was all assembly language, and it was, there's no sort of. I mean, version control basically meant having a, no, we didn't have any identifiers.
Yeah.
I apologize if not everyone has this feature on their version, but we did actually definitely put it in the first version.
No, it was just interesting because it was just interesting because Bruce Lee's that old. It's I mean, it's older than your than Cauldron, I think, by a little bit. So.
Yeah, we had to be absolutely certain. The only time this worked is if we knew exactly how long tape's going to be.
Yeah.
So, for example, we probably wouldn't even have done this if we weren't using we probably would have only done this on versions we were selling rather than where we're licensing because we couldn't guarantee how long the tape's going to be.
Yeah.
And to be honest, when I did it, I felt very pleased with myself, But actually, with hindsight, I wish with hindsight, I wouldn't have done it because, it ultimately means there's a good chance that, say, for example, if somebody didn't have a Commodore 64 tape deck, then it would cached their game.
And, the clones.
And also, all we'd really get, and to be honest, we're lucky there was no internet because all we get is people bitching and moaning the game's got bugs in it because it appeared like a bug, basically.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't like the old copy protections, which would put, you're a thief across the screen or something like that. So,
I know there was.
So, yes,
I know there were. I think there was a game by Codemasters. I think it was on like the PlayStation or something, or I don't know what it was on. But it detected whether it was a copy, and it just increased the difficulty, and it got harder and harder and harder and harder to the point that it just became impossible. So, I think so.
Yeah. So I think with hindsight, it's the problem is if you add it because everyone hacked games, right? So if you made it say if you had a screen saying you've copied this game, all you have to do is find the string and then find what references the string, and then you could hack out the copy protection. Your copy protection has to be quite subtle because if you can spot it, you can hack it out.
Yeah.
So basically, putting up a message saying you're a thief, it's very easy to remove because you can just find the bit that prints out you're the thief, and then you figure out which bits of codes basically.
Yeah, where it
does it, and you just all you do is put a return in it. You put a C9 in assembly language. I think it's C9 or C3, C9 probably, right? In assembly language, whatever that call is, and it'll come back and not do the code.
Yeah.
So we've got a question. Sorry, Richard, we're kind of running out of time here. Got a question for Paul Cook.
Barbarian 2 doesn't get a lot of love. No, I didn't really work on Barbarian. I'd left by then.
Had you?
Yeah, I'd left by Barbarian 2. That's my Steve Brown was still working on that, but that game, it just went on and on and on, and it unfortunately they didn't. I don't think they didn't really know what they wanted out of it. They're supposed to have a story mode and all of this sort of stuff. But I was at that point I'd left, and I was actually doing the Amiga version of Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit. So I was doing that for Palace because we licensed that from the Bitmap brothers. So I was working on that.
Sensible.
Yeah, sensible.
Yeah,
so we did a shoot. We did that. I did that as a contracting job for them. But Barbarian 2. That was a weird time in Palace's past where basically Palace was trying to be a big company, but it just couldn't be a big company. It just didn't have the resources to compete. They should have probably just sold the company to Electronic Arts like they wanted us, like Trip Hawkins wanted to.
I think Barbarian 2, as you say, it was probably a bit ahead of its time. It was trying to be too many things, and it kind of fell between the gaps. I remember. I mean, I loved the original Barbarian. I wasn't, if I'm being honest, I wasn't immediately struck with the graphics. I thought, it looks a bit. But then once you actually got to appreciate what they were doing with the shading and the sort of the muscle definition, you saw beyond it, and it was actually a really good beat 'em up. And I was looking forward to Barbarian 2, and the screenshots looked great. It's like, oh, it's an adventure. And I just thought it was boring. And it was the same with Way of the Exploding Fist. Fantastic game. The sequel, Fist 2, imaginatively titled. It was kind of similar to Barbarian 2. They tried to take the fighting mechanics and they put it in an adventure game, and it just felt flat.
I hate to say this, there's a you get to a certain okay, a lot of times if you're successful, right, if the game is successful, everyone thinks you've got some magic, whatever, you've got magic powers for making a successful game, and a lot of times it is luck, quite frankly. So when a game is successful or not successful is luck. And I think one of the things with Barbarian, it was such a simple game. And then everyone then thought, okay, well, we need to make the game bigger and more complicated, and we need to have story mode, and we need to have this. And you start getting this design by committee where everyone thinks that they've got the answer to what made the first game successful. And it's not always the case. The design by committee doesn't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily produce the best results, and especially when a company at that point, it didn't really have the sort of leadership you needed to kind of bring it all together. And I think for design committee to be successful, you still need to have somebody who brings all these ideas together. And I've seen it happen to other companies, by the way. It's not just Palace.
Yeah. I mean, Sir Lancelot has just said what I was thinking. Too many cooks, too many people. Oh, put that and put this in me. I've got this. Blah, 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 blah. And whereas it should have been a brainstorming session, and then a couple of people says, right, an energy bar, and that will do away with that. Blah blah blah. And then you decide what's what, and you're flinging everything into the pot isn't going to result in a lovely meal.
And then suddenly it's like, then you've got at that point, when you start off, you just had to do a 64 version and then do a Spectrum version. But then it was like Amstrad. It was like Amstrad, Spectrum, 64, Amiga. all of this stuff is a distraction. It's all a distraction. It all takes time and effort. And I think at that point, actually, companies that did really well doubled down on one format. And again, I go back to what I said about the US. At that point, the PC was emerging as the best non-console platforms in the US. Not best. I don't mean best in terms of platform, just in terms of sales. And we totally neglected the PC because there's no PC market in the UK. There was a huge PC market in the US, right? So again, we missed the boat. We missed the boat on going to C, to using C as a programming language. We stuck with assembly language far too long, right? And assembly language, you can never write anything big in assembly language. It's too complicated. So the Americans were on C. So they could start writing these big, complex systems, right? Which we could only dream of doing. They were working with 640K on the 580K using my memory on the PC, and we were still in 64K on the 64. So there's a bunch of things where we just got outclassed. I hate to say this, but we just picked the wrong horse. The UK hobby machines.
I'm just going to stop you for a second, Richard. Sure. Listen, we're just about to bring Shaun Southern in. You're more than welcome to stay in this for the next half an hour.
Up to you if you want.
I'm going to bring him in.
I got a request as well, by the way, before you go.
Well, then, Shaun.
Okay.
And Mamemeister's happy for me to ask you about it, so I'll do it just now before Shaun starts. Sure. I've got a friend who's a big Evil Dead fan, and he's willing to make a donation to charity, but all he's looking for is just a signature from you, because he's an Evil Dead fan. His name is Michael Witchy, or Mr. Evil Dead. He's got everything
Mr.
Evil
Evil
Dead.
Dead.
He's even got the glass from the cabin. He's actually been to the cabin.
What does
got the
he
glass
want me to? What does he want me to sign?
Well, that's the thing, you see. He doesn't know what you've got or whether you can just put a signature on a piece of paper. But I said, well, I'll ask if he's got a letterhead or some things that he's kicking about. But if not, would you be happy with just a signature on an envelope?
As long as he's not a banker's draft, I'm up for it.
No, you don't see what I mean. And then, of course, you know Mamemeister very well, and of course, I can get the money in, and he can send it to me, and I'll send it to him. You know.
Yeah, sure. I'll see what I can dig out. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I've got anything on my shelf I can sign.
Yeah. So we
Unfortunately,
didn't want to make it. We didn't want to make it complex. You see, like him having to send the C64 cassette inlay and all of that sort of stuff.
Let me see what I can work out.
We'll get something organised. Hey, listen, I want to welcome an absolute legend, Mr. Shaun Sutherland. How the hell are you, mate?
Hi, I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm not bad. Listen, thanks for taking time to join us today. It's been good fun. Do you know Richard, Shaun? Do you guys know each other?
I know very few people from even back then or even now. So.
Did you ever play a game called Cauldron?
Cauldron?
It was one of the most fiendishly difficult games ever.
Probably. Was it something like Gauntlet in the arcades?
No, it's like you're witch on a broomstick.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that one.
Yeah.
This guy programmed it.
Right,
Richard set up Palace Sofware. They did Barbarian with what was it? The lovely Maria Whittaker, and what was the guy who
Wolf from Wolf. He ended up being Wolf in Gladiators because we broke him. So
yeah, and that's Craig, and obviously you know myself, Shaun. So how are you anyway? You all right?
Yeah, great. Thanks. I've been out for a walk because it stopped raining for a bit. So
Is it really? I've not even opened my curtains yet. So how's Andrew, by the way? I'm sure I've got Andrew.
I haven't seen him for quite a while, but I do speak to him every now and then. So yeah, he's doing all right. He's not writing games anymore, but he's always talking about trying to get a version of Supercars, you know, a modern version done. But I don't know who'd be doing it.
Yeah, well, obviously we've got time is limited, and I mean we could talk for hours and hours and hours. I've got a question from somebody, Shaun. I want to ask you. In fact, I'll copy and paste it. Copy using the one there's a notepad. I'll just paste it. Oh, there you go. Right. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah.
And I can only confirm. I mean, you were. I think it's suffice to say that the Commodore C16 and was it the +4 were they were. I think not financially, commercially they were classed as failures, weren't they?
Well, I know that not many people did games for the C16. I can't quite remember. Did it come out after the 64 or before it? I think it was after, wasn't it?
No, it was after. It was a cheaper version of the 64, basically.
Yeah, I know it had more colours and things, and there was different things you could do with it. But yeah, I don't know.
Notably less RAM.
A lot less memory. Yeah,
a lot less memory. I used to sell those. I used to have to talk people into not buying them and buy the 64 instead.
Right. I was saying to someone the other day, when I got my first VIC-20, there was a problem with the RAM on it, so I only had 2K, not 4K.
Glorious.
That's where I learned to put things into not very much memory.
So Shaun, I'm right.
Nowadays you can get a little tiny image in 2K, right?
Oh, now, yeah, you wouldn't get anything.
Yeah. So I'm right in thinking, Shaun. I mean, obviously you did some. One of my, I hate to say it, I did pirate it. One of the first games I got in the Commodore 64 was Olympic Skier, or it was called Olympic Skier 64, depending on what one you looked at. And brilliant. I mean, it was obviously it was quite unique because it was a 3-part skiing game. You started off, you had downhill, you had the slalom, and then it had the ski jump, which was great. You had to hammer the fire button It's like an early Daley Thompson's Decathlon.
That's it, yeah.
I mean, the scrolling, let's be honest, the scrolling was a bit wonky. But I've done videos where I've talked about my favourite, most impressive Commodore 64 sound effect. You absolutely nailed the helicopter. When you crash, this helicopter comes in and picks you up and takes you away. So that was the first game I kind of played. You had obviously Kickstart 2. Well, in fact, I'll just put the question up from somebody there, from Sir Lancelot. What was the attraction of programming for the C16? Why would you want to program for something that had less memory and less capable?
I don't really know what the attraction was, other than it was there, and it was another version that you could do of a game that looked slightly different, and it certainly, I know it had more colours. I think it was 128 or something rather than 16 or whatever, but I mean, I don't really know, really. That's a good question.
Yeah, so I mean, you'd nailed the C64. You knew it inside out. Did you see that on the shelf and thought, wait a minute, is it another untapped market? You think I could, sell more games if I put it on this, or what attracted you to want?
I probably didn't think about selling more games, but it was certainly something that not many other people were doing at C16 games. I remember at one point, I think 5 of the top 10 C16 games were ones I'd done. So, but there was probably only 10 out in all. So,
yeah, I mean, I can just want to say thank you very much to Colin Bryden for the donation. Every penny that people donate to me through this is going to charity. So thank you very much, Colin. That is awesome. The link is down below for anyone that wants to donate today. I mean, are you aware of the high esteem that you are held? I think you don't look at forums very often. If you go into like Lemon64 and you type in Shaun Southern, they're like, you're a god. You're a god, mate.
Well, someone said, oh, you've got to see this ChatGPT thing. So I said, what do you know about Shaun Southern, the ChatGPT? And it said I was one of the Bitmap brothers. So I think that's there's a lot of stuff out there that's not quite true.
Excuse me.
But it would have said so in a very authoritative voice, so it sounds more plausible, right?
I was starting to believe it. I was starting to wonder where the royalties were.
That's it. You get your lawyers on that and just go give Mike a bell and get you connected up.
I'll have to get them out of prison first.
Yeah.
Craig Flanagan's saying here, Kickstart. The base version of Kickstart is on the Commodore C16. Did you agree with that?
Completely different game. That was a game I found in a fairground once. When the fair comes to town and you go, oh, they've got some different arcade games in there because you've never seen them before. I'm sure that was a complete rip-off of that, where you were going along on a motorbike, bursting balloons. But that was because we couldn't do all the details and number of sprites and graphics, I think, probably on the 16.
So it differed from the Commodore 64 one, yeah. Did Andrew Morris do the graphics on the C16 games?
I don't think he did anything on the 16, no. I think they were all mine. It was later 64 games he worked on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the I didn't have a C16, and it's like people talk about the Atari ST and the Commodore Amiga. The Commodore Amiga is probably better in every shape or form. So I don't look at the Atari ST. It's the same with the C16. It's like, why would you want to play that? But I was doing a video a couple of weeks ago, and I was playing Pod. Was it Proof? Was it something of Destruction? Was it?
Yeah, it wasn't my name. Proof of Destruction, so they called it POD.
Yeah.
Pod.
But you programmed the game.
Oh yeah. That was something that would probably run on a VIC 20 if I'd have still got one around at the time.
I mean, I'm assuming you borrowed a wee bit from. It sounds a bit ironic considering Jeff borrows from other games, but Jeff Minter brought out Grid Runner, which was based on Centipede.
Yeah, I'd seen Centipede, and I'd never seen Grid Runner. So this was more like Centipede, only rather than the mushrooms or whatever they were growing and blocking your way, the grid broke, so the things had to change direction.
So you'd never actually played Grid Runner?
No, I did. My two favourite games were Attack the Mutant Camels, Revenge of the Mutant Camels. They're the ones I used to play because I had one of those quick shot joysticks. Was it? I really didn't play other people's games very much. I played arcade games, and then I thought, oh, I can write something like that.
I mean, Pod on the C6, Pod in the C64 is a beautiful game. I mean, it makes your eyes go a bit cross-eyed after a wee while. And I was told to play the C16 version, and I would probably go so far as to say I think the C16 version is the better. It's the best version.
More colours, isn't it? I think that's the main thing. There was another game I did on the 16 called Bandits at Zero, and you were like flying this thing around a bit Defender-like, and we used all the colours to make it look like it's going dark, nice and smoothly in the background. It was about 7 shades of blue getting darker, and then it was at night, and then you had to refuel or something. Well, that was a case of just using what the C16 had got. It doesn't sound much, but it was a way in, like.
So what was your last Commodore 64 game? Can you remember that you coded?
I think we did Super Scramble Simulator or something, which was like a more sort of 3D-ish. That you had a different track version of, so you had to go left and right as well. So you could have a top-down view, but otherwise it was like Kickstart. But I don't know, we just got a bit lost in that one, made it too hard, and it was a bit too fiddly. And I think that was just sort of towards the end of the 64. I can see people are still writing game shit now, but that was the last one we did before we started moving on to the Amiga.
Yeah. And this is a kind of question for both you and Richard. Obviously, both you guys, you eventually realise that we're not making money now in the Commodore 64. We need to embrace the 16-bit era. How did you guys find transitioning from 8-bit to 16-bit? We'll go for you first, Shaun, if you want. If that's
well, I actually. I mean, I worked with Doug at Magnetic Fields and Mr. Ship Software, and he was trying to encourage me to get on with the Amiga, and I was still trying to write another C64 game, which was, I think it went out on Alternative called Operation Fireball. It was a bit daft as well, that one. But once I got onto the Amiga, it was very similar to the Commodore, with you poking values into certain registers to get it to do certain things. I think I heard Richard talking about using C++ or whatever on those. I was on machine code, even on the Amiga, right till the end.
Hardcore.
Well, I never learned C till I got a job at Warthog, and I turned up there, and they just said, "Oh, look, you've got the job. What's your programming? C. Oh, I don't know it, so I had to learn it very quickly."
Yeah, it's good. It was, I mean, I learned C to do the Amiga basically. So so that's really my foray into C was burned by the Amiga effectively.
Yeah, so that's probably about the right timing.
Yeah, it was about because it became like a lot of the libraries, a lot of the documentation was all assuming you're going to use C. So that's kind of when I switched over to C. And it was interesting. What was really interesting is that actually the same team that made the 64 made the Amiga. So a lot of the design paradigms are very similar. The custom hardware and things like that. You can see the same thinking applied all the way through. Do you know what I mean? So there was in many ways it was quite an easy transition. I mean, there's obviously a lot more stuff you can do on the Amiga. And the 68,000 was an amazing chip at its time. For its time, it was just so much better than the 8088 or the 8086 as it was then, which is the PC chip. And it had full register, full 16-bit registers and everything else. It had 8 accumulators, and it was just an amazing chip. And then the hardware was amazing. The direct memory access, DMA, to allow you to blitz sprites and stuff. It was just. It was years ahead of its time as a machine, I thought.
And you can see with the Commodore, what's the main thing it's got to have? Well, it's got to have scrolling, so all the games that you'd done, you could think of much better versions on the Amiga.
Yeah. And so again, I was always part of the Amiga. There was like two battles really. There was the Commodore 64 versus Spectrum crowd, That was very much on the Commodore 64 side, and then there was the Amiga versus the ST crowd, and I was always on the Amiga side in those wars. So,
yeah.
I mean,
we did convert some games for the ST, but it's a 68,000 again, so or something similar, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And,
the ST couldn't scroll. That's the problem, because they didn't have the hardware. They didn't have that. They had a fixed address, so you couldn't do any bit manipulation of the screen. And they didn't have a blitter. You had to do everything on the CPU. The CPU was faster, but you had to do everything on the CPU.
Yeah. We used to pre-store all the sprites scrolled, 248 pixels, whatever.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So see, when you guys coded a game for the 16-bit, did you code for the Amiga first and then convert to ST, or did you do them side by side or whatever?
We did the Amiga first. We did have someone who would help doing the ST versions, but a lot of the code was the same. Just putting the sprites on the screen. And
I always try to find somebody else to do the ST version because I really hated the ST.
So how was it? Was it quite a challenge to take a game like we're obviously going to talk about it quite a bit? Lotus Turbo Challenge, was it quite a challenge, Shaun, to take a game like that on the Amiga and then try and shoehorn it into an Atari ST? Did you have to make a lot of compromises? And did you code it, or did you get a team to code it?
No, we coded it. I think we had a guy called Dave Makin, who now has a big Fractal website he makes and sells pictures on. He was helping out, and I say a lot of the stuff was the same, the control and everything. Just the putting the sprites. I think we have to use a bit more memory to have different levels of the sprites so that they're all pre-scrolled a few pixels, and the same with the road. But apart from that, a lot of it was similar, and just cut all the colours down.
Quite
Certainly
similar.
the Amiga first.
Yeah. Richard, are you aware of the stuff that Shaun did? Lotus Turbo Challenge, Lotus Turbo
Yeah.
Challenge?
I've been looking him up just now. So So they definitely the games. One of the things I never really did until I did Formula One for Electronic Arts. I never really did racing games, but I used to play them. So it's definitely part of my background.
Yeah, I do remember Cauldron now as well, definitely.
You'll wake up in a fever. You'll wake up shivering. Yeah, it's all that man's fault. I know we keep going on about it. Shaun, there was one thing that Richard did with Cauldron. He to combat piracy, the tape. There was a thing. He programmed a thing onto the game that when the tape stopped, it would count for 5 seconds, and then the tape would stop. If you put it onto a pirate, if you put it on a C90, the tape would continue running beyond 5 seconds. And the difficulty would increase in the game.
That's the way to do it.
How cool is that?
I think we on one of the racing games, because Andrew was so good at it. But I think this was a PC game, a PC rally game we did after. If you put your name in as Andrew, your car went 5% slower, and we just did it while we were developing it. But we left it in, didn't we? We forgot.
Was that you, or was that him that put that in?
Oh, I would have put that in because Andrew was too good at it, so we wanted to get him to not be as good. But of course, Barry Leach.
How many percentage of Andrews are out there swearing now, saying, "Well, I was no bloody good at that game"?
Probably a bunch of them have changed their name by Dpol based on this. So
about funny, Barry Leach's. Barry Leach's sort of sample in the Lotus music. A very quiet one that said,
difficulty. With the difficulty, we kind of flip-flopped all the time because we made Cauldron was far too hard. The next game we did was the Sekdar of Antiriad, which was really easy. And I could actually play the whole game. I could literally finish the game in 90 seconds. I had the office record for finishing the entire game in 90 seconds. Right? So we kind of flip-flop between too easy and too hard, basically.
Yeah. 90 seconds they can play a game?
Yeah, 90 seconds. Well, guys, of course, you have to know all the things. You have to know all the things you don't have to do to finish.
Yeah.
So if you know the exact path and you know the exact order in which you have to do things, you don't have to do all of the essentially would be now optional tasks. You cannot just do the whole game in 90 seconds. We used to have like speed Ontario sessions in the office, and I think I had the record for finishing 90 seconds. So
I bet you,
definitely too easy.
I bet you never had bloody speed runs at Cauldron.
No, I don't. Do you know what?
Impossible.
I think to this day, I don't think I've ever finished it in one session. And that's actually one of our biggest problems testing it, was we never actually did the whole game. Because we were testing it, we only tested the level. You tested level by level. We never actually played the whole game. And that was one of the biggest things I learned about testing, is that you really have to test the whole thing. Because say you play a level, you lost a life, you think, oh, I've just lost one life. But then there's like 90 levels or whatever. There's like a ridiculous amount of levels. So you're going to lose all your lives, especially if there's no way of picking them up. So taught me a lot about game balancing.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I apologize for that.
Yeah. Shaun, obviously most of your games, I think I'm right in thinking, well, we're kind of arcade games, a lot of like motorbike driving games, but you did a budget game. Who was it for? Was it Mad Games, called Hero of the Golden Talisman, I think, was it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure where that idea came from, other than it might have been Impossible Mission or Mission Impossible, or whichever way round the game was compared with the film.
Yeah,
because the character looked very like it. I was very good at trying to copy other people's stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that was actually quite a good game. Obviously, it was a budget game, but a lot of your games, like Kickstart and Kickstart 2, they were budget games, as was Pod as well.
Yeah, I mean, Doug sort of was in charge of trying to sell them, and he did some with Gremlin, obviously Trailblazer, and then we came back to Gremlin for the Amiga games. But I think he just got to know the people at Mastertronic, and they were like, "Oh, I'll take all the games you can." So quite at one point, I think I was writing 1 or 2 games a week, and some games were quick and some games weren't. But that's why it's like, do a C16 version. That's probably where that came from. Sort of Mastertronics were probably pushing for them.
What was the long? Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, Craig.
I was just going to say, what was the longest development of a game that you can remember?
We did Kid Chaos for Ocean, which was a bit like, a sort of an Amiga Sonic, a bit like Zool, but he was just
so when you were talking about 2 or 3 weeks, was that 2 or 3 months or 6 months?
Well, most of the Amiga games would take about 6 months, but I think the C16 and C64 games, I mean, if I was writing that one you were saying about the Kickstart on the 16, that probably took a week. And then some of the Amiga games were, the Commodore 64 games were a couple of months and things like that. Yeah.
Did you write your own sort of like software stuff, like sprite editors and things? I mean, you wouldn't for a C16, it hasn't got sprites, but like a graphical kit or a...
I'd probably just type them in from by hand.
Yeah.
I remember I used to go through quite a bit of graph paper.
Yeah, didn't we all? That's wonderful. Thanks for answering those, because I've just been intrigued. That was all.
Yeah. I mean, before Lotus Turbo Challenge came along, racing games in the Amiga and the Atari ST were quite simply shite. They really were. I mean, you had things like Crazy Cars and Crazy Cars 2, and they were just awful. And then this game came out of nowhere, and people's collective jaws hit the floor when they saw how fast, how fluid the update. I mean, it was all kind of like sprite. I know it's not sprites, but we'll call it sprite based. Just absolutely phenomenal. And then, of course, you brought out the second one, which just took it to another level. I mean, how did you manage that? How did you look at games that were there, Shaun, and think I could do better? Or
again, I probably didn't know what was out on the Amiga. I think it was Andrew's idea to do a racing game like that. But I certainly looked at games in the arcade and thought, well, how can I copy that? And I've told a few people over the time how the road routine worked and everything, and it just seemed to fit perfectly with what the Amiga could do. I mean, the Blitter used to say, draw one line onto the screen, and just by the time it finished, you're ready to do the next line. You'd processed all the maths that needed doing. So it was a lot of, just fitting everything in perfectly just to run it as fast as possible. And that was the thing, getting it run at 60 frames per second, or so it looked as fast as an arcade game. That was the thing I don't think people had managed to do before. But
yeah, so you weren't really aware of other people's games at that point when you were writing?
Well, we'd see. I think there was Pit Stop 2 on the C64.
Yeah.
So Lotus was basically that with hills in.
Aye, and a wee bit better. I mean, look, to be fair, Pit Stop 2 was a great game on the C64, but the gulf between what you wrote and what was there before was just woof. And perhaps it's probably good that you didn't see what was out there, because you may have compromised what you were doing, because you were obviously quite oblivious to the fact that what you had written was just like, people didn't believe that these systems could actually do games like that.
Yeah, well, I was trying to, I mean, Outrun was out at the time, so I was probably trying to make it look like that in the, with regards to the sprites and the road routine. So.
Yeah. And was that in the, if I'm being brutally honest, and I always am, if I'm going to play, I still play Lotus 2, but I kind of prefer the nothing to do with the technical aspect. It was more a racing game. The first one was more about racing opponents, whereas the second one was Outrun, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we could have just done the same thing, but we wanted to change it, and I prefer Lotus 2 because, as you say, it's like Outrun getting to the next stage, and you don't really have to. You don't have to invest quite as much time in it. You play one trying to get to the end, and I did just manage to get to the end of Lotus 2 once, I think. Hopefully that was balanced all right. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Got a question here from Sir Lancelot. Was there any... I'll put it on the screen.
No. Not that I heard of, anyway.
Nah. The thing is, Sega, no disrespect to the game, Sega probably, they weren't interested. They wouldn't, unless you called it Outrun.
Yeah.
You could have called it the Scottish OOT, Outrun, and you'd have got away with that. But Outrun, so that you never got any flack for that.
Well, someone was talking about Scramble on the C64, and it was spelled with a K, and that was all you needed to do then to get away with anything you liked.
Yeah.
But the thing is, back in the early days, it was rife. I mean, you type in, you go into Google and type in Galaxian, there'll be 100 Galaxian clones for the C64. People used Pac-Man, they used it, nobody cared. Burger Time.
Yeah, I copied the actual sprites off the duck shoot game for that. I sat there and waited at the arcade game because it would pause for about 5 seconds, and I'd be going, right, there's a dot there, a dot there. That's what the rabbit looks like. So, yeah. But no, not heard anything from Sega about Outrun, although someone did see a version of Trailblazer we did and said, oh, it looks a bit like Wipeout. But we were about 10 years before Wipeout, I think.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't. I had to say, in those days, it wasn't. I have to say, it wasn't. I never considered it copying. I was more like inspired by stuff, because your copying in those days were literally, if you think about the laws of copyright, they were literally, you had to copy a passage of a book. Copyright law wasn't applied. There was no digital. Nobody knew how to apply copyright to digital. So unless you copied somebody's, there was more chance of you getting done for copying somebody's font than somebody's game.
Yeah.
It literally was the Wild West.
Yeah. I know Jeff Minter, when he wrote Attack the Mutant Camels, he came up with this really quite cool looking font, and people nicked it. I think Interceptor Software nicked it. Quite a few people nicked the font.
Yeah, so
it's very distinctive.
I'm probably gonna bail out in a minute. I'm gonna send you. I've mocked up something. Let me know if that's good enough for your special Evil Dead thing.
Thank you so much. I'm sure he'll love it. It's just he's got absolutely everything. Do you know?
All right.
Awesome.
All right.
Guys,
nice to meet you, Shaun.
Listen, just before you bail out, Richard. Unfortunately, we have literally ran out of time. We've got some guys coming onto the podcast in 15 minutes. I'm dying for a piss, so we're going to have to go. So listen, Richard, Shaun, thank you so much for taking time to join my humble little thing. Hopefully we get a lot of money. And if it wasn't for you guys taking time to do this, this wouldn't work. So thanks again, guys.
Thank you so much, Richard, and thank you, Shaun. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for
Cheers,
doing
guys.
Right.
Take care. Bye. Awesome. We could talk. We could quite literally talk.
Yeah.
We could quite literally talk for hours. So listen, folks. Yeah, we're going to have to. Time is of the essence. Like I said, we are restricted to half-an-hour sections, unfortunately. So we're going to put a little Mamemeister has gone to the toilet thing for 10 minutes. I'm going to go and grab another cup of tea, and we're going to be getting joined with the Ted Dabney boys at what time is it going to be? Half past 11.
Yeah, 11:30.
Right. Okay, guys, we'll be back shortly. Right. I think that's going pretty well. So, and where are we? It's I'm unmuted now. In let me see, 12:30, we will have the Ted Dabney Experience podcast guys coming in. We've got obviously we did have we've got an auction and that's going miserably. I'll just let you see what we've got, in fact we'll take Dell out just now so we can get it full screen. The auction, we've got Choo Choo Rocket for the Dreamcast. We have got a brand new, Dale bought that specifically for this, it's Creed 1 and 2. That's currently at £15. We've got, more importantly, I think I saw Steve's joined us. I have bought, out of one pocket, I've bought 5 of these baseball caps from Amazon. I mean, they're about £5 each. There's Dell there. I'll just bring Dell in just now. We've got 5 of these, which I can, it's just a plain, in fact, shall I open one up? No, I'm not going to open it because they're brand new. I don't want to get it dirty. We've got 5 of these. Steve did ask, he said he would be willing to buy one of these. So these are £10 each. If you want me to sign it, I'll write Mamemeister across it. £10 each. Every penny is going to charity. I bought these £5. I spent 20 quid in these. So we want the money back. We want to try and get 50 quid for these. So if you want sign the baseball cap, or more importantly, if you want a signed baseball cap, it's £10. If you don't want it signed, it's £15. No, seriously, £10 for these guys. And we've also got some computer games. We've got about 10, I think it is, 10 PlayStation 2 games. I've put a bid in for Creed. That's currently at 15 quid. Everything else, we've had no bids. So, but please try and help us out. This is, I sound like Bob Geldof. Well, this is fun. Oh, we've also got, bloody hell, we've also got a working DS Lite. It's this was Dell's old one. No, it's
Barbie edition. Yeah,
this is brand new. This is a Mattel Barbie edition DS Lite. Can I have a bid for that? It's in perfect working order. It's never been charged in 10 years. And it works perfectly. There is no charger with it, but you can pick up one for a couple of quid on eBay. So a DS Lite, come on, £10 for that, folks. It's a bargain. It's a brilliant thing. Get yourself an R4 card. You can get all the games for free. Let's get some money in for this. Because Dale and I'm getting a bit of a headache. I actually have to take some tablets. I think just because I'm sitting in a darkened room. Probably
yeah, it's dark. I've just put all the bidding information up on the screen. I've just put the link to Burger Time again on the screen. And Arlasoft has come back and said sales so far is £22 for Burger Time.
Oh, wicked. That is awesome. Brilliant. Morning, Jamie. How are you, mate? Yeah, so do I have, right, Retro Russ is asking, do I have a team sheet of what is on at what time? Yeah, let me just go and share that just now. Share screen. You guys, you see that? Right, there we go. That is what we've got coming up. Can we zoom in? There we are. There we go. Nice and clear. It's been what I'm interested to know what you guys think of how it's going. I think it's going really, really well. The plan wasn't to have multiple people on at once, but I think it's worked really well.
I'm really enjoying myself.
Good. And if nothing else, it allowed me to eat my Cocoa Pops.
Yeah, I've had my first ginger nut biscuit. Look, my coffee.
Because by Christ, Richard can talk. Richard, in fact, they can all talk great, and it's. I think I saw somebody. I think it was Neil made a comment saying, "This is like not comedy gold. This is brilliant having two veteran coders in the same room at the same time." I mean, these guys have never met each other, and there they are. They were talking about stuff. So it's been great, and having Andy. It's a shame we lost Andy, but to be fair, Andy, he was in for his half an hour plus another bit as well.
Yeah, a good 20-25 minutes, I think, of the next one. So.
Yeah, which is awesome. So yeah, I think we had to, because obviously there's going to be three the Ted Dabney lads coming in. I think we couldn't have. You can't have 10 people. It would just become a rabble, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Stephen, thank you very, very much, buddy. That is awesome. You can get one of these baseball caps. Do you want it defaced or do you want it not defaced? If you want it defaced, I will write my name across it. You let me know.
Is that for Steve?
No, yeah, Steve. Yeah, he's just an £8-10. If you can put his name down for a baseball cap, that'll be wicked. Paul's going to have a dig through and see if he can come up with anything for auction purposes. Even, you know what, folks? Even, you know, it doesn't have to be an auction because as I'm conscious of how tight money is. Just all these games, £10. Who wants them? £10? You can probably, I'm quite sure some of these games are worth more. £10 for all the PlayStation 2 games plus the Xbox game. I don't know. DS Lite, Craig, I don't know, £15?
I think that's a bargain, to be quite honest. I mean, I haven't been in a cash converter or anything for years, but as far as I know, they were back then. They were 30-40 quid. So
yeah. So I mean, I don't know.
Kind of dropped that much.
What about 20 quid? 20 quid. Somebody give me 20 quid for this.
Yeah.
Somebody wants it for 20 quid. They can have it for 20 quid. You know.
Take it like this. The R4 card's more than 20 quid. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the console was always more expensive than the cartridge that you put in it. So...
Dale, could you just take a wee note of that, please? Steve's wanting me to write Mamemeister to Steve.
Yes,
problem,
yeah.
Not a problem. That would be great. Oh, hang on, we've got somebody's early.
Oh,
sorry. How you doing, Richard? Hang on a wee second, mate. We're just
ignore me.
How you doing? Hey, Christ, that's an impressive collection of bloody models at the back there.
Yeah, some nerd's office.
Yeah, I've just seen them all. Bloody hell.
I'm 4 minutes early. I actually thought I'd go into some kind of green room or something. This is embarrassing. Shows my level of technical expertise. Shall I go? I'm happy to go. It's fine.
No. Listen, not a problem. The last we've had about 3 or 4 guys on so far, and the way we're doing it is because there's so many people taking part. Quite literally had to say half an hour, and then we've shoehorned 15 minutes so Dale and I can go for a piss. But we've had a couple of guys on at the same time, which has been great because
I bet you anybody Drury is watching this already, laughing his ass off, thinking I'm a real pillock for coming in earlier, guaranteed.
Are you normally late or what? Or who's normally late?
No, I'm just not technically adept. I know he's going to be laughing, but he'll be the last one to laugh if he's watching. Hi, Paul.
So how are you doing anyway? I know you were. Tony had mentioned that you probably wouldn't be able to join it, and then I think he told me this last week. Everything all right with yourself?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. Can I just tell? I've got my using my Rode mic, but I'm listening to you through my iMac speakers. So are you getting any kind of weird feedback when you speak?
No, it's fine. This end. Del, yourself?
No, fine.
Yeah, doing good, man. It's been a while since we've done an episode, partly due to the summer break, obviously, and then just getting hold of people. It's been a little bit complicated. So we've had this kind of unusually long hiatus for us, although we are still very much alive. Hence, you getting us on, I guess. So, yeah, but all good. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm still alive. That's always a bonus.
Yeah, it's always. Oh, excuse me, language.
Yeah, woke up this morning. It was amazing.
Another 24 hours. Hang on, here he is. Here's the prodigal son just arrived. He's muted himself. I thought
here
you
he
said.
Is. He's like, why are you here already?
You need to unmute yourself.
Oh, you're muted, mate. You're muted.
I know. Yeah.
I'm good with it. I'm absolutely fine. Just doing away, mate. Still making videos, and I've kind of. It sounds ironic. I've kind of not stepped back to YouTube a wee bit, because this whole thing was about 6 months ago. You guys were on the first one that I did, weren't you? You were in the first 12-hour stream that I did.
Al, your Scottish brogue was kind of overflew me there. Can you say that again? No offense.
Del can interpret the deaf, mate. You can do it.
It's like when I speak to the kids, I'm like, use syllables. Sorry, mate.
I'll come out of my Begbie train spot and try and talk more.
I'm so sorry. It's all the stereotypes, mate.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. Anyway, from the top.
Paul, are you unmuted? You are unmuted. What's going on? I thought you said that Richie was the technically incompetent person.
I was being charitable.
I don't know what he's
charitable.
Is that a Space Invaders card that he's got at the back there?
I think that's his. Paul, if you just do the mouth movements, I'll speak for you. I think that's his main multi-cabinet. We can't hear anything he's saying.
I think he's in the wind up. I think he can seriously talk.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, the only thing I can suggest is that he leaves the studio, goes back to audio, and just do a test.
Try.
Paul, can you hear us?
Leave the stream, and then before you join, go to configure setup, and just make sure that your microphone's enabled. You get this wee thing that moves up when you talk. It goes. That tells you that you're making noise. So just look at that.
Hold on, I'm going to message him.
Yeah.
I don't know if Paul can hear me.
Leave the chat. There we go. He's gone.
There you go. Bless.
Well, no problems with Tony. He's always on the ball.
Wow, look at those.
Hello, gents. Can you hear me?
He's put all his machines on. Fuck.
I know. Take time out. Big show off.
If this was at night, or the lights outside are dimmed.
Yeah. I came early, so to speak. Paul jumped on, but we couldn't hear him.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We could hear you.
Oh, cool. Oh, good. Hello, gents. How's it going?
We're good, mate. I'm bloody knackered. I've only been going for 3.5 hours. I'm knackered already, honest.
Just stop early. It's fine. You'll be all right.
Yeah, just maybe you should have pre-recorded something, Al.
We should have. I know. Anyway, I'll bear that in mind for next time. How are you anyway, Tony? You all right?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks. Yeah, not too bad. Just bracing up for my son's got a rugby match this afternoon, so we're going to be taking him there. So,
he plays rugby.
Getting ready. He does, yeah. Yeah, quite enjoys it. Which is great for him. It's not so good for us because we've got to drive all over the bloody county to take him to various matches and stuff. But you know, what else would we be doing with our Sunday afternoons? Yeah,
you're just dad taxi, aren't you?
Well, yeah,
dad
exactly.
taxi. Yeah,
that's the way it goes these days.
We're just remarking on how much a geek Richie is with all his little cosplay toys. That's quite impressive.
I know, like the more you know, right? Like I never really knew all this stuff with Richie, but it's become more apparent, hasn't it, Rich, in sort of recent
I'll tell you
recent
what,
months?
it's
It's
become more apparent because I'm long story, very boring. But I'm I can't sell on eBay. So what I do, Tony's very kindly, and it is very kindly, and I feel quite guilty for asking him to do it, but he always says it's okay. But he sells things for me on eBay because I'm banned. So he's always taking the mick by just making reference to mint on card and all these abbreviations that collector nerds use. Yeah.
Can we just go back a wee bit? You're banned from selling on eBay. What the hell are you selling?
Deep state, mate. No, we it really is a boring story, but it does, the devil's in the details with all these things. I think I probably sold something off eBay while it was listed on eBay, and then I ignored several eBay robo warnings because I was in the middle of moving house. But all of a sudden I got an email saying you are now restricted forever from selling on eBay. And actually it's amazing how and I don't want to be melodramatic, but it's amazing how sort of draining and weirdly emotionally distressing it is to spend so many hours on a phone call speaking to, it's like the movie Elysium, where you get the parole droid and Matt Damon's talking to the parole droid and he's like, do you want to take a pill? And it just, I don't know, I find it symptomatic of our modern society. That's my pretentious, long-winded eBay story.
Sorry, have I missed Richie being pretentious?
God.
Can you do
it's all right, mate, you've not missed much. As usual.
We hardly ever get...
Oh, honestly, Paul's internet.
Get that, do we, Tony?
Oh, there you go.
I'm not pretentious in the slightest. Moi, pretentious.
Very good.
Anyway,
I mean, the thing, just being involved in Richie's eBay enterprise, and it really isn't a problem, Richie, because you repay me with an occasional steak in London, which is really appreciated. But the thing that staggers me is like
that's not a euphemism either. It's actually a steak in London.
Yes. The thing that staggers me is the market out there for this kind of stuff. So Richie obviously knows that world better than I do, but grown men wanting to collect figurines or
figurines.
Is that what you call them? What do you call them? The mini like Star Wars figures.
Nerds, virgins.
Action
figures. Call them virgins.
Yes. That movie was made about 20 years ago, Paul.
But yeah,
it's
interesting from the outside in to see that there is a market for these things. But then I guess people would say the same thing about us lot, right?
It's okay.
How much is a Vectrex worth these days? 500 quid? I mean, God, these were plastic throwaway toys 30 years ago, and yet we all want to buy them. It's like we all want to buy our childhood again, don't we?
Yeah, it's interesting because I've got a Vectrex. There it's there. The games, I've got about 10 games, and they've got multiple stickers. It was obviously like $14.99, and then it's reduced to $9.99, reduced to $7.99, and all the stickers that I've got are reduced to £1.50, and I paid like bloody 50 quid for them. That's mental.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. You said I've got a Vectrex. Sorry, how many have you got?
2.
Well, that's not A then, is it? I haven't got a Vectrex.
You've got A and B.
But where is C at the moment? I think you sold that, didn't you?
Don't use the C word.
Paul, that's a question for Paul. How does it feel to be sharing podcasts with two quite frankly handsome men?
That's harsh.
Sorry, that is obviously a trick question, right? Is it? Do I click none on the above? What am I supposed to do? I am actually quite touched that you've got a day full of real coding legends and us. So I'm not entirely sure how we made the cut, but it's very kind of you.
No, I mean, joking aside, there's a lot of podcasts out there. You guys have found a niche. I mean, there's podcasts that cover retro gaming, and it drives me insane when they apparently know everything about the hobby, and then they'll say, I don't know, oh yeah, China Miner. What? China? Do you never know what China Miner? It's like, do your homework. They don't know the first thing about. I'm a geek. You're a geek. We know what China Miner is.
You love that game. You love that game.
What's it called? China Miner?
And it's shit. It's almost impossible to get over the first baddie, right?
China Miner.
It's a strange masochistic experience. Hey, did you ever get in touch with Ian Gray? Did he ever get back to you?
No. The interesting thing was when I was doing my live streams, this person was coming in and he was demanding that I play China Miner. And the thing is, he would donate £10, say, play China Miner, play China Miner. I'm like, fuck, right, okay, he's given me, he's paid 10 quid, I better play the damn game. So I would play it because he'd given me money. Then people were complaining, saying, oh, so you're going to just play games because people give you money. I thought, well, I can't not. But this went on for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Tell me, do you think he was masturbating while you were playing China Miner?
He was.
Is that why he kept doing it?
I think he probably.
Did you see both of his hands?
No, I didn't. He wasn't on video, fortunately.
Right.
This guy, for about, I don't know, for about 2-3 months, would come on to my stream and demand. I would be playing like an Atari 2600 stream. He would come on and play. Well, we're playing China Miner. I went, it's a fucking Atari 26. Oh, that's the first swear word. I was wanting to keep this friendly, but you've used the masturbate word.
Nobody under 40 is watching out.
It's fine. But anyway, this guy, there was one stream he gave me 60 quid. And I ended up, you know what? I ended up banning him. I says, stop giving me money, stop. And I banned him because he's obviously lost it. But then he came back in again. And now, how did it work again? How did I get an email? Somehow I got an email for an Ian Gray. No, in fact, you know what it was? Through Google, I managed to find, it was through some like telescopic society or astrology website, that there was an Ian Gray, whatever it was. And I sent this guy an email and I said, you know, are you the person that coded China Miner? And he went, yeah. I says, would you like to come on the channel? I'd love to talk to you. And he said, well, yeah, I'll come on, but I don't want to talk about the financial side of things. And then it just went, well, it just died a death. And I think I gave you his email address and you tried and you failed as well. Did you get anything?
Yeah, he was probably too busy masturbating to China Miner to reply to our emails, I imagine.
Yeah.
Anyway, should we move on?
So, podcast, how did people that haven't seen it, they need to check it out. The Ted Dabney podcast, you're taking I was going off on a tangent there. There's these podcasts, retro gaming podcasts, who just they don't know their history. They talk about PlayStation 3 like it was an old console. You guys go right back to the very, very beginning. I mean, Nolan Bushnell, bloody Eugene Jarvis. You know the interviews that you have are absolutely fantastic. Whose idea was
these guys met? Oh, sorry, Al.
No, I was just going to say, how did the Ted Dabney podcast come to fruition? How did you guys know each other, and whose idea was it?
Who's taking responsibility for this?
Well, we're all buddies, sort of randomly. I've been friends with Paul since way back when, sort of 2005 or so, and got friendly with Rich through the arcade hobby, and we all found ourselves in Florida one year, going to the Free Play Florida event, which is Paul's sporting the t-shirt. And we were sat by the bar, and I was sort of lamenting the fact that it'd be good to do something else, you know, and sort of share the love outside of the blog that I run. And we were just talking about, well, actually, the sort of three of us, in terms of our respective skills, could possibly pull something together. And that's how it started. We thought, well, yeah, let's. Is there a gap in the retro podcast market? And we felt a series of interviews with the guys who created the early coin-op games was something that wasn't really serviced. And most of the existing podcasts that talk about classic arcade gaming are, for want of a better phrase, just sort of like beery lads having a laugh, which is great and very entertaining. And they would occasionally pull in an Ed Log or a Eugene Jarvis to sort of join into the sort of bantery fun. But we sort of felt that the potential for learning was maybe sort of skipped over slightly, you know, in favour of anecdotes and humour. And that's certainly not us putting ourselves up on a pedestal saying we're better than anyone else. We just wanted to do something.
But we are, aren't we, Tony? That's what we actually think inside, isn't it?
Yes. And we just went down that road. So I think we all bring something different to the party. Paul obviously has a very extensive black book of contacts through his work as a journo for Retro Gamer magazine. I've got a certain number of people that I'm happy to reach out to and try to get on. Richie too, probably to a lesser extent, but Richie.
Yeah, Richie. What the fuck do you do? Who's this guy?
But without Richie, the podcast wouldn't sound as fantastic as it does.
I remember that.
So Richie sort of handles the technical side and brings a different perspective to the questions we ask those guys, and probably sees things that we could potentially ask that Paul and I can't see the wood from the trees and sort of go down a certain route, whereas Richie sort of brings a bit of a left field view. And so that's kind of how it started. But I would say as well, it's also a learning experience for us. And frankly, we certainly don't know everything, and we only do a certain amount of homework, and it's really to get these guests on so we can hear it from the horse's mouths. So we all make assumptions about how Asteroids was developed, and we've read the stuff on Wikipedia, and some of that's true and some of it's frankly folklore, and it's great it is great to get the horse's mouth on and get them to kind of talk about it.
There was one
I'd like to say that we've underplayed. Richie often gets underplayed in life, but if it wasn't for Richie, it wouldn't really happen because he does all the technical stuff. The bit I wanted to say is that everyone obsesses about the physical cabinets, and someone really kind bit of unsolicited praise when someone pointed out we're all obsessed with collecting the hardware, but we should remember the people that made these games, because they're not going to be alive forever. Yeah. And I think we found that already with some of the people that we've talked to, is that they're in their 80s. And I'm really glad.
Who did you accidentally kill when we were mid-interview? Who were we talking to? I think you've spoken about this before to Al, perhaps. Yeah. Maybe
it wasn't our. I say our. It wasn't my.
Kill anybody.
So we were interviewing Ed Logg, who is the guy who wrote Asteroids and worked on Centipede and Gauntlet and other games. And very sadly, the day before or the week before, an ex-Atari employee had passed away, and that was a guy called Gene Lipkin, who was.
Get it right.
I think, yeah.
Don't make that mistake again, mate.
Don't kill somebody else.
And he was the sort of CEO of programming at Atari Coin-Op, and obviously very sad news. And Ed Logg came on, and sort of one of the first things I stupidly said was, Ed, I was very sorry to hear about your colleague who passed away recently. And he said, oh, who was that? He obviously hadn't heard. And I said, well, Lyle Raines had passed away. Obviously, so someone completely
mate.
And although we couldn't see him, you could hear the blood drain out of his face. And he was like, "Oh my god!" I said, "Oh god!" And I felt bad because I thought, "Oh shit, I'm the guy who's told him." Like, who am I to tell him that this guy? He said, "Oh my god, I only spoke to him and his wife 2 weeks ago.
I'm gonna have to phone up Nancy."
But like a true stoic, he just carried on with his interview, didn't he?
Yeah,
what a pro!
And then he said, "Oh my god, well, when we're done here, I'm gonna have to phone up Nancy." Oh, I saw awful news. Oh my god, I only spoke to him. And I was like, "Oh Christ, I'm the guy who's giving him this news, isn't it? Awful." Oh geez. Anyway, he carried on with the interview, and we got through it. And I think at the end, I said, "Look, very sorry again about Lyle." And he said, "Well, yeah, I'll ring on." And then about half an hour later, when we finished the interview, half an hour later, I got an email from him saying, "Where did you get your information from?" And he said he rang
to the phone.
He rang Lyle's wife, and she answered the phone. He said, "Oh, Nancy, it's Ed. I'm so sorry to hear the news." What news? Well, I understand Lyle passed away last week. I'm looking at him now. He's finishing his pasta. Oh, fucking hell! And I was utterly mortified. So yeah, that was not my finest moment on the podcast.
Well, we got a good anecdote out of it, didn't we?
Yeah, it makes for a good story.
Yeah.
So anyway, Lyle Rains is alive and well, and I'm delighted to say, and I think Ed was quite happy about that as well. But obviously, Gene Nitkin, rest in peace. Yes, I kind of mixed that up, which might explain why when we had a contact who reached out to Lyle Rains for us literally a couple of weeks ago, and he said, "I know Lyle. I'll see if he'll come on. I think it'd be great if you could talk to him." And Lyle replied and said, "No, I don't really want to talk about Atari." So I suspect the fact that
it's like Final Destination. It's like when he actually comes on the show.
yeah, exactly.
He's going to choke on his pasta.
Yeah. So,
From the Grave Special.
It does, right. I mean, there are one or two people who we've wanted to get on desperately who, for whatever reason, have politely declined. And sadly, we have to respect their right to not do podcasts because it's not really their thing, I guess. But yeah, I think as Paul said, none of us are getting any younger, and I think what we're trying to do is to create a solid body of work that will outlive us all, and people can, in 100 years' time, assuming Spotify's still around and hosting our drivel, people can kind of go in and go, wow, it's an interview from these guys from 20 years ago talking about games they developed. 80 years
I'm not. I'm sure there are many other podcasts doing similar things to what we do. There's one called We Create Worlds. Is one doing a sort of similar thing to that which we do? Am I mistaken? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I listen to a lot. I probably spend most of my time listening to podcasts. I don't really watch any TV these days, but I tend to listen to political stuff and lots of long form interviews, and certainly that kind of thing is in vogue at the moment. And I was just thinking actually the other day, it might be, some people might think, oh, why is it called The Experience? And I just kind of like ripping off the Joe Rogan Experience. Not really. We were thinking more of a game show title.
It was the Mary Whitehouse Experience. That's why.
Of course. Yeah, we did mention that, didn't we?
Your memory, mate. Honestly, you want to get back to collecting your figurines, mate.
Thanks.
Say that.
But we were sat around that table at Free Play Florida. I think Mr. Mitchell was
in the next
with
table,
us, wasn't he? Eating his Chinese takeaway.
Yeah, and Tony said, "Let's call it the Billy Mitchell Experience."
We did actually think of calling it the Billy Mitchell Experience, but then we thought, well, why would we do that? And then we moved on.
So, Billy Mitchell, have you guys? I mean, Tony, I know you've met him. Paul, yourself, Richard,
yeah.
Of course, you have.
I've interviewed him a few times. He's what he's very good at. He's never off stage. That's what you need to know. He's never off stage.
Yeah.
And so, but he gives you this impression that you're very special. It's like he should be a politician. In fact, that's scary because I wouldn't be at all surprised if that.
It kind of is in a way.
But he's sort of like, I know when I said, oh, Bill, I was wanted a little feature for the magazine. This is like 8 years ago or something. And he said, I don't do interviews, Paul, but for you, I'll make. And I remember at the time thinking, bit of an exclusive here. And I soon realized that, it would be more unusual to find him not giving an interview to someone. Right? So he's very good at creating this. He's very good at assuming that you enter his sphere. So once you're in there, it's like his world. What I would say, though, is he gets such bad press. When you actually chat to him a bit, he's actually, honestly, quite a nice bloke, and he's quite interesting. And he's just occasionally you can see the mask slip a little bit. Yeah, not the mullet. The mullet never slips, right?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one with Billy.
He's actually quite a nice bloke. So it's only old games, isn't it? I don't know why people get so upset.
Yeah, I've certainly got no skin in the game.
Just give me 2 seconds. I'll...
Yeah,
sorry.
Sure.
Is this his bladder again? What's wrong with him? Does he need to see a specialist? What's going on? Did he eat those Cocoa Pops so quickly? The milk didn't even turn brown.
How long has he been sat there for? 3 hours now.
These are 40% bigger claustrophobic bag or something.
Yeah, so we I mean my view on Billy, I mean I don't really know the guy. I've met him a few times. He was perfectly nice to me. I think he is what he is. I've got I mean, every now and then I see those videos with this geezer going, hello, you absolute legends, and that old kind of Billy Mitchell takedown. And I can neither be bothered with that nor the other side of I just kind of I watch it with amusement. It is, and I don't mean to sound aloof, but it does. I do find it amusing. The whole thing, it's just interesting to watch from an anthropological point of view.
Yeah, I would agree with what Rich says. Bill has always been very warm to certainly Paul and I when we've gone over to the States, and I sort of feel like if I found myself in trouble in America, he's probably a guy I could call and go, Bill, could you give me a hand? And he would be
like the intro to the A-Team.
Yes,
a problem. Nobody else can solve it.
I'm in desperate need of hot sauce, Billy. Can you come round and see me right?
I will say Ricky's hot sauce is very, 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 very good. And
Tony loves the feel of it going down his throat, don't you, Tony?
That's
it's 11:58.
A very overused joke there, Paul. And I have spoken to Bill a couple of times when he has switched off and he's just been Bill. And I would say the vast majority of what you see in the white suit and the American tie is an act, and it is a character that he plays, and I think he does it very well, and I think that has served the hobby well for the most part over the years. But
I think many would disagree with us, though.
Yeah,
that would be my perception. And again, I don't think any of us have any kind of real skin in the game, and nor do we want to appear to be sort of aloof and above it all, because I'm sure for some people it clearly means a lot. And whoever that guy, I can't remember the name of the guy doing the videos, and he sort of like he dissects all the lawsuits and all this kind of stuff, and I'm like, I can't watch it, and that's, maybe I should be watching it, and maybe I should know more about what's going off, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't strike me as something incredibly important. Maybe within our world it should be, I don't know.
Yeah, the whole lawsuit thing is fascinating from the outside in. It's just like, this is clearly that important to some people that they're prepared to go down the legal route to protect their name, their identity. So to protect the fact that they're a world record holder, I
narcissism of small differences.
I was down at NERG, which is Northeast Retro Gaming, down in Newcastle. I was down there about 2-3 months ago, and Billy Mitchell and Walter White, Walter Day.
Walter White, yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
That's it. Heisenberg was there. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And as you say, Paul, Billy was standing at the door. Thank you very much for coming. He was shaking everybody by the hand.
It was like a preacher. Yeah.
Yeah. And I went to the talk, and he was in full on Billy Mitchell mode, and he's the thing is, Walter Day, Walter's getting too old. Nice. He was falling asleep. He was quite literally falling asleep, and but the questioning, I thought the questions were bloody awful. They ended up talking about, he says, there's lawsuits, blah, 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 blah. This young guy, a young YouTuber, whatever, was like kind of questioning your high scores, whatever it was, and he ended up committing suicide. And the whole question thing turned about committing suicide, and I thought, I was here to talk about, I want to hear how did he do the perfect Pac-Man and all that. So at the end of it, I went up to Bill, I just introduced myself, and I says, I've got this little humble podcast, and I threw in, Tony Temple and Paul Drury. He says, come with me. And he says, just come with me. He says,
that's where you went wrong.
With me. And we walked, as he was walking, he says, walk with me. And as we were walking upstairs, he was telling me he was across with Walter and his wife, and they were doing a bit of sightseeing. And he says, and then we went into this room, and they were handing out what do you call them? The top trumps. They were handing out the top trumps. You got one for Missile Command. Yeah. There was a guy who got one for the high score in bloody Ghostbusters. I mean, and one of my mates.
Al, have you framed it? Al, have you framed it?
One of my mates got one because when NERG is on, Mike takes 5 arcade cabinets that he's got. He takes them to NERG, and he got one because he puts the cabs in a transit van. And he's like, why the fuck have I got that? And I went, I know, she's great, but really? You dilute the whole point of them, I think.
But that's part of making you feel special. You see, they're really good at doing that. They draw you into their world. And Walter's lovely. And I'm sorry he slept through it all because he's a really lovely bloke.
Yeah. My impression of Billy Mitchell. So we went back into this place. He says, you sit there. And I thought he's going to come up and say to me, give me your details, I'll give you my email address. And he just ignored me the rest of the time. And I ended up just walking out, and I thought, you're a bit of a cock. So that's my impression of Billy Mitchell. I don't particularly like the guy. I don't know him and understand I don't know him. You guys have met him a lot more.
Well, when we next see him, the first thing we'll say is like, Billy, I'm going to stop you right there, mate. Have you dissed our mate Al? Right, that's what I'm going to open with. And we will sort it out with him, okay? Just leave it with us. Okay.
Excellent. Has there been, so Tony, you were alluding earlier on about there's a couple of guests have sort of have politely declined. You're not going to name names. Why do you think some people don't want to talk about the hobby?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's just not their thing. I think there are some people who worked at Atari, for example, who did a good job, who were integral, who were sort of named on the web as being quite integral. I don't mind naming names. Jed Margolin was a very well-known engineer who had a hand in many of the sort of classic titles of the 70s and 80s. And I have a pretty good relationship with him. I email him and he's happy to answer questions when I'm writing something on my blog. But when I approached him about podcasts, the answer wasn't, oh, I have bad memories, or I just don't want to talk about it, or, you know, they were all a bunch of shysters, so therefore, you know, it's a part of my life I blocked out. He just replied and said, it's just not really my thing to go on mic and record my thoughts. I don't think it's any more sinister than that.
The same with Dave Toyer, who's a real legend. He's me and Tony. So, should we keep name dropping Tony? Let's keep doing that. Do it. Is that he's not. You know, when people were employed to make games in the 70s and 80s, they were not employed based on their ability to be a raconteur, right? They were employed on their basis to be able to code, right? So some of them are more. I mean, you talk to someone like Owen Rubin, who could talk for the United States, and he'll just spiel off, and he's like, well, someone like Dave Toyer, he's quite shy and introverted, and yeah. But we had a very nice burger with him, didn't we, Tony, by the beach?
Yes, we did.
Tony and Paul hung out with Nolan Bushnell when you were over there last, didn't you, as well? And we have often talked about asking Nolan to be on the podcast, and
we'll get him on.
He will be one day, but it was, baby steps.
We'll get him on. We'll get him on for 50. We'll get him on for episode 50.
I was quite surprised at how foul-mouthed Eugene Jarvis is.
Potty mouth, yeah. He was loving it though. We got to the end of like 2.5 hours, and we're like, well, I thought we better wrap it up there. It's like, what? I'm just getting started.
Eugene was good, and I think what I really like about what we do, and obviously we've had a lot of Atari guys on because they were really the centrifugal force of the industry in that era. But and I know Tony's spoken to you about this kind of stuff before, but we also get people like Doug Wismer from the monitor manufacturer Electro Home, and what you would think, in fact, a friend of mine who has no interest in video games whatsoever, and I said, dude, just check out the podcast, see what you think, give me your honest opinion. And he was like, that was one of the most interesting episodes. He said on paper it shouldn't really work, it looks really boring, but when you sort of tune into that kind of that rhythm and that conversation, and people, regardless of their name, have interesting stories to tell, and I think that's just as compelling as speaking to somebody larger than life and well known, such as Eugene and all these other guys and all these other people. I mean, I suppose there was a paucity of Paul. Sorry, just a segue jump with my ADHD completely sideways. I was going to start talking about it really is mainly guys we've spoken to, and I suppose that's representative of the industry back then. But
we can't necessarily true. We can't change history. We could try, but yeah, we've
Christina Mystic Marathon.
Donofrio. The next guest will hopefully be a lovely woman called Christina Donofrio, who worked at Williams, and she's best known for a game that's actually pretty obscure. So I don't know if I phrase that very well, called a Mystic Marathon, which is a
Mhm.
really inventive coin-op from the mid-80s. But she worked a lot on the technical stuff in the background. But it's true. I mean, like we have had, female interviewees, but back then they were often not coding. They were in marketing. We've had, all graphics. Like we had Evelyn Seto. She was brilliant. It was all about, So, but you have to acknowledge you can't change that. And we couldn't, and similarly, just because they're women, that shouldn't be, we try not to make that the focus of the podcast. Although I must admit, we, couldn't resist saying, hey, we've all heard all these horror stories of Atari in the 70s. Were you constantly sexually harassed? To which they broadly said no, right?
Yeah.
Said no. Okay, right. I know it's more nuanced than that. But yeah. Anyway, she should be on next, Christina. It'll be good.
Listen, folks, I'm sorry to be the bringing the bad news. We have quite literally ran out of time.
No worries.
It's been awesome.
Good luck.
I'll get you guys back on. And if you ever want a fat old Scottish bloke talking about games,
do you know what?
Yeah,
You look very trim, Al. Actually, and I believe you are a runner. Are you not?
Yeah.
I used to do long.
Yeah,
distance
he
running
runs to the toilet about every 20 minutes.
Yeah. Now he's
Sorry,
Al,
Richie.
thank you
Yeah,
so much, mate. Thanks for having us on.
I used to.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Al.
Good luck with
Listen,
this whole charity thing. Take care.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Del Boy.
Fantastic, guys.
Oh,
Take
thank
care,
you so
guys.
much, Paul.
Get donating,
Bye.
everyone.
You chaps.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Awesome, mate. Whew. Get a breath for a second.
I never laughed so much in my life. They said, "Where's he going again?" He says, "He got to go to the toilet." Was he got a bladder like 20 minutes?
No, I had to. Somebody was at the door. I had to
That's what I thought, but it's just that they assumed straight away it was the toilet.
Right, listen, before we get Mike is due on in 15:15. He's due on in 15 minutes. Obviously just want to thank everybody so far that's watched. We're 4 hours in. I'm knackered. I'm ready to
We've sold another cap to Colin.
Brilliant.
That's the only update I've got though, unfortunately, for anything at the moment.
That's great. So we've still got 3 baseball caps. I'm still winning the auction for Creed. We've still got the PlayStation games. Have we not had any bids for the DS?
No bids at all.
No.
I don't know what it is. I don't know.
No love for this beautiful looking.
We got 35 now. That's more than anything, since this morning. So you got the maximum amount of people watching right now.
Yeah. Well, I think my daughter, when I was downstairs making a cup of tea, Ava said to me, "Dad, you need to remember it was like 9 o'clock in the morning, UK time. So I think we can try and pimp it a wee bit more later on."
I keep putting it up at the moment what the bids are, but I don't know whether people have actually seen the actual items, you see, and they just go, "What's that all about?"
You know what? If you're going to make a donation, folks, that's great. Why not make a donation and get something free?
Oh yeah.
So right, listen, I've got Mike due. He's due in here in about. All right, hang on a wee second, Jamie. You're saying what's the link for the DS auction?
Yeah, there isn't a link.
There isn't, Jamie. It's a DS Lite. Doesn't come with a charger, but these things don't require charged because they never ever run out of battery. 100% working order. I think there might be a stylus somewhere. There's no charger. You get one for £2 off eBay. Get yourself an R4 card. What did we say? 20 quid for this. If somebody wants to give me £20 for this, you can have it. Yep, baseball caps. We have got a baseball cap.
3 left. Three left.
I paid £5 for these. So I've spent 20 quid in getting these. We want to sell them for £10 each. If you want me to deface it and write my name across it, then brilliant. It's £10 for a baseball cap. I think 2 have gone. We've still got 3 left, from what I can gather. Right, hang on a second.
Choo Choo Rocket, wasn't there?
Oh yeah. There's Choo Choo Rocket for the Dreamcast. There we go. That, and then we've got how many? We've got 9 games, I think it is, or 10 games for the PlayStation 2. You know, give me 10 quid for them, whatever, something like that. Yeah. Is there anything? Right. Well, Mike's going to be. He's going to be joining us in the next 5 minutes. You want to go and take a toilet break, mate? Or?
Oh, we can do, can't we?
Yeah, I'm actually all right. I'm all right. I'm just going to...
Steve, what a bastard! Oh, sorry.
He's just put,
I've bid £2 for Dell's t-shirt. Thanks. Oh.
They were a good bunch.
They weren't they? I couldn't stop laughing. So, none of that stuff that was in there.
Let me see. I just want to do a wee bit of.
We'll have to get another update from Arlasoft soon, and see, because he said, he said £22 so far. That was good. I keep putting up the link for the game to download. So,
yeah. Right. Let me see.
I'm not sure if people are aware that there is a donation for that game. If they want, they can have it for free, but there's a donation button at the bottom of the screen.
So we're still on time. We're still on time.
What's this phone? Ah. Yeah. So what's coming up? Let's have a look.
Right. I'll just share the. I'll share the.
Is it again. Mike? Is it Mike to next?
Yeah, Mike's due here in about 5 minutes. It's nice that they're turning up early, but I'm like, I'm not getting a chance to catch our breath.
Yeah. Oh, it's up to £30 now, Alan, for Burger King sales.
Brilliant. Tell you what, why don't just for the 5 minutes before let's see, present, just before share screen, entire screen, but right, this is the game that Nick wrote.
Yeah.
This is a game that you can, as soon as Mike comes in, we'll just stop right there. You know he's going to jump in a second. You know that's
Sod's law.
That's Sod's law, mate.
Oh, that was so funny. Sorry, can you say that again in English, Alan?
Yeah, this is just awesome. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how he does it, quite frankly.
No.
He never fails to deliver. He's just, when he turns his hand to a game, he makes the best version of the game possible.
It's just, I've seen so many versions on console where the screen freezes when the burger drops, and
yeah,
this is just gorgeous, really.
Everything from the way the wee guy kind of like vibrates, you can see he's kind of shaking as he's running up and down the stairs.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna buy it after the stream, you know.
Yeah. I better keep an eye on the. No, fucker.
He should have done a level where the ladders make up the word Mame or Al. So the first level is Al, and it's like, yeah, that's because Al can't get past the second level. It's got A and L. No, but I mean that's as close as arcade, isn't it? I mean, my God.
It is. Super. So that's what you're paying for, folks. So you want to go and download the game. You can download it at. Let's see if I can just find it. Remove that.
Yes, unfortunately, if you weren't an early riser, you missed the chance to have your initials in the high score table. But that went extremely well.
Hey,
Al.
how you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. Was that good?
The woman will be delighted. I mean, we've just had the handsome Tony Temple and Richard, and then we've got bloody. You'll never see Daniel Craig and Mike in the same room at the same time. Honestly, God.
I'll take that. Yeah, that's a compliment, I guess. It's better than I used to be compared to Boris Becker, so I'll take Daniel Craig over Boris Becker.
I thought you were going to say Bros.
Bros. Oh, they were cool. I met the Fred Dabney at the Retro Man Cave a few months back. Yeah, nice bunch. Yeah, good entertainment.
It was great because Paul's mic was muted for the first 5 minutes, so we could get along in edgeways.
I thought he was winding you guys up, but
I was beginning to think that as well, Mike. I thought he's at it. He can hear us, or we can hear him, and he's whatever it is. But yeah. So listen, Mike, thanks very much. Is that a CRT TV you've got there?
Just a few, mate. I think I've got 5 in this room. I've got 5 in this room alone, which is they're starting to get out of control.
So do you have a bit of collection of like old systems and what have you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's part of what we do, but it's also the era of gaming that I'm most interested in, really. So I like to play on original hardware. So yeah, I've got like a DOS PC here. I've got a Blast City cabinet right next to me. I've got a BVM over there, a Sony BVM, and I've got a Mega Drive set up and a Super Famicom and a PlayStation 1. That's generally what I play on, but not that I get much time to play stuff these days.
Have you got a Mister? Is it something that you've seen? Is it something that you're interested in?
Yeah, the Mister's fantastic, really, because emulation never quite did it for me. There was always something that felt off, but with the Mister, it's as close as you can get, really. And if you're playing on the CRT as well, then I think the experience is indistinguishable. So yeah, it's a good, compact, and cheaper solution, to buying multiple arcade boards or systems. So it's interesting to see how that whole scene is developing. Yeah,
I mean, it took me. I've got a mate who had. It was called the Mist. It was called the Mist before it became the Mister, and he had that probably 10 years ago, and I didn't really get it. I didn't really understand what it was, because he goes, "Oh, I can play all these games," and I thought, well, I can play them on my laptop or my PC, and I've got 10,000 games, whereas you can play 50 games. And over the last sort of 5-6 years, I don't. People talk about lag and all that bollocks, and I'm like, that's a lot of nonsense. And then I can't remember what was. I had a mate down in London, and he was going on about it, and he tried to explain to me just the difference. And I went, right, okay. And then I watched a few YouTube videos, and there was one with a guy who he owned about 10 arcade cabinets. He owned a Sharp X68000. Nice. He was wanting to get Dodon Patchy 2, which apparently goes for like £10,000. And he said that he saw a mate bought a Mister, and he thought, holy shit, this is what I've been looking for. And he said he's now sold his Sharp X68000. He's put the Mister in an arcade cabinet. So rather than having to pay 10 grand for Dodon Patchy, he's got Dodon Patchy running. Apparently, when you get the correct controller, it's not 99.99% accurate. It's probably 100% accurate. And he loves it. And so I decided, I thought, I'll buy one. Of course, COVID hit, the price went up to like 700 quid. I'm like, I'm not paying that for it. I can't afford it. And then a mate contacted me, says, by the way, there's a guy selling one for 400 quid. You want it? I went, can't afford it, but yeah, give me it. And it's been an absolute revelation because, and what I like about it, when you switch it on and you go to Dragon 32, it's like cursor. You're like, now what? And it feels like you've actually got the machine, the proper machine, because you're thinking, right, I need to Google, how do I load a game in a Dragon 32? You type in cat or whatever it is, and then you have to do list and then load. And it's like the real. I've got one there. It's there. You can see it in that computer.
Yeah.
I've got one underneath there, and it's, you know, I've got the keyboard and the mouse and all that. And to me, it's as good as owning real hardware. I've got loads of real hardware, which I'm going to try and sell because A, I'm getting near the pensionable age and I need to try and boost my pension, and B, I want to sell it while it still works. It's been
that Vectrex is worth a few quid, isn't it?
Oh, that's my. There's 3 machines that I'm going to keep: Vectrex, Commodore 64, and Atari. The rest of them can go. Not interested.
Oh, right, okay. Wow, that's quite a commitment. But yeah, I sold my Neo Geo collection years ago, and I still regret it now. So I don't think I'll be selling any of my retro stuff going forwards. I'm just gonna hoard it.
The thing is, what will happen is when we kick the bucket, your kids will be like, "What's this? What the hell is that?" I don't know. And
probably sell it at a car boot sale, won't they, or give it away for nothing to a charity shop.
And then the Vectrex will be sold as like a small portable blue TV. Don't know what it does. No idea. Take it away. Take it away.
No, luckily my daughter, I think she understands the value of a lot of what I've got, and I've played quite a lot of Mega Drive and PC games with her, so yeah, she's quite into the retro stuff. But
So from that interesting segue, Sega Mega Drive, Xeno Crisis. Wow, what a game! How could you just talk a wee bit? I know you and I caught up at Blackpool, but obviously you were sharing the stage with 4 other people, and I have to kind of keep the comments quite generic. How did Bitmap Bureau come about then, Mike?
It largely came about because myself and one of my ex-colleagues, Matt Cope, we decided to form a new studio. Matt had been out of the gaming scene for a while, but he's an incredible coder, and his speciality is cross-platform development and cross-compilation. So he's able to take a game written in one language and then port it to another language or just about any system you can imagine. So yeah, he really loves the challenge of getting games onto different systems such as the Mega Drive or the Dreamcast. So yeah, I mean, initially we were just making retro style games for Switch and PC and the Xbox, PlayStation, all the rest of it. But we noticed Matt Phillips had some success with Tanglewood. He did a Kickstarter for that, and yeah, we thought we'd give it a go as well because I think Matt was really keen to do some proper coding. You know, he really wanted to have a go at the Mega Drive, and there was this SGDK, which is a software development kit specifically for the Mega Drive, written by Stefan de Longueville. So that gave us a good jump-off point. But yeah, we had a quick go at the Global Game Jam, which was, I think it's a 48-hour event. And yeah, in that time, we managed to knock out a quick horizontal shoot 'em up, which was, it was fine, nothing special, but it just made us think, I think now is the time to have a go at making a full Mega Drive game and putting it onto cartridge and distributing it ourselves. So yeah, that's now become the studio's focus, really developing for the old systems, but also getting those games onto new systems as well. And in the meantime, we've taken on another programmer who's also helping us hit other platforms as well. So there's more platforms lined up.
So how many? So I'm sitting here talking. I've had to laugh when you share this. Obviously, he had a spelling, and then Paul said, "Glad you mistyped the F at the end of that."
Thank you.
Sorry. I mean, Xeno Crisis. What was the whose idea? How do you come up with games when you say, right, we're going to write a new game, lads? whose idea is it? Is it a brainstorming session, or did people just throw something into the ring? Or?
It's generally me, really. Matt's an incredible coder, but he's not terribly interested in game design. But I'm more of a designer and coder, kind of a hybrid, I guess. So I'm not an amazing coder by any means, but I can put together a game, no problem. So yeah, that tends to fall on my shoulders. And with Xenocrisis, I heard the guys talking about earlier, being inspired and copyright infringement and all the rest of it. But I think when you make any game now, it's going to be inspired by some other game in the past. It's very hard to make something that's completely unique. Also quite risky, I think, as well. So with Xenocrisis, it felt like there was no great arena shooter on the system. Super Smash TV was okay. It wasn't a great port. So we just thought we'd combine Smash TV with Aliens, so to speak, and it just naturally sort of organically sort of bloomed from there, really. The big factor in the game's development was getting Henk Nieborg on board, and he's the veteran pixel artist from the Amiga days. So he did the art for Lionheart and Flink, games like that. Also Contra 4 on the DS. So yeah, he's an absolute legend and incredible pixel artist. He had experience with the Mega Drive as well. So yeah, he was able to nail the look of the game straight away. We just told him what we wanted, and I think I might have sent him a prototype or some prototype footage. And from there, he just he instantly came up with this amazing looking mock-up, and we knew we were onto something big straight away.
Yeah. What was the first version? Because I'm looking at Wikipedia, so obviously this is 100% true. It's been released on, I'm going to get my breath, Sega Mega Drive, Linux, Mac OS, Microsoft Windows, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and it was later ported to the Dreamcast, PlayStation Vita, Neo Geo CD, Nintendo 64, GameCube and Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Is that true?
I think that's most of them, yeah. There might be one or two. I mean, you've got the Evercade in there as well. We've got a PlayStation 1 port on the way, Game Boy Advance, and others as well, which I can't reveal just yet. But we're not done yet. The first version, I think Matt Phillips, when he made Tanglewood, he made it purely as a Mega Drive game. He went hardcore, just developed it purely for the Mega Drive from the start. But with my design process, I like to prototype in Flash, which you might remember. It's almost completely dead now, isn't it? I certainly don't think any websites allow Flash anymore. Prototyping games in Flash is extremely quick. So that just gave us, within a few days, I had something up and running, which felt great, and we felt should be okay on the Mega Drive. So really, I think the PC version led the way. Also, my colleague Matt had an accident where he received a real serious head injury, so that put him out of action for a long time, and we weren't even sure if the Mega Drive version was going to happen after that. So luckily he recovered, but it meant that the modern versions came out first, and then I think a few months later the Mega Drive version finally followed.
Yeah, I mean, it's how you were. I mean, you very kindly gave me a copy of the Mega Drive one, and it's beautiful. Quite literally, it's beautiful. And I think this, we're all old enough to remember, saving up your pocket money or getting paid at the end of the month, and you would look at the Zzap or Super Play magazine, you would think, I'm going to buy that game, and you would rush to the shop and you'd buy it, and you'd be on the bus and you'd be sitting poring over the instruction booklet and all that. And that's something that's just been completely lost nowadays. My daughter, she buys a game, she'll download it on the internet. I bought a game for the Nintendo Switch recently, and I didn't even realise it. And I opened it up, there was nothing in it. And it was a code. For crap, I've just spent all that money on a plastic case with a code.
Yeah, terrible. Really, it's strange that the digital versions are often more expensive than the physical now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which seems bizarre to me, especially when they have no resale value either. So there's a lot to be said for physical, and hopefully it'll be around for some time yet. I mean, certainly with what we're doing, we're all about the physical. So we'll be continuing to put games into boxes with proper manual and often some other physical goodies as well. But yeah, I miss those days as well. You have to properly save up your money, get on the bus, go into town, and I think the shops I used to go to, there was one called Ultima in Southampton. That was probably my favourite. They had quite a few imports as well in there as well. You grab your game and jump on the bus straight away, and you read the manual on the way home. I love those times, and it's not quite the same anymore. Kids just they're probably downloading games on their phones, really, aren't they? But times change.
I mean, the Neo Geo, that's a behemoth to a cartridge, isn't it? The box for that is huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest of the lot, and it's it's got a double PCB as well, so it's quite an expensive game to manufacture for us. But it's something about having a Neo Geo game on your shelf. It's quite an intimidating thing, and interesting system to collect for. Very expensive as well.
Yeah. So what have you got companies that you go to? I mean, I didn't even know that we could make a new Mega Drive game. Is there companies there that will flash the EPROMs and all this kind of stuff?
We actually do that ourselves, but although when you get the PCB manufactured, you can ask them to burn the ROM onto it. But I think with the first run we had an issue, so we had to burn every game onto each PCB individually, which was quite painful. But the factories are still out there, I think things have moved on quite considerably since the old days. But essentially it's still a PCB with a memory chip on it, and sometimes we'll slap a FPGA on there, I suppose, to help out a bit. But it's and then there's the plastic manufacturing, so getting the cartridges made, the boxes made as well. There are still people willing to do, well, if you can find a factory with a plastic injection mold system, then they can do anything for you, really, as long as you're willing to pay for it.
Yeah. So out of all the ones, the sort of platforms that's available for, and what's your best selling one? Would you say, is it digital or is it physical copies? Or
I'm not too sure these days. I think the Switch did really well, and certainly the physical version sold out straight away. But then it was quite a small run. But the Mega Drive's done well. I think with the Mega Drive being the focus for the game, I think people really got on board with that, and the visuals, the soundtrack, the design and the controls are all about the Mega Drive. So I think it feels most at home on the Mega Drive. So I think that's probably our best retro seller, at least.
Yeah, I think the Mega Drive controller with the 3 buttons just it feels the most fluid sort of version, I think.
Good, yeah, that's it. And we had to make it work with a 3-button controller, of course, because that's what Mega Drives generally come with. But you can play with a 6-button controller. So we had to make some interesting design decisions, but I think it works great on a 3-button controller. A lot of people don't get on with it, and that's understandable. But we're going to see what we can do about improving things in the sequel.
So the problem is the young team, they expect a controller with force feedback and about 50 billion buttons, whereas the old school guys like ourselves was 1 button or 3.
Oh, that's it. I mean, I grew up playing like Specky and BBC Micro, Commodore 64, and you had 1 button, really, didn't you? So when I got my Mega Drive when I was 12, 13, and it had 3 buttons, it just felt like a whole new world, really. And then things moved on with the Super Nintendo controller, which is probably still my favorite. And now things are very different, of course. But I think Nintendo did some crazy stuff with controllers, but I think the Sony and Xbox layout as it is now is that's about as far as controllers need to go, really. Yeah, you've got the limitations of the human hand, so there's only so much things you can do with a hand. So yeah, I think we've probably hit the limit on controller evolution, but we'll see.
Sorry to interrupt a wee second, Mike. I've just got somebody, Jingles Bells. I see what you've done there. Hello, flew in from Twitter. Not quite clear who or what the charity is for. I don't see the description. Yeah, just very quickly, the two charities. This is all a bit of fun. We've got great guys like Mike and other guys that have given up their time to come in, sit with myself and Craig and just talk bollocks and hopefully entertain you lot for 12 hours. But the good side is there's two charities that we're raising money for. You can donate. You'll see there. There's a PayPal which will come to me. If you pay friends and family, it means that PayPal don't get any money. All the money you give, £10, the £10 goes straight to the two charities. You can also, if you want, send me an email. I will give you my bank details. You send the money to me. The money will be taken out and put across. Two charities very quickly. One is called Spark. It's a community centre not far from me. It's in quite a deprived kind of area. It offers a place for people who've got social isolation, various mental illnesses, whatever it is. It's a place people can go along, catch up with other people, get a cup of tea, a cake. They can play pool, they can listen to music, they can play games. It's to help combat social isolation, which I think has been a thing that's very apparent, especially pre-COVID. People don't want to leave the house. It's a fantastic charity. I've raised money for them in the past. And the second one is a charity through in Stirling. It's for money. It's to help women that have been subject to physical and mental abusive relationships. They can pay for counsellors, and they have all kinds of little craft activities for people to come along. So it's two brilliant charities. So hopefully that'll answer your question in Jingle Bell. So thanks for that. So Mike, obviously, I'm just conscious of time. The problem with these is we've got so many people coming into such a short, I'm saying short, bloody 12 hours. I'm cream cracker, but I've only been going 4.5 hours. Bill's fault. He's fallen asleep twice. Because we've got so many people brilliantly giving up their time. It's quite literally half an hour. I'm like, right, sorry folks, we need to go.
Yeah, I totally understand. You do an amazing job.
The guys earlier on, I said, oh wait a minute, they might know each other. So we had like Richard from Taskset Sofware and Richard Leinfellner from Palace Software who did Calden. They were having a good old chat. So I'm just conscious of time. I know we've been trying to get in touch with each other. I'll get you on to the channel for a proper chat. I blame it's only if you'd be up for that.
That'd be cool, yeah.
Go into way more detail. Can you just talk us through the other games that you've done and had published under Bitmap Bureau?
Yeah, I mean, following Xenocrisis, we wanted to continue working with Henk Nieborg, and he'd done some great mock-up work for this game called, I think it was called Battle Bash originally. It was a kind of a top-down Gauntlet-esque kind of game. So, yeah, we took that and made a design document, and we also kickstarted that. And the publisher Numskull got involved as well. So, yeah, we released that on modern platforms, and it's a beautiful game. It's all Henk's artwork, so yeah, he had to do so many pixels for that game. But yeah, we're hoping to bring that to retro platforms as well. And then following that, we continued working with Numskull. We made a side-scrolling beat 'em up called Final Vendetta, which is very much based on Final Fight and Streets of Rage. Very much harks back to the classic late 80s, early 90s beat 'em ups. And yeah, we just felt the Neo Geo needed a decent side-scroller, because there's a few side-scrolling beat 'em ups on there, but yeah, we thought we could raise the standard a little bit. Well, we'll see what people think, but so that's been released on modern platforms again, and it's coming to Neo Geo soon, and we're looking at other platforms too. So and since then we been working with another publisher. He came in with a very exciting proposal. I can't really talk about it at all. It's all under NDA, but we're wrapping up the project right now, and hopefully it should be released in the first quarter of 2024. We've also been working on another project simultaneously, and that's going really well. And yeah, we've got loads more exciting stuff lined up. So yeah, it's going to be a really great year or two for us. And yeah, hopefully our followers will appreciate our output.
Well, if there's any, if the games, the later games, are anything to compare with like Xenocrisis, they're going to do well. See when the guy was coding the graphics. I mean, they've obviously when you're coding for like I don't know the Switch, you can have 10,000 colours. Did you deliberately want to try and retain the sort of like the 8-bit, 16-bit look with like 16 colours or whatever? Was that a sort of a conscious kind of decision?
Well, it's a conscious decision, but it's also enforced on you. Yeah, if you're making a Mega Drive game, then you're dealing with 4 palettes of 16 colors, and those palettes have to be spread across the background, the sprites, the HUD, and so on. So yeah, you have to be really clever in how you use your color. I think that's why some Mega Drive games look quite gaudy and awkward. Yeah, if you don't really embrace the Mega Drive's color palette, I think your game can really suffer visually for it. But yeah, Henk Nieborg, he's just an amazing pixel artist. Really, he can make so much out of so little. So with just a few pixels and a few colors, I think he can do more than anyone. And yeah, even when he was designing the aliens for the the first few areas. I think, yeah, he sent us over a load of mock-ups, and we just looked at it and said, yeah, these were amazing, Henk, but yeah, you've used more than 16 colors there. You have to do some work on those. And he said, oh no, they all use 16 colors. And we had another look, and actually, yeah, somehow he made 3 different enemy designs using one palette, but somehow they all looked so different. In terms of their color usage, it's just amazing. So yeah, it's really important to have an artist who understands the palette limitations and also the color spectrum of each system.
What's the kind of feedback on the game? Like, presumably there's been YouTubers and websites have reviewed it. What's the kind of feedback?
Oh, it's been amazing, really. Yeah, I think people are always excited to see a new Mega Drive or Genesis game. But yeah, we really pushed the boat out, I think, and we wanted to make something special, and yeah, people love it. There are some comments about the difficulty and the requirement to 1cc the whole game to get a good ending. That didn't go down too well, but yeah, you live and learn. But yeah, generally, yeah, fantastic, really. And yeah, we've had people like Metal Jesus and GameSack, and yeah, you got people like Slopes and Kim Justice, yeah, covering your game. It's really nice to see, and really encouraging, and it's inspired us to keep making these games for the new games for old systems.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. So what plans have you got for the future? How do you decide? Well, you've already answered that. How do you pick what games you're going to look at next? What sort of genre?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's determined by your publisher, of course. Yeah, they'll come to you with a license, and you'll either want to make it or not. So yeah, our current 2 projects are license based, but yeah, following that, I think we really want to do a sequel to Xenocrisis, because it's been sat there for 4 or 5 years and
begging for a sequel, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. I think I played it quite safe with the design. I really want to push things a bit more this time. So yeah, we've all had loads of ideas. We've got this great big spreadsheet of ideas that we'd like to see in the sequel. So yeah, we're not short on the creative side of things. And yeah, we've since expanded as well. So we've got more artists that can work on the project. So yeah, I think that will certainly be our next project based on our own IP. I think we've got others as well lined up. Every time someone joins us, they nearly always have an idea that they're itching to make, and yeah, we're trying to accommodate that as well. So yeah, yeah, I'm certainly not short on ideas, and yeah, we've had quite a few approaches from various publishers as well.
That's good. Must admit, I was playing it for about 6 months, and then everything that I've just said is all nonsense. I've got the manual, and I never even read it. I was playing it for 6 months and dying instantly, and then I realised you could actually batter people with a gun. I thought, oh, that's just opened up the game to me.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. I think you have to be quite brave to use it. It's probably a bit counterintuitive at first because you have to run into an enemy to trigger it, and it will automatically trigger it.
It's your only real kind of option. It's interesting you're touching on difficulty because, you know, I think it's fair to say that kids nowadays, you can most modern games, you can kind of there's no pain. You don't feel any pain. You can play a Call of Duty and go up, die, reload, up, die, reload, up, get past him, save, up, die, reload, and you complete the game and whatever. Whereas old school games, they were brutal. I mean, something like Mamemeister, you die, you go back to the start of the game. You want to complete that game, you've got to complete that with 3 lives. And it's like games like Zero Crisis, they were rock hard. And it's probably because, I think a big part of the reason was the games were pretty small. You have Mamemeister and you make it easy, you can complete it in, 10 minutes. I mean, Richard Leinfellner from Palace, he was there was a game called.
You could do Antiria in 90 seconds, couldn't you? That's nuts. Yeah, I can't believe that, but I'd love to see that.
So this goes to games were small, and you had to make them difficult for people to get some sort of value for money. Listen, Mike, I said we are fast running out of time. I've got a question here. I'll just pop it up there from Paul.
And what kids should learn to get into game design development? Designing specifically. I mean, I just used to read all the magazines, play as many games as I could. I used to pirate a lot of stuff as well. I was pretty naughty. Just I don't know. Inspiration though is not something you can really teach. I think you either have it or you don't. And sometimes you can find it in strange places. It can be a piece of music. It can be a book, a film, someone else's game. But I think just start prototyping as well. Give maybe Scratch a go, or even Flash if you can. And there's so many demos and tutorials out there to help you along your way. Programming is much easier than it used to be, and it's much more accessible now. So just have a tinker and make something that you would enjoy playing yourself, hopefully, and just have fun with it and see where it goes.
Have you seen the? Sorry.
I was just going to ask just one question. Is there any possibility of a follow-up to 88 Games, being as that got quite a good reception when it came out?
Oh, 88 Heroes, you mean?
88 Heroes. Sorry, 88 Heroes.
Maybe one day. I kind of burnt myself out on that project. It was.
I believe so. I mean, there's a hell of a lot in it, but it's just that those sort of like sideways scrolling sort of like things are quite popular, those and I just I think everybody just gets a kick out of them, and I believe that got a good positive reaction on Steam. So I just thought, I'll ask the question, like, is there any possibility, or is there any thought possible that there might be something that comes out?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to revisit it. I don't feel like I really did the concept justice. We're under a lot of pressure at the time, and I think the game spanned 3 different studios in the end. It was crazy. Most games you just have one playable character, or maybe 2 or 3 or 4. But to have 88 was just nuts.
Yeah.
Testing the game was just a nightmare. You had to make sure. I'm not even sure it's still the case. Every level had to be completed with each character, and I'd love to go back to it. So, I learned a lot making that game, and I think I could do a better job. So, perhaps one day.
Yeah, got it for 44 heroes and 44 baddies, and then it's still the same game. 88 hero, 88 characters.
But we did joke actually that halfway through development we would say, why don't we just make this 44 heroes? Because it would just make our life so much easier. But no, I think we were committed to 88 at that point, which was.
No, but thank you for answering the question and that game, because I played that, and I really do quite enjoy that game.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, glad to enjoy it.
Yeah, awesome. Listen, guys, we've quite literally ran out of time. I've got another thing starting in 13 minutes, and I need to go and I'm starving. I need to go and have another bowl of Cocoa Pops or something, I think. So, listen, Mike, thank you so much. I mean that sincerely. Thank you so much. You're a top guy. Thanks for taking time to do this. Hopefully, we're going to get a bit of cash. But more importantly, it's something that people are going to enjoy, and makes people happy. We've got enough to worry about with pricey mortgages and bloody fuel. So having a thing like this, which is a great fun, is brilliant. So I will be in touch, Mike, and we'll get something organised. We'll get you back on properly.
Nice one. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Okay,
and, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, buddy.
All right. See you guys. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, mate. Listen, we've got we have that's a good point. Colin is asking about if we can put a link to the charities in the scrolling thing. So I'm going to do that just now. Right, coming up.
I saw that and couldn't do anything. You see, so
yeah. Coming up, folks, at 1 o'clock ish, we have got this SID Show Special featuring him and me, and we've got Ponder Colin Jones. He will be along. So we're going to. Listen, I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a little, we'll have a little break for, we'll have a break for 10 minutes, and we will be back for a SID Show Special. So unmute my bloody self.
They're all saying that the tune ought to be more siddy and lively, and it's depressing.
Yeah, I'm not got time to render another video. How's the right? Hopefully you can see the a minute. I don't know if I can. A minute. I don't know if I can put another space. Am I going to put a space in? I don't know. I'm trying to just get the charity thing so it looks all right.
I've just got some twirls.
A microwave bloody burger. Hopefully you can get the gist of the charity from that. There.
Yeah.
You can't put a space or anything in for, unfortunately, or like you can't put like because it's a scrolling message. It's just one continual thing.
Yeah, that's the problem with how we're doing so far with the bids. I keep putting it up, but it is a bit just what's that supposed to mean type thing.
Right, you get the gist of it. Right, I'm just looking there. Discard that. Well, let's have a quick. Oh, awesome. Right, listen, I've just had can Dale, if you can update the link. Tony Temple of the Ted Dabney Experience, he has offered up a signed copy of his book, and it's bloody brilliant. So he's going to sign it. What he's saying, if you want to randomly draw a name out of the hat and send the address, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can we have a? What do we think?
I'd certainly think of what you want to do before the next break, because I can put it at the bottom, but of course I'd also have to split it into two because I'm already at 200 characters with those 5 that you've got there. If you see what I mean.
What Tony's said, he says if you want to randomly draw a name out of the hat of somebody that's donated, so that's what we're going to do. There's no need to, but if you want to be in it to win it, you need to donate. But after the stream's finished, I will pick a name from random. We'll generate something, And whoever
Yeah,
gets
so
picked
all I have to do then is just put some names down, and you can put that in a spinning wheel or something that's off the internet.
Yeah. We can do that before we finish. Remind me to do that before we finish.
Yeah.
I'm just going to message Tony just now.
Because I think that one should be different from an auction. I think that one should be
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, and Arlasoft's just said it's £47 in sales now for Burger Time.
Wow. That is awesome. I've not.
Like I said, I am constantly putting up the link to that as often as I can.
Right, I'm just trying to see where are we. Right, we've got the SID show. It's not like Colin to be late, is it?
Isn't it? No, I'm only joking.
Right, we've got Gary Penn. Gary will be along at 2:30, so we've got a bit of time.
Colin said he's ready.
Right, well, Colin, you need to click on the link to join the stream.
Oh, he's waiting for the link. He said he's waiting for the link to join.
I sent him a link earlier on. Wait a minute, I'll invite him. No, I can't invite him. I can't post it in that. Colin, I sent you in the I sent you in the chat, Facebook chat, mate.
Oh, look, Steve's feeling hungry. What a bloody shame. Look, Steve, look. Lovely. Oh. Bastard.
I posted it in the chat, Colin. Facebook chat, the little group with I'll just double check I did. Yeah, if you go into the Facebook chat and you commented saying I'm getting the stream set up. If you go in there, you'll see the link.
Yeah, I was going to say my Facebook is still open. I think the link's there.
Yeah, the link is in there. Oh, there we go. Hang on.
Hey!
Right, that is quite scary. It's a floating head.
Yeah, honestly.
So they get all set up properly.
Do you want to scare people? Bloody hell.
He's full on steampunk as well.
Decapitated heads. Bloody hell.
You know, this is the Norbrook.
Yeah, but we all have nightmares about that place.
It is Halloween, so we'll let him off with that. Brilliant. Right, wait a minute. I've added the links down below, Colin. I've updated it to show the charity things.
Lovely jubbly.
So right, have you guys got your you've got your tunes?
I haven't done them in any order though, mine.
No, that's fine.
Is that all right?
That's absolutely fine. Right, welcome. I should have had a little intro, but it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what, yeah, I'm going to, I was talking about I'm going to play a tune, if I can find it. Let's see, hang on a second. I was talking, I can't remember, I was talking about this and I must have got well aid. I was thinking about using this tune to start the thing off. Right, hang on. And I did check to see that it wouldn't give me any copyright strikes or anything. Right, where are we?
Colin, you look like Boy George.
I'm
You
a
little
bit different for Boy George.
You got to put some lipstick on or something.
No. Neil's not vanished either. Oh, by the way, don't put me down for Tony's book because I've already got one.
Right, fair enough, Colin. Thanks for that, mate. Right, hang on. I'm just.
I like what LFC said. He said, "I'm not sure what's more scary, the Norbrook or seeing Colin's head levitating." Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, what?
Right, I'm going to, here we go. Right, we're going to share a screen. Present, share screen, entire screen.
Yeah, this is the bit that I don't want to cock up. Being in IT for 35 years, it doesn't look very good, does it?
Right, no expense spared, and hopefully you're going to hear this. Yeah, here we go. This SID Show Special. Right, that's enough of that bollocks. Right.
That's a bloody good SID. Jesus Christ, the samples in there.
It was. Right, bonus question. Can anybody give me the proper name of that tune?
I only know the TV program. I wouldn't know what the tune was called.
I can't remember. I do know it, but I can't remember.
I know it, and I don't know what it is either. But anyway, right, you both failed. Right, right. This SID Show Special is anyone that's watched my channel at all over the years. They'll the SID Show was a thing that we did where I was joined with Lacosa and Panther, and we picked 3 or 5 songs, 5 SID tunes, and we basically picked some fantastic pieces of music. This one has got a slight downturn to go along with the scary picture of Colin in the Norbeck Hotel. We're going to pick the 5 or 15, I should say, worst SID tunes ever. This is not a complete collection because obviously there's a lot of worse stuff out there. But we've both the 3 of us have picked 5 tunes that are quite frankly pitch. So right, I'm going to let Dale go first. Have you got your deep SID? Well, by the way, I apologise now about sound quality because StreamYard doesn't really do sound that well. But when you hear these tunes, you're probably going to be quite glad that it's not very good. So, Dale, have you got your deep SID all ready to go?
Believe so.
I just need to load up mine.
Can you see it?
Right, I can. Let me just give me 2 seconds so I can get my ones brought up.
Beanbag is the name of the tune.
Beanbag, that's it. Beanbag, yeah. Right, Dale, I'll let you. Don't talk about it first. Let just you introduce what your first tune is going to be.
You don't want me to discuss it. So okay,
No. Just tell it what it is, and then if it's only 10 seconds, you can hit the little loop and let it play for 45 seconds, and then
I was going to say I'll take the loop off because it is 40 seconds long. It is that's plenty. It's a game tune. It's from a game called Room Lord, and it's a classical piece of music by Beethoven called Fur Release. Can you hear it? Can you hear that?
I can hear it.
Okay.
Turn it off.
Yeah.
Right, I can tell you now that was on my honourable mentions. Room Lord by Robert Westgate.
Yeah. I remember that game. It was a bloody well, it wasn't a great game either. But oh my god, yeah. Fur Release. Now, I mean, obviously I know Fur Release quite a lot because I've studied classical music and so forth, but that's pretty atrocious as a version of Fur Release.
As opposed to Fur Release, it should never have been released.
It should never have been released, yeah. I mean, I didn't know that the guy was active for that whole year. And then sort of sporadically after that.
The problem with that is he's picked a classical piece of music and it's getting played at completely the wrong tempo. I think there was a couple of bits that was completely out of tune, but it was going.
Yep, tempo is a big thing.
And then it was speeding up again. I mean,
exactly. It was just all over the place, and I just went.
Who wrote that? Who wrote the original? Do you know?
But at least it's Beethoven.
Beethoven.
Yeah.
If he was dead, he would be turning in his bloody grave.
Well, roll over. roll over Beethoven.
He'd be rolling over, yeah, for God's sake.
Anyway, that is pish. Yeah. Right, Colin, over to you, son. You got one teed up?
Okay, yep. I've got one keyed up, and this is from a game that I used to love the music on in the arcade. Here we go. It's Rolling Thunder.
Wait a minute, you need to... Right, here we go. Add to, right. Now, hopefully you guys get... Well, sorry, for those that didn't hear that, you're lucky. Rolling Thunder is one of my favourite arcade games, and part of the reason, but a huge part of the reason, is because it's got an absolute stonking soundtrack. That is everything that is not. It was fucking awful. It sounded like Rolf Harris playing his whatever it was called, stylophone or something.
that can be taken two ways these days, can't it?
I mean that game was a full price. You need to remember that game was a full price game. It came out probably, I think, 1988. It came out about 5 years after Monty on the Run, and Whizball, and it was absolutely diabolical.
Yep. Still, it lasts longer than the Amiga version, which is just a loop sample.
The thing about it is I was going to say the thing about it is it's you can just about see the resemblance to the original. Just about. Yeah, I think that's more to do with. I think that was more to do with tempo than it was anything else. It's the choice of instruments as well. You know, like how low it is. You know, it's just all at the same level in the background at certain points. With then suddenly this loud, horrible, shrilly bit that comes out. You know, it's just awful.
You get the feeling the guy that did the music, this was his first attempt at doing SID music.
Either that, or he had something against the bloody publishers. Just wanted to make it awful deliberately.
The only positive thing I can say about it is the arcade music is fantastic and really complements the game. That was fucking awful, and it really complements the Commodore 64 version.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that, couldn't you? Or he might have saw the graphics in the game and thought, I'll write equally as shit again a tune for it.
Thanks for that, Colin. I appreciate that one. Right. Okay, right. Over to me. Right. Where is it?
Going to be blown away now.
Yeah. Now, I've never played this game. Presume it's a game. This is called The Captive, and it was released by Mastertronic, and it's by the sound was coded by Nigel P. Johnston. I better share my screen. Hopefully you can hear this. Let me know if you can hear this. Well, at least it ends on a bang. Fucking hell.
Bloody hell. Is there a button that we can say
with a fat?
you can stop it now? You know what I mean?
You know, the thing is, sorry, I just want to apologise to Nigel Johnston. I thought it was you, mate. It wasn't. It was Paul Dukas. So I do apologise, mate. So please don't send any hate mail to Nigel. It wasn't him. It was Paul Dukas. I mean, the only positive thing I can see is that his career nosedives, and then fortunately he's done fuck all in the last 15 years. All I could picture is Les Dawson doing his off-key piano.
Yeah, it's about that level, isn't it? I mean, I've seen Fantasia lots and lots of times, and I've listened to that classical piece of music, you know, a number of times and all that sort of stuff. And I've heard some versions, but that one, yeah.
Right, anyway, listen, time is of the essence, folks. So, right, Dale, back to you, son.
Okay, I've got to present
What
the
we'll do is
screen
we'll
again.
play with you. If we can get 5 each, we'll do it. If we run out of time, we'll just have to stop it.
Okay, so you should be able to see the screen. I've got it all hooked
You
up.
want to just tell us what it's going to be, and then I'll share it.
Yeah, this one is another game. It's called Eskimo Eddie by David Selwood for Ocean Software. Here we go. There we go. Did you hear that all right?
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, pretty terrible version of popcorn.
Now, believe it or not, I mean, you should know by now that was Popcorn, which is like a very nice track for me because I really like that. That says the original tune channels are out of sync and this rip has been repaired. I hate to think what it was like before the repair, but that was bloody awful in itself. Again, this is a guy that was active in 1983 and he ended his career in the same year and he did 2 tunes. This is one of them. That made me laugh as well. I went, thank God for that.
The thing is, it was an early game. I think it was by Ocean actually.
Yeah,
it was a short little excerpt of music. Presumably, it would have looped, and it would have driven you insane.
Yeah.
That almost made my honourable mentions. It just fell off at the last minute. But yeah, okay, right, brilliant. Right, what about yourself, Colin?
Okay, well, I noticed that my next one is actually already in your list. So without further ado, I'm ready for this when you are. So if you put the screen up, I'll put the play. Demons of Topaz.
Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, as you, but I didn't realise that everybody saw my choices there. I must have left it on the screen. That was one of my choices. I mean, I'm not going to say anything good about it. There's a lot worse, but it's just it's. I don't know, was it an early game? But again, there was a lot of notes that were just completely out of tune. I presume the guy was just doing it from. He was doing it
someone's just summed it up. Nate now to make it stop. I actually muted myself and went, "Fuck you, Colin." That was awful.
Aye. I mean, somebody said, where is it? somebody did say, yeah, Paul saying there back in the day, we probably thought this was awful. I wouldn't go that far. We might have thought it was all right, but yeah.
I don't know what century that was in.
No, I got one of those coming up that sounded okay back in the day, but when you look back at it, nah.
Right, okay, thanks for that, Colin. Right, my next one, we can't not have this guy in, and I'm guaranteed that you guys will have this. This, in fact, I can take that off. This is a tune. How do we pronounce his second name? Jim Kumo. And this is the mighty Slam Dunk. Slam Dunk. Christ.
Can I have my minute and 25 seconds back, please? No.
Oh dear.
I'm not going to again, don't worry. I'm just I don't know what's worse, his top or that tune. I mean that came out in 1980. According to that, came out in 1988, 5 years after people like Rob Hubbard and Martin Galway were doing all that. Who in Mastertronic thought we could get this guy on board to do the tunes?
But
the thing, I get the feeling that
the game should have been sold with headache tablets. That's all I've got to
say.
say.
The thing is, he was always experimenting there, but it's all over the place. There's no real tune. It's just it goes from different. I mean, there's one nice little bit about and it kind of goes quite kind of low, and then this horrible generic sound kicks in again, and it just crashes and burns after that.
Yeah, I noticed about one bar that sounded a bit recognisable as a tune, but that was about it.
There's one nice little bit in it. Made me laugh straight away. The only thing that guy was experimenting was with drugs. Precious. That's a contender.
We are. We're time is the enemy. So back to yourself, Dale. I think it is.
Right, I've shared the screen. Is that okay?
Yeah.
This one I was incredibly disappointed. This one I was terribly disappointed with. It's a game called Conan by Datasoft, and this guy's done Bruce Lee and a number of them. John A. Fitzpatrick. I hope you enjoy this 40 seconds of tune. There we go.
You can tell why. Go and just share that again, Dale. You'll see his career went boom, boom.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. I think that was the last tune he did.
Yeah, well, Bruce Lee was actually quite catchy, quite memorable.
And Zorro
was forgotten.
And then Zorro was sort of like okay, but it looped too many times, and it was like going really bad. And that one, it was like, what the hell is this? I don't like it from the start, and I don't like it anywhere else.
I know we can be critical, and it is. We're having a bit of a laugh. We're talking about awful SID tunes. That was the standard of music on the Commodore 64 until we suddenly realised, wait a minute, it can actually do things. So the tunes may have been all right if they had the right voices. If you gave that to Rob Hubbard, he could probably go away and make a decent tune because there were proper hi-hats and guitars and drums and all that kind of stuff. That, when I was listening to that, do you remember back in the good old days when it was like Yahoo of the internet, and you went to a website and it was just full of noise. They would use like a brown background and it would have Times Roman font, and it was just like, and it was like an overload of senses. That's what that track was. It was just too much. They were trying to put too much in, and it just it was a noise, just a noise.
I wanted to show a high-profile game with just a tune that is not a tune, as far as I'm concerned. It isn't as bad as all the others. It's just that was bad, and it was like what, $8.99 or $9.99 for that. and does it make you think Conan? No, it doesn't even remotely make you think Conan.
You just think, never mind the Dart Destroyer or the Destroyer, you just think Ear Destroyer.
Yeah, Ear Destroyer. Yeah. So I know it's not as bad as all the others, but I wanted to put one in that I was so disappointed with, because I like Zorro and I like Bruce Lee, and this one was just a mess.
I'm anxious. Sorry.
No, end. That's it. End, because I know you want to move on and say.
I'm anxious for this thing to end because it's just awful. Right, Colin, over to you.
That was your idea.
Yeah. Let's kill everyone. Let's kill everyone now.
Right, Colin, talk about your next one.
Okay, one of the early games, and possibly the worst version of Toccata there is. It's Kilowatt. If you pop the screen up, you'll have it going.
Oh, do you mind if we... Right,
yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it was for you, Craig. It was kind of, the sound was fading away. It was really loud, and that's nothing to do with how bloody awful that tune is. I think that's more to do with StreamYard doesn't cope with the music. But in fairness, it was probably one of his first tunes. the thing is, I remember. I take it that's the game you're talking about, Colin. At the time, you thought it was great, and then you listen to it now, you realise it's bloody awful.
Well, I didn't think the music was
thought,
great, but yeah, it's an early one, so we didn't expect anything more, really, did we?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's certainly no gyrus. It's certainly no gyrus.
Aye, I mean, as Paul Morrison said there, he didn't have Ben Dalglish obviously joined Tony, and you know he was an absolute legend when it came to SID music. But Tony Crowther, even his games, I look at his games now, and I think apart from maybe a couple, I don't really rate them. And that, yeah, obviously that piece of music was bloody awful. It was all this. Was it like maybe one or two voices tops? I don't know if there was any 3 voices going on, but it was
I
very.
think there were 2 voices because he left one for sound effects.
Oh, did he? All right. Whereas obviously the more up to date SID guys, they could kind of switch it on and off. They could have sound effects and you know, musical instruments, whatever. But yeah, it's an early game, and it's best left forgotten, I think. Definitely. Yeah. Right, where am I? Hang on.
I'll just turn around and turn around and say, yeah, I agree, and then you can move on because you didn't ask me, but there you are.
Well, you need to chip in, mate. What he said, is that what you're going to say to me? What he said.
That's it. I couldn't get a word in edgeways because you didn't bloody breathe for me to actually get in.
Right, the next one, let's get ready, Colin. There we go. Next one is, I don't know, it was it just says unidentified person. It's a tune called 1994, 10 years after SID. Sorry, 10 years after.
Yeah,
again,
I think it was done better in Quango.
What is that?
Quango was a game, I think, used that music, but he actually did a good job of it. It actually sounded like a ragtime song.
Is that in that? I take it that's not the original piece.
It's the ragtime. I think Scott Joplin.
Yeah, Scott Joplin, and it's all right as a type-in version.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
If you were typing that in from a magazine and that was the tune that was coming out, I'd go, yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, you're absolutely. That is it's a type-in, one voice, but and that was what the early Commodore 64 had. We never knew it was capable of what it was. Again, came out in 1984, and it's easy to say, well, you know, being a bit critical, but there was tunes, you know, there was tunes out there that were doing it. But yeah, bloody awful. It's no wonder the guy's faceless. He obviously doesn't want to put his name to that. So I think we've got time. I think we've got time for one more tune each.
Oh, then I'll have to change my one. Hang on, then.
Yeah, we're starting to.
Yeah,
we'll see. Let's see how we get on.
I know, I'm changing it now. Hang on, I've got to search for it. There it is. That it? No. Just give me a minute, guys. Oh, it's by. There it is. Right, stop. Okay. Do you want me to present the screen? Hang on.
Yeah, you present it and then I'll bring it up. You can talk through it.
There we go. Okay, very, very quickly, guys. This is a game quite early again by Radarsoft. It's called Snoopy. It is 45 seconds of atrocious. It's Scott Joplin again, but listen to this version. There you go.
Yeah. It's meant to be a piano tune.
So, you know, I mean, obviously, if we don't get to me to play my next one, I'll tell you what it is. But that one I thought was pretty atrocious when you consider how easy it is and how many times the entertainer's been done in games. That was pretty bad.
Almost to the point, if I could code, if I could actually sit down and code, I could have probably done that, which said all how bad it was.
Yeah. Could have done that with jam jars and my finger around the top of them, like this.
I know my one and only Sid ain't exactly Hubbard, but you can listen to it.
Yeah, enough said about that. Right, Ponder, back to yourself.
Okay, well, I'm going to do a short one this time. I'll loop it as once or twice. Basically, this was from a game Depth Charge, extremely repetitive.
Oh.
Do you want to play once more?
What do you mean once more? What bag of shit?
It was supposed to loop.
Oh, turn it off!
No, it's looping. Yeah.
That was a commercial release, obviously. It was released
Yep.
in a Firebird game. You know, the thing
Same
is,
as-
A game I actually bought back in the day.
Yeah, cartridge, wasn't it?
The game itself is okay for a Depth Charge, but yeah.
And it's Sailor Sword
I mean, it
Pipe,
was.
isn't
I mean, Adam's saying there, and I agree with him. At least it was in tune, at least. But it was just way too fast, and ultimately, it would you would just reach for the volume button. Could you turn that tune off when you're playing the game?
I don't know. I think that was just the intro tune. It wasn't playing while you were playing the game. So at least there's that small mercy for it. It's actually using all three channels. It's not just one channel.
Yeah. I mean, it was. I've heard a lot worse, but it would get in your nerves really quickly.
Yeah, it's the repetitiveness of the
I don't think the programmer know what stop meant.
This thing, Colin, are you trying to look like Max Headroom? Yeah.
Well, I do normally in my streams, but you can't animate the background in the.
You need to glitch. You need to go. Right. Anyway, time is marching on. I think we'll see. Right. Anyway, my next one is a game called Car Chase. Sorry, 007 Car Chase.
That was an honourable mention. There you go.
Right, there we go. This is only 38 seconds and we'll only play it once. Well, that's the wrong one. Hang on. Had enough?
Had enough the first time round.
Once more.
Oh.
If there was a prize for writing the most annoying piece of sound, then that would have been it. And then do you not notice it plays the tune and then it goes beep?
Yes,
It's got this really
that little
high-pitched
high-pitched
little beep.
squeal. It's
Well,
like it's
I
like
had
a fight out of place.
I was going to list that as an honourable mention because I took it off because I said that's not a tune, and you said you wanted bad tunes.
Well, you'll see there.
Where is the tune in that?
There's none. You'll see there. Somebody's even actually commented the notes are badly off. So even deep audience recognised how bad that was. Bloody awful. So right, listen. I think we've got Gary Penn coming along in 10 minutes. So I think we should probably just call it a day now. So thanks, Colin, for taking part.
No problem.
I do apologise. There is help in the link below. If you need counselling after that, there is help. Talk to people about it. Don't suffer in silence. Take care, Colin. Cheers, buddy.
Thank you. Cheers. Pleasure.
It still doesn't beat Parallax last year, but my God, that's close.
No. Right. Anyway, listen. That was good fun. Right. I've not got time. To make a coffee. I think I've been drinking too much coffee anyway. So, is there anything else that we need to do? Right. The auction has died a death. It's died a painful death, I think. Nobody wants PlayStation 2 games. I'm currently in the lead.
I keep putting it up, but like I say, I'm not sure what we can say about it really.
No,
being as there is only one bid on anything that's in here, you could think of another way of doing it. Like you could do the round robin thing again, the spinning the wheel. But
yeah. So what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to get.
We'll keep persisting. We'll keep persisting. I've put it up again just now.
I'm just going to add that again. So yeah, that's what we've got coming up. Again, I've got the charities off. These are the two charities. Spark. You can see down below. This is all a bit of fun, but there is a serious side to it as well. If we can raise any money for these two charities, it would be massively appreciated. Two cracking causes. If you donate, you'll be in the running for Tony Temple has very kindly donated one of his Missile Commander books, and he will sign it, which is really nice of him. What we're going to do is at the end of it, once we know, but we'll probably not be able to do it on the stream because we'll need to figure out. I've not been looking. I've no idea if people have been donating or anything. We need to figure out. How do we? Sorry, Colin's asking. How do we? Sorry, Colin. Lewis is asking. How do we access the auction? You don't access it, Lewis. It's just we're trying to. If you want any of these things, please put a bid in. The items are. I'll quickly hold them up. I'm just going to take Dale out the picture for a second so I can make this nice and big. Got that. I've got Choo Choo Rocket and the Dreamcast. That is one auction. We've got this Steelbook, which Dale kindly donated. Brand new. It's never been opened. It's a 4K version. I'm currently winning with 15 quid on that one. I would rather lose it so that the charity gets more money. And then we've got 15 games. We've got 10 games, PlayStation 2 games, plus an Xbox game. We've also got some baseball caps, which I can sign or not sign. £10 each. I bought them. I want rid of them. So please, £10, you get yourself a signed baseball cap. If you don't want it signed, then let me know. We won't sign it. What else? And lastly, wherever it is, it's there. You've got a delightful. This is just. I got sent this from Mattel a couple of days ago. This is an exclusive Barbie film Nintendo DS Lite. You don't have to charge it. It just always comes on. There you go. If you want to charge it, you need to get yourself a charger. You'll get one for a couple of quid on eBay. So that's get yourself a bargain. That is a fantastic little thing. It's in really, really good condition. I'll even find a stylus for that. So that's what we've got. So Lewis, yeah, if you want any of these items, please just put a comment down below. Say you're going to bid £10 for the games, whatever it is. Let us know. So we're just about to wait, and hopefully Gary will be here shortly. He's doing it. What time is he doing it? He's doing it 2 o'clock. How are we doing for time? In fact, wait a minute, folks. Very quickly. Actually, he might well be here. We are going to end this stream because StreamYard only allows us to record. It only allows us to record up to 10 hours. So we're going to end this stream, and then we're going to come back on a new stream. So when I end this, go back into my channel. You'll see the new stream. So, right, we shall see you shortly. Right, we are back. Hopefully you've managed to make the transition from one stream to the next one. There's Dell as well. Excellent. That's good. Yeah, basically what happens is StreamYard only allows you to record up to 10 hours and then it stops. So if we'd continued with this for another 4 hours, it would mean that we weren't actually recording it. So what we decided to do is chop it in half of 6 hours and then 6 or 7 hours in the next one. So you hear me all right, Craig? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that's good. That's good. Aye, so we're just waiting on people to join. We're waiting on Gary. Turn up. He should hopefully be here soon. Comments. There we go. Yeah, people are back in again. That went fairly well. I thought that could potentially be a disaster. I'm conscious we've not had Nick giving us any updates yet. I don't know whether we can you... Oh, bloody hell, Alex. Wow. Thank you so much, mate. Brilliant. Every penny. Now, I know the only slight thing that I don't like about gifting using this is YouTube does take a small percentage of the money. So that's the only... I would try and, if you're going to make a donation, either do it to my bank account or do it to PayPal. But that is so kind. Thank you very much, Alex. That is brilliant. Dale, if you can keep a wee note of that, or in fact, we don't need to.
I was going to say, I haven't taken note of all the little
no, we
donations.
don't need to bother with that. So, yeah, let's just have a quick look who we've got coming up. Just, if nothing else, to remind myself. Share screen.
What a wonderful gesture that is. My God.
That's lovely. I know. Thank you so much, mate. That's really kind. So, yeah, we've got Gary Penn. Now, I've been after him for a long time, trying to get a hold of him. So, that's awesome. Now, I do apologise if somebody has possibly can't make it. Presumably they'll have sent me a message, but I've not been looking at any messages as yet. Let me just quickly check. No, nothing. So hopefully Gary will be here soon. Aye, so you can see there what have we got. We've got Gary.
I hope he hasn't got a link to the other side.
No, I did. Well, wait a minute. Now you're getting me bloody thinking. I was. Let me just. Have you got the link that I sent you?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've still got Facebook open with the link.
Right, well, go into it just now, and I'll just read out.
What do you want me to? What do you want from it?
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, that Collins just said Gary's not. Oh, you know what? That's my fault. I thought Gary was coming in at 2 o'clock. It's actually 2:30. Right.
Oh,
that's fine. Right, we'll not bother with the last two SID things. I think we've done enough. That was 4. Right. Thanks for pointing that out. It's because of I can see it now. 2:30.
Well, we've got time for it. We've got time, sort of like in 10 minutes' time, to have a wee break and everything. But you could play a little bit more burger time. You could choose another game or reminisce about something. Or...
So why don't you have a shorty burger time? I'll ping the the thing across to you.
Yeah, but I haven't set myself up, Alan.
Oh, have you not? Right. Okay, let's
not really. I might be able to set it up quickly.
Right, Colin. Yeah, you're saying that. Yeah, that's fine. Dale, before you, can you go into Messenger, and I just want to quickly check that I've sent people the right link.
Yeah. So, what would you like me to read out of it?
Right. Let's wait a wee minute. Let me get. Right. It'll be the same as I sent to Kevin. It will be right. The StreamYard.com ZU9DR 768JJ.
That's it.
Right. That's fine. So we've got the right one. I'll just make sure, Gary.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because obviously it's a second part.
That could have been awkward. Yeah, that could have been awkward. Tell you what, why don't I log into my PayPal and see if we can see what we've got so far.
Oh, sorry, that's the alarm going off because it's 2:00.
Well, that's reminding us of the
yeah.
Let's see if I can just get this brought up.
Yeah, the alarm's off now.
I don't actually. That'll be a minute. I just need to go into my. Not sharing the screen. I don't want all you guys getting all my passwords. Apologise about the screaming coming from next door, but nothing I can do about that. Just give me a second. I mean, we could play some music or something. Give you and I, or more importantly, give my mouth a bloody rest. Right.
I'm not saying a word.
I know. You be quiet. Right. There we go. Copy. Yes, right. I'm just logging into my PayPal account just now. Oh, send my bloody text message. Hang on. Right. Right. Okay. Holy fuck. Fucking hell, man.
You doing well?
Right, don't save. Jesus, right. We have got, bloody hell, we've got £492.66.
Wow, that's good. You haven't had mine yet.
Now, we've also got the 256 quid that's been put into my bank account. So 256 plus 492, 6. We're almost at 800 quid.
Wow.
Bloody hell. That is right. I'm just gonna give a quick, I'm not gonna mention amounts. Massive thanks to Mark Hope, Mike Dawson, Robert Morrison, Jen Bjorhag, sorry, I can't even say it, I apologise. Jen Bjorhager, Richard May, Paul Drury, Tony Temple, Stephen Richards, Ross Harris, Colin Jones, Stephen Thornber, Andy Walker, Paul Cook, Adam Lucas, Neil Morris, David Irwin. I'm not going to embarrass the guy. I've had a ridiculous donation from one person. I'm going to just Brandon Lagpican.
Right.
What the hell, mate? It's astonishing. I don't even know you. That's what he's given. He's just given a ridiculous amount of money. That is phenomenal. Thank you so much. John Anderson, Owen Jones. Yeah, listen, wow, you lot are fucking amazing.
Amazing.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. When I was bringing this up, part of me was worried that it was going to come up £4.99, and I'm going to go, oh, well, we've got £4.99, and it's going to be a wee bit deflating. That's insane. Thank you very much to everybody.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I've not had any donations through my bank account, but you know what? That's absolutely fine. That's not a problem. That is fantastic. There you go. Already, these two charities are going to get 400 quid.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if there's any other money to be paid for whatever. I mean, we've got the baseball caps. I know Stephen and whatever paid it as well. So that's great. But yeah, that is awesome. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys absolutely rock. That is phenomenal. So. I was going to say, should we play some SID music? The problem is, it's rubbish. It's rubbish playing it through StreamYard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can we give it a go?
Well, you could try it. I'll tell you what I think. But
yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's all right.
Right. Okay, listen. In fact, it's not going to make any difference how it's. See the intro. I'm going to play the. I'm wondering if I should. No, I was going to say if I converted it to like a file and play the file rather than just sharing the screen, but that's way too much. That's way too much hassle. We'll play some SID music. We need to get over that horrible half an hour that we had there. I mean, that's going to be ingrained in our ears for God knows how long. So let's pick some nice tunes. What do you? I'll let you pick one, Dale. Pick a SID tune.
SID tune.
Pick a SID tune. Nice.
I mean, any length, and you could just play part of it.
Oh, whatever. Just I'm going to stop talking for 5 minutes and just enjoy my cold tea.
Put Knuckle Busters on.
Knuckle Busters, right? Let me just get C64 music, and that's by Rob Hubbard, isn't it?
Yes. It's very long, so just basically.
That'll do it. That'll do it. Rob, there we go, Rob Hubbard, and it's Knuckle Busters. Right, here we go. Hopefully you can hear. Let me know if you can hear this all right. Okay, that's fine.
Oh. That's awful. That's awful, Alan.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right, let's.
Have you got Knuckle Busters on the Sidology on MP3 that you can just?
I don't know. Tell you what, listen. Nick has just sent a wee message. Happy to jump on for 10 minutes. Absolutely, Nick. I will.
Yes, please.
I will. Of course, we forgot the money that Nick's got as well.
Yeah, my God. Yeah, there was
about 50 quid or something.
Last count, it was getting close to that. I've still got to buy it. I've still got to buy it at the end of the stream as well. So.
Yeah, how did I get rid of this? How did I get rid of this infernal thing? How do you close that? Reverb. How do you get rid of this thing?
You might have to bring up Taskmaster and close it down.
I think so. It doesn't screw the stream up. What's it called? Daily Player, right? Because I've named it after you. There we go.
Yeah, it's why it broke.
Daily Player. No, I just want to. I'm going to send Nick the. I'm going to send Nick the stream, the new stream at the moment. Right.
Paul Cook has just turned around and said that he's appreciating everything we've done, and he thinks he'll have a cat to celebrate. Signed, of course.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much, Paul.
I need to put Paul down, but I also, Paul, if you can hear this, I need you to put what you'd like us to sign it as. You know, like Mamemeister 2 or just Mamemeister signature. That'd be great.
I'm just looking for the stream. There we go. Come on, I'll wait a minute. I'll do it easier if I do invite. Copy. Right.
So I'm just waiting for Paul to tell us whether he just wants Mamemeister or a dedication to him.
Right, Nick. That's the new stream. If you want to join that when you can. Well done, Al. You're a legend. But now listen, Paul. This has been a collective thing. I couldn't have done this without this guy that's sitting over there. And there's so many other people that have been working behind the scenes. You know, Nick. I don't want to go naming everybody, but obviously Nick Sherman's done a lot. Colin Jones. There's other people have been helping me with lots of other things just to make this happen. And obviously the guys, you need to remember these guys that are taking part, like Gary Penn and all them, they don't know me, they don't know any of us. They're giving up some of their Sunday to join something. And that's awesome. And I think they appreciate what they're doing is for a good cause. So it's been a collective effort. It really has. Yeah, it's been awesome. So right, we're just waiting on Nick to.
Yeah.
Right, Paul's saying there, surprise me. Right, okay.
Yeah, I've put down Mamemeister surprise. So I thought you're going to put something like bollocks, aren't you, or something? You know, I don't know what you're going to put really, but
can I ask you to? I'm going to put my. So wait a wee minute. But I'm not going to type it in. If you can get a piece of paper and a pen, if you can email me at Mamemeister 12-hour, that's Mamemeister12. Well, there it's along the bottom of the screen. Drop me an email, Mamemeister12-hour@gmail.com with your address so I can get it sent off. I will do that.
So we've sold 3 caps, 2 to go, fellas.
Brilliant. Don't draw cock and balls. Oh, where's the fun in that? What the hell? Nick, how are you, mate?
Excuse me, hang on.
Oh, yeah, all right.
How's it going, Bob? Did you hear the news about the money we've raised?
Yeah, they're very good. Yeah,
I know.
We're up to 58 on the Burger Time purchases. So I'll send that along. So yeah, so the game idea I had was can I share my screen? Can I share?
Yeah, just go share.
Present.
And then it'll come up and I then have to click on it to allow it, sort of thing, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Just do share entire screen and then you can pick what screen you're going to. And then basically whatever you do, you should see. There we go.
You got that up? There we go. So the idea was going to be you start off with a small hose and a small water tank. So you can either choose to hook up your hose to one of the taps and then take it over to an area that's been made dirty. There'll be parts of the level dirty at the start, and then there'll be like dogs that trample through it and make even more dirty areas. So this is your guy walking around. And then you'd also have a tank where you could fill it up at the tap instead, and so you can wander further away, but that would have a lot less capacity than obviously if you're on the hose, you can fire as long as you like. So it's sort of going to be a sort of hover bother sort of thing where you just got to clear the level of all the dirt. You can spray the dogs to make them fly off. So I probably will still do something with this idea because I quite like it. But the issue has been getting this hose code to work. If I show you what happens. So I've switched to the hose there at the tap. And then this is supposed to draw a nice line across the ground. Obviously, it's not quite drawing. And then you get stuck. So, yeah, I've given up on that idea because that's not going to happen by 7 o'clock. So I've got a another game that is like I said before, a homebrew for the Atari Jaguar. Very simple puzzle game. If I put that up. So before today, I'd drawn all the levels out already, ready to possibly do it today. So the idea is you're this red thing here. Maybe I'll turn it into a man, and whatever direction you press, you'll keep going in that direction until you hit a wall or a block.
Right.
So you've got to collect all these purple diamonds by sort of moving around and working out where you've got to sort of bounce off and redirect yourself.
So you can't stop. You can only go in one direction until you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So if I go right there,
they're brilliant. Those games, I've liked them. You
Yeah.
know, I've seen them before. You know, going down the tower. There's a tower one in Spectrum, I think. It's brilliant.
So yeah, this shouldn't take. I've got all the levels drawn out already. Like I said, about 15 levels, and then the gameplay is very simple. So we should get that done today. There's some extra bits, like the original has some clouds going across the background, and I could maybe possibly put some enemies in that sort of patrol certain areas, and so you've got to time your moves instead of it being a pure puzzle game. But yeah, that's the idea I've got to get on with this afternoon, but running out of energy.
No, that disappointed that the other one can't work. I love
I like that one.
Yeah,
I thought that looked great.
Yeah, that animation for the little guy is fantastic. That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's the problem. I had him done about 3 or 4 hours ago now, and yeah, the tracking of the hose and stuff like that. It's just I haven't sat down properly and worked it out, so I've kind of just been fumbling about, and things go wrong when you do that. So I'll definitely go back to that game and finish it off, but obviously not today.
Yeah. You're going to, Has this one got a name? This one that you're going to concentrate on?
On the Atari Jaguar, it's called Diam Jag, which is a bit of a. It's not the best name I've ever heard. It doesn't really explain what it is, but so we need to come up with a name that sort of suits it, I guess. But yeah, that's where I am. I'll carry on with that.
Yeah.
Maybe some people in the stream can come up with a witty name. So what's the actual purpose of the game? I mean, you're collecting these. They're all obviously it's always gems.
I mean, the purpose is just to clear each level. Really, sort of. It gets harder as you go along. You sort of have to do things in a certain order, otherwise you'll get stuck, and then you'll have to restart the level and things like that. Yeah, so obviously it's a very simple game, but as I've only got 5 hours left, it's going to have to be, isn't it?
Listen, you do your best, which I know you're doing anyway. That's going to be awesome.
You can make it even more simple by calling it something like few moves, because that's what you want, isn't it? And I don't think they've ever called the game exactly what it is, which is as fewer moves as possible. Few moves.
Well, you're kind of fumbling about in the dark. Obviously, you're trying to collect. Your missus about to come home for work, and you think, shit, I've not tidied the house, and you're running about like a mad. Yeah, you can do it. I call it them. I don't know. The missus will be here or something. Yeah, she's about to come home. She's already phoned you. Have you tidied the house? Yeah. Shit. You've just had a party with your mates. You're running about collecting them out. You're collecting all the beer glasses.
Call it daughter's bedroom.
Yeah. That's far too tidy.
I've got the virtual reality version through that wall. Bloody hell. Right, listen, Nick, I'm going to let you get away, mate, because obviously you've got stuff you're doing anyway. Keep at it. Thanks so much.
Brilliant, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, obviously, for what you've done with Burger Time, and the people that are donating as well. That is awesome.
No problem.
So, listen, we'll see you shortly, man. Cheers, buddy.
Okay, bye.